Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. Please like and subscribe to the channel. If you're new here, make sure you share and, subscribe to the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, today's topic is a trending topic that's been going on. But this topic here didn't just start today. This came from years back, but it was a one-sided story. In fact, this topic here, myself, I have been involved in these discussions, not only from way back, but even just a couple of days ago, I believe. I was on a platform talking. I wasn't aware of this topic that I'm about to speak of. A Black person who identifies as ADOS decided to jump on to try to, quote unquote, school me as an immigrant. You see, this is the problem with many people that listen to this type of talk online. Where did this start? Because, people, you all know, in America, who talks about racism? It is Black Americans. They're the ones that tell everybody that they are oppressed. The white men have their foot on their neck. They tell anybody. They would even, and this is not all Blacks, but the majority do, okay? Because they want to continue promoting this slavery story. And it's not even the Black people. We know the country is controlled by white people. America is a white country, whether people like it or not. This is the truth. I am speaking about a truth that used to be accepted as facts. But now, all of a sudden, this is not popular because the narrative changed. Okay? The narrative changed, and it came from individuals, just simple individuals. ADOS, this group that you hear about, ADOS. This group is a new group formed by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. Tone Talks. It goes by Tone Talks. Yvette Carnell used to do a show called Black and Brown with Dr. Boyce Watkins. But at this time, Tariq Nasheed did documentaries such as Hidden Color. He did series on this. And he was a Pan-Africanist at the time. Caribbeans supported him. Black immigrants, Somalis, to be specific, supported him as well. I used to read his comment section. Somalis are there supporting Tariq. Tariq supports Somalis. Because let's be frank, people can come back here and say, oh, Somalis don't think they're Africans. Bullshit. The Somalis call themselves African, but they don't have to be, like my type of African, but they are African. So when you speak about Africa, African immigrants, you are referring to, guess who also? Somalis. Okay? So I want to clear this point. Not only did you talk about Somalis in the context of where they came from, now you specified them and you targeted and attacked them when in fact they supported you in the past. This was when he was Pan-Africanist. So that was selling. He even traveled. He went to Zimbabwe. Did you guys remember this? He went to Jamaica. He was talking Pan-Africanist talk. This was making sales. And then ADOS came. He aligned himself with them because they were picking up steam. Because you see, Black America, because of the history of Black America, they used to be the focus of the politics in America. But when Obama came in, Black Americans were tricked into selling their rights away without even realizing it. Everything they support is against themselves. Nobody forced them to do this. They are citizens of America. They have the right to vote for who they want, who they do not want. It's up to them. But generally, most Black Americans are they belong to the Democratic Party. They support the Democratic Party. That's the side they belong to. So people, as far as I know, you know, to make political changes, when you put people there, if they don't do it, you remove them. But this ADOS, what they did was, because around when Obama came into power, they tricked Black people, right? They tricked Black people to, with the black color, because mind you, back then, Black people were Christians. In America, that's what Black people, in fact, are known for. What you are seeing today, this is new. I'm telling you, do you know, before Obama, it wasn't normal to even see a Black person that is gay, much more trans person. This wasn't normal. The moral marker of America used to be Black people. They were Christians. This is what Black people were known for, being Christians and knowing how to cook well and sing well. But now, when Obama came, Obama had a completely different agenda, tricked Black people into supporting him based on the Blackness, right? Then Obama didn't do anything because Obama, guess what, was doing stuff for the alphabet community, the alphabet people. That's who Obama focused on. So they used to say, no, his second term, he's gonna do something. They voted for Obama again. He didn't do anything for Black people. You guys remember Trump became president? So 2020, they want Trump away. Now Black people are pissed off at Obama. Many are not enthused about the Black thing, to say I gotta vote, because the Black people, many, their eyes have been open to see how Obama operated. But Obama have pushed the goalpost so far from Black people. So much have been done in 8 years. You see, us in Africa, us Africans, when we saw what Obama's agenda was, because we are not intoxicated with skin color. When we saw, because we go by the what we see the person is promoting. The moment Obama was promoting that gay stuff, African people are like, all right, let's cut our losses, let's cut ties with this dude. Africans are like, you move on. In fact, there's video of the president of Kenya letting Obama know what Kenya's priority is. Because, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are watching me, besides South Africa, what other African countries don't play that? You guys know this. They don't entertain it, right? But now, in 2020, to get Black America to vote Democratic, they would have to come in a different way to Black America. Because how are you going to convince Black America now Like what is like what are you going to bring to Black America to make Black America vote for you? So they tested it out, okay, in the primaries. You guys remember they put Kamala up every time because they like to bring light skin for Black America. But after Obama, Black people in America became allergic to mixed people, it seems like. Kamala Harris, under 1%. She was polling at under 1%. She went to California. She dropped out in the first round. You guys remember? Joe Biden wasn't doing good, but he's got the 1994 crime bill under his belt, which Black people wanted him to apologize. He did not apologize for, right? But regardless, when he was literally underwater. When they got to South Carolina, they have a Black caucus senator, I think he's a congressman from South Carolina, who supported Joe Biden, and they got Joe Biden over the line. So remember this. So that would mean now Black people, they have been, back in the 60s, they fought for integration, to integrate with white people. And mind you, not every Black person was with this. Let me tell you, I've talked to older Black people who used to live back in those days. They were not with, like the Jim Crow laws. They wanted to be treated fairly, the laws across the board, but they want to remain as themselves. They want to remain as their own people. So this integration, they have people that they push forward. Not only did they remove Jim Crow, they are like, okay, let's integrate Black people, because Blacks used to have their own economy. So Black people literally, the mistake they did was integrate, and they gave up their power, completely gave up their power. So in 2020, to get them to vote, ADOS is an offshoot of the Democratic Party. They came up with reparation talk. But these people, their reparation, now all of a sudden the shocker started coming. These people started displaying many Afriphobic rhetorics, because I was there from the beginning. I used to watch them. They would say, very provocative things about African immigrants across the board. Many of you, like myself, we were all shocked. We were like, we supported you guys. We support your reparations. So they frame this story like if they fight with a couple of, people who are not, originally from America, they would take those people and make them the symbol for every immigrant, right? So the group started getting popular. Tariq got a wind of them. He joins and he splits off. That's where FBA comes into play. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about identity crisis. These groups are brand new, but now look at how people are identifying with it like in a trance. So Tariq Nasheed obviously is pretty good at framing, what he wanted to do. So he moved away completely from Pan-Africanism to start claiming that they are indigenous to the United States of America, that they are not from Africa. 3%, only 3% slaves were what was brought here. So many of you started getting confused. We're like, wait a minute. So they are like, we need to separate from Africans. Now they don't even call us Africans. They even Tariq Nasheed created an epithet for African immigrants, calls us tethers. You guys see it. This is what they call us nowadays, right? Tariq Nasheed came up with this. So, they've, like this has been going on for over 3 years now. This is not only Tariq. You have another guy called Jason Black. You have Professor Black Truth. I mean, like, man, if you're listening, you would think it is what they used to tell you to say is the KKK talking about Africans this way. And people enjoyed this. Look, We Africans were the butt of their jokes. I'm literally telling you this. It's fascinating to watch. Nobody steps in and said what Tariq was saying was racist, was Afriphobic, or xenophobic. People enjoyed it. If somebody like go listen to those shows, you call in, you try to ask questions, they will shut you down. So this has gone on for like, I'm talking, in fact, I have a video here from 3 years ago. From 3 years ago that Tariq made about Somalis, right? He made about Somalis. Then a guy, he sounds like he's Jamaican. He was very bothered by Tariq's rhetoric towards Somalis in this video because I remember watching that live. But prior to this, the immigrants in general, blacks all over, did support Tariq. So the ADOS, FBA came from ADOS. So from now, it went from we are victims to we built America. We brought you guys here. Now you guys stabbed us in the back. That's where we are at now. So this talk has been going for a while, right? Mind you, I'm giving you context. The Somalis never responded. Nigerians every now and again will respond, but it's not as strong. So the Somalis have had it. The Somalis have had it. And the Somalis, mind you, everything you're about to hear, they are responding to the buildup of what's been going on over time. That's what they are responding to. Because the Somalis, like any other group that immigrated here, we all know how immigration laws work. If somebody, because most Somalis that travel is because of the instability in their country. So they have what they call refugee resettlement programs. So even those Afghanis you see, they bring them here. United States happen to be one of the countries they would select to bring people to. Germany, other countries are available, even Uganda. So it is in the interest of the United States to allow the Somalis and people from Afghanistan and other places to come into this country. Yes, definitely it is against you, the black person, if you are going to be competing with these people. Anybody that didn't refuse, if you live in America and you have to compete with new immigrants, yes, it will affect you because, I mean, if you didn't step your game up until somebody new comes and start competing with you, it would be a problem. But my point is, nowadays, ADOS, FBA, there's no more white supremacy or suspected white supremacy. African immigrants and Caribbeans have replaced that because maybe white people no longer pay attention to what black people are saying in America. So I don't know, maybe black Africans are the last resort. And if black people lose this battle, I don't know what other group they are going to find, because I can assure you, black immigrants to this country are the least amount, like they are not that many. If you have smoke for immigrants, Mexicans are coming in every day. So Tariq Nasheed created a group to want to know what's in the interest of, those immigration benefit black American. That depends. It depends on who you're talking to. But an African shouldn't waste their time to discuss this, because if you are saying you are against this, guess what? I support you, but you have to go talk to your elected officials. You have to listen to who they are promoting. And when they speak of immigration, because many black people say, oh, we marched. But why were you marching for a cause you know nothing about? Like, why were you marching? You are an American. Why would you march to let people come through the border? Like, literally, you are supporting people to break the country's laws. How can you truly call yourself an American if you want to support that? But most Africans that come here legally, legally, invited by the United States government that makes the laws in this country. So an ordinary citizen like you travel to a country, you don't owe them any explanation. I don't owe a white person, black person, anyone why I am in America. I followed the steps, this is what the United States government said it is. And boom, I followed this step and here it is. I respected the laws and the constitution of this country. I didn't break the laws of your country. I respected you. I didn't try to climb over the border, but the people you are marching for are the people crossing the border, are the people crossing the border. And these people come in millions. Look, my brothers and sisters, I'm there with you. I don't support people coming through the border because guess what? They compete against you. They do. They absolutely do. I get it. But now, if you don't have control over the government, you can only cry. There's nothing you can do about it. Just like they brought African slaves here, is the same thing, just in a different form. Now people are freer. The American government have the right to invite people here. I don't have to tell you this. You know this. I have done a video on Tariq Nasheed talking to Jared Taylor. Jared Taylor is a white man. He is considered a white supremacist. I listened to the conversation. The things that Tariq says to Africans about Africans and saying, they built America. He didn't say none of that to him. And I noticed black people don't say this to white people. They do not say this to white Americans. How come? The only thing we see and hear and what we are supposed to support is, you guys are against our reparation. You mean your begging tactics? I mean, tell me what I need to do. I will do it. But don't accuse me. But you see, Tariq, what he did was, he needed, because he knows the white supremacist talk is dying, right? White people are tired of it. They're not paying attention. So this is democratic tactics. He has to give the crowd, he has to give them an enemy. He has to give them somebody to hate. He has to. Because how long can you keep saying suspected white supremacists, suspected white supremacists? The people he's supposed to accuse, they are getting banned on Twitter. Those white people are not even speaking on black stuff. I mean, I've gone to their spaces. Those people are speaking, they're not thinking about black at all. They're not talking black. They're not talking about black people. They are talking about their own political stuff. That's what they are talking about. So Tariq, night after night, he keeps making programs, he's making shows talking bad about African immigrants, saying African immigrants are the problem. I don't know how African immigrants are the problem. African immigrants are not the one that you need the reparation from. It is the white man. The white man gets to decide who to give it to. I've never met an African who said, oh, I want reparation. Oh, they would say, oh, why didn't you stay in your own country? Well, it's a choice. I just chose to go wherever I want. I'm a free person. America said, hey, you can come in. I like what they are presenting. And I showed up. Not every person from Africa came to America, the same way. Or not everybody that left Africa fled their country. I came here, by choice, for opportunity. And there are plenty of Africans that way. You see, but instead of people looking at this like a forest, when you go in the forest, there's plenty of trees there. But you would see one tree's growth doesn't affect the other tree's growth. They might be side by side, but all of them can grow peacefully. That's just what nature is. But Tariq Nasheed kept spewing hate night after night. Let me show you a video from 3 years ago. A Jamaican guy made it. This is because Tariq made a video, a program about Somalis, which I listened to. Mind you, this is 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Because I've seen people saying, oh, these Somalis are hateful. I can't believe they're doing this. But I'm like, what is going on? You are the same people in that chat, in those chats. This man says the foulest things about Somalis and African immigrants. And it's fun, it's funny for people. Someone like me might be like, okay, whatever. But some people will respond. And that's what happened. Listen to this guy, how disappointed he was about the video that Tariq made about Somalis before we get to the current situation. This is 3 years ago.
Greetings, y'all. I just had a quick comment to make. Um, I watched a live stream from Tariq Nasheed. Now, you know Tariq Nasheed, he's doing a powerful work in the black community, and his contribution cannot be overlooked and cannot be denied. But last night, Tariq Nasheed was speaking about a situation in which some black people were being denied service at a Chipotle franchise. And basically, the people were being denied because, according to the restaurant owners and the employers, these people previously had they did a dine and dash. The people previously left without actually paying on one other occasion. And so basically, the restaurant owner took the liberty of denying them service because of this, you know. And so Tariq Nasheed basically expounded on this, and he said that we shouldn't support all people from the continent just because they are black. What he said is that, instead of just supporting them, we need to make sure that they're not doing anything of this nature, so on and so forth, right? But in the course of doing this, he said some comments about the physical features of the people in question. I believe they were some Somalians, you know, and he started to basically draw distinctions between Somalians and Africans in America, right? And this is another instance in which I heard a popular commentator from America making comments of this nature, basically saying that not only shouldn't we unify, but he's also making comments about their physical features that sound similar to what a racist person would say about African people. It sounds just like what a white supremacist or a suspected white supremacist would say about African people, right? He called the Somalian dudes Captain Phillips. He started saying that the actor from Somalia that played the Somalian pirate, he started saying that there was no potential for him to have any other roles in Hollywood. He's saying that he's not a romantic lead caliber person based on his physical features, right? And I remember.
So this is true. Tariq have said things, even like one time I was listening to Jason Black, he said Africans should worship them like gods. Literally. They were talking about how, oh, Africans are stinky, Africans are this. Nobody called to stop this. Nobody called to say this is racist. In fact, it was funny to people. It was funny to pick on the Somalis, what they look like. It was just funny. So imagine you're Somali, you're watching this. You've supported this guy. You were commenting on his videos. You're watching his documentaries, and you're watching this. Anybody that used to be in those chat sections and reading, if you're honest with yourself, just be honest, you will see Somalis there saying, Tariq, we support you from years ago. You see it. So they watch. And then now he started talking like this about them. This video is from 3 years ago. But let's continue.
thinking to myself that these comments were in such poor taste that I don't understand how they fit into the scheme of what Tariq has to offer, right? And so I just wanted to mention this. He also spoke about another African, a female African actress, saying that, you know, he can understand basically why she doesn't get any other types of roles. And he even said that the casting of a particular African actress was like an inside joke, right? And so
Did you hear this? The casting of an African actress, Tariq said this. It's an inside joke. You know, when you have the time on the internet to put out the content for a while, people have had enough hours and hours of watching, what you're saying night after night, night after night. Over time, okay, people are gonna be like, okay, this is not funny anymore because it's like he just kept pressing non-stop. So he would take shot at Somalis, take shot at Africa. So like night after night, he does it. And I'm going to play his audio here, conversating with Somalis, and hear the conversation. You would get an idea of what I'm telling you here.
it really struck me as being xenophobia, you know.
Did you guys hear that? He said the man used xenophobia. This is from 3 years ago. I call it Afriphobia. But from 3 years ago, the man said it.
It struck me as being xenophobia. And I realized there's the potential for division between Africans in America and Africans from abroad, but I don't think we should precipitate this type of dialogue about our people. If anything, it will be
See, this is Tariq Nasheed's talking point. So, for many black people to come and say what these people said about us, that means you support what Tariq was saying about African immigrants, and people are watching this. So, you've walked your way into a battleground that you are not mentally ready for. And that's what happened this past weekend. I mean, last weekend, I think.
African people. Because what you're doing is you're placating these ideas about Africans being inferior and having physical features that are not attractive. And basically, you're saying that they're not worthy of being in a lead role in a movie because of their African features. So I think it was really in poor taste, and I hope that the brother can retract these statements because it will undermine his credibility as a person who claims to speak on behalf of African people. So people, just let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below.
So, did you guys hear that? This is from 3 years ago. Obviously, this guy took the time, was bothered by what Tariq was saying about Somalis and African immigrants in general. Now, we fast forward to today. Let me play what is causing the outrage. Here is Tariq with, and on a Twitter space, the Horn of Africans open. They responded. And I think the room is opened by Ethiopian, but majority of the speakers are Somalis. So they ran it just like Tariq Nasheed would run the room, like if an African comes in to make fun of him. So they are giving him a taste of his own medicine. But I will give you a taste and then I'll take you to where it gets crazy.
So that's a flawed premise. based on your question, sir.
See, Tariq, let me tell you how you're being disingenuous and dishonest, right? The mere fact that, like your own words contradicts you. You're saying, what's there to hate on? Like people hate up. So are you saying that there's no possibility
I
for you
think
to
he's
hate on
rapping.
Africans
He's rapping
because they're
too.
below you? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're just trying to say? Like literally, you are spewing your hatred and your racism in beautiful, colorful words. Please, am I hearing this right now in my face? Are you saying this in my face?
Okay, let me use it.
So the thing that most people, okay, the black people that say they support Tariq, they're against the Somalis. I just played 3 years ago for you. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of these things. So how are you gonna support something that you feel like? Because the story is, okay, black people were oppressed by white people, and every African, not everyone, but majority supports black people. But now we're turning around seeing Tariq doing this. I haven't seen black people condemn what Tariq has been saying, or Jason Black, or Professor Black Truth. And these are foul stuff. These are not even borderline, racist. If a white person says that, it will be over for them. They will be called racist and all kind of stuff. But he says them. He says these things. So this is why this man is asking these questions.
So I said what I said, sir, and I asked the question, what do you have for me or any foundational black American to hate on? That's not an opinion. That's just a question. And if you
No,
let me
for
know,
you
I'll let
to
you go
say
on.
that you can't hate on something below you. So do you consider, answer the question, people of Africa
I
or
didn't say below me. I didn't say below. I just said people of places that's not doing as well as our culture. So what exactly?
1 minute, guys, one at a time.
So guys, you notice Tariq used the word culture. He brought culture into this conversation. Let's listen how this goes. Let's listen how this goes. He brought culture into this.
Just slow, calm down,
One at a
guys.
time, Chad.
Okay.
One at a time.
So again, what do you have for me or any foundational black American to hate on, sir?
We're not speaking about foundations here. We're speaking to you as an individual. Now, don't generalize things because generalization is extremely dangerous.
Okay, let's look at me.
You as an individual, Tariq,
What do I
why
have?
do you hate Africans and the African content?
That's a projection.
Express yourself.
So you guys see, the man, they didn't say African Americans or blacks. He's asking Tariq directly. He wants Tariq because Tariq is the one that said it. So the man is right. He's like, look, I don't care about no foundational thing that you came up with. You're the one that is saying this. So I'm asking you, please, black people, I want you to, listen to this conversation without emotion, being fair and not be hypocritical about it. The man is clearly, he didn't say blacks. He is asking Tariq why he, as an individual, because he's the one saying these things, not every black American. So if you pull yourself into this conversation, you're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong, because here is a guy saying vile things in your name and you are co-signing it. So at some point, you're gonna get hit too with whatever stick he's been hit with, because you are rolling with him. I'm just pointing out the facts. That's all.
That's a projection because many of you have vitriol for foundational black Americans out of jealousy and envy. So that's a
What
projection.
is there to envy
Oh, great question.
or to feel jealous about?
Because foundational black Americans are the most successful black people on the planet, and we are the face of people.
Stop lying.
Foundational black Americans.
Guys, 1 second, guys, let him speak. Let him speak.
Sir,
Guys, let him speak. We're not gonna act like how he acts in his rooms. Let's just hear him spew, whatever he got going on. Like, let's just hear what he has to say. Go on, Tariq. Speak
Okay.
up, my fellow
Thank
underprivileged
you.
brother.
Thank you so
The Somalis, the Somali guy, the guy talking, he's Somali. So he said, let Tariq speak. So he was calling him my underprivileged brother. Because know that this has been building up. The names have been called. Tariq fired these shots, and now he wants to hide his hand. He is trying to bring you in. So now he came face to face with the people he's been talking about. So that's what's happened. So that's why he's like my underprivileged brother. But now, see, another black person is gonna come and take it. Oh, he called Tariq underprivileged, therefore he said all black people. No, he's talking to Tariq, not you. So this is what's been happening. Tariq is playing you guys.
much. Foundational Black Americans are the face of Black people globally. When you think of Black success, you think of foundational Black Americans. And unfortunately, when you think of poverty, you think of many people from your homeland. And that's not me. That's just the way the world views Black people. And I
All
think
right.
you have a
So
problem
if that's
with
the case, Tariq, if that's the case, how come when we speak about wealth, the richest man in history was not is a man in the continent? He was an African, right? When we think about like culture, rich cultures, when you're saying that people of my the continent that I'm from in my country are considered poor and poverty, how come whenever people look at the face of people, the Africans, because I don't consider myself black. No one here considers himself as black,
right,
because I honestly speaking is you are literally demeaning yourself. You literally label yourself a crayon color. It
right.
shows that you have no culture, you have no ethnicity, you have no probably a lineage itself. You just want to
Mhm.
refer to a color, but we don't refer to colors. So I don't know what you mean by
What's your
black
culture?
and white,
What's your
right?
culture?
So that's all I wanted to put out there first. So
What's your
how
culture?
come
So that's the Somali guy firing back. That's the Somali guy firing back. Because all these ADOS FBA came, remember, for what was the reason? They said we want to separate from the immigrants. So this Somali guy is saying, what are you talking about? Nobody here consider themselves black. So this conversation should have ended, meaning obviously these people are not interested in your reason for doing this, which is saying reparation. They don't even consider themselves part of that group. So that means they're not going to claim this reparation you're fighting for. But what is Tariq's true motive? What is his true motive? See, when you sit on your platform, you just spewing the things and no one ever challenges you. This is what happened when you come face to face with the people you've been talking about. And these Somalis are not backing down. They are not backing down. This conversation is about to get heated.
when it comes to wealth, we don't hear about African Americans in history. When we speak about wealth, it's always people who are from Africa. People when we talk about melanated skin.
Sir, first of all, that's a great question, but I would like to back up a little bit. Foundational
No,
Black
don't deflect the
Americans,
answer, bro.
foundational Black Americans are the culture. What exactly is your culture, sir?
Don't deflect, man. Just
Not being
answer.
a
So he's using the Hotep deflection techniques. When you go to some of these platforms, you notice when you ask question, this is how it goes. It would either lecture you, deflect, set up another argument and argue according to that. So the Somali guys are very focused. They don't want to get off the ball, they don't want to get their eye off the ball, because that's how you catch somebody that's just fabricating things. You ask them question, if they deflect, just let them talk, come right back to the question. And that's what they are doing to him in this conversation.
What
than
do you
there.
mean by
That's
one
my
second?
culture.
No, no, one second,
This
one
is what he
second.
does.
He asked me about my culture. What culture do you have? Your culture is listening to hip hop songs. What wearing Nike Jordans? What robbing stores? Is that a culture? Throwing gang signs. That's a culture. listen to loud music that degrades women and considers them bitches and hoes. Is that a culture? Selling drugs, is that a culture? My culture is very rich. We have we're the first people to domesticate the camel in history of mankind. I'm Somali. You understand? We have rich language that predates English, the one that we're communicating right now with. We have a very rich. We have a specific attire that we wear.
So when the culture talk, the Somali challenged him to culture. So the Somali is laying down, their culture, what his culture is, what he is proud of. Because you see, if you want to go against somebody, this is why I say, are you really ready for this mental game? Because you are playing a completely different game than the person you're saying you're going against. Completely different. Someone might laugh at domesticating a camel. But if you don't know about camels, you never own them, you don't know, how much that means, you probably laugh at it. A Somali person would look at you like you're an idiot. Do you know what it takes to do that? So that's what is happening here. Because you can hee ha ha with somebody within your group, but when you face the people in real life, they start laying out what they are proud of. How can you take that away? You can't make fun of it because it's not gonna get to them.
That have been worn
Lots of
hundreds of
resources.
years.
Lots of resources.
You know what I'm saying? We have resources. You wear Nike Air Forces, you wear
And
Jordan
we have
shoes.
land. And we
You
have
know what I'm
land. That's the
saying?
most
You
important thing.
walk around, throwing gang signs. Is that a culture? Is that a culture, Tariq? Please let me
Okay,
know. That's a
got it.
Hold
culture.
on.
Okay,
Before
got it. Okay, so that's your culture. Your
No, I'm just
culture.
giving you an example. Like, what
Okay,
culture do you have?
okay, sir. That was a culture of failure, sir.
What's the culture
You
of failure?
Sir, you have Somali pirates with buck teeth. That's your
All
culture.
right, all right. See, the thing is,
So that's always been the joke, the Somali pirate. People find the Somali pirate funny, but Somalis don't get broken over it. But listen to how the Somalis respond to this.
right.
Somali
No, 1 minute,
pirates.
sister.
No,
Host, 1 minute.
the slaves were underneath the boat, so they were riding the boat. So what you mean?
No, we're not talking about piracy, right? You see, the problem is this individual, he likes to come on public platforms. He's a face of oppression, Black Lives Matter, fighting white supremacy and white
Sir,
imperialism. But
let me
here
get
you
on.
are spewing fake white rhetoric about piracy and Somali pirates.
That's
You know what I'm
not
saying?
fake rhetoric. He's speaking
So
facts.
1 second, right? 1 second. We're
Let
not
me get
gonna we're not gonna discuss that. We're not gonna dissect that. But
let me talk.
piracy exists everywhere in the world. All right. There's pirates in Nigeria. There's pirates in the Caribbeans. There's pirates in Mexico. There's
My leg
pirates everywhere in the world.
is in the
Scandinavia. But at the end of the day, I want to know what culture you have besides wearing Air Force.
Did you guys see what the Somali guy did? Guys, I hope you're watching and learning. You see what the Somali guy did here? Tariq deflected. He wanted to take them to a different conversation. The Somali guy is like, hold on. Don't muddy the water here. He described where piracies happen, and then he brought him right back to answering the original question. He brought him right back to answering the original question. He's not letting him get off.
Forces, what I'm saying, in Jordans and throwing gang signs and listening to rap.
got it.
Tell me what
Hold
culture
on.
you have. Just tell me
Okay.
your culture.
Now let's talk.
That's
You said
anti-blackness.
slavery. You said slavery. Now let's please don't forget there's slavery right now. Somalis are being enslaved in Libya.
False. No.
You
I'm not
see,
gonna let.
See, he's doing another deflection again. See, the Somalis are very persistent. They will not let you get off this subject. So Tariq is having a hard time. If this was his room controlling, he would have dropped them. But this, if you're gonna say this, hey, have the conversation. Like hit it, boom, 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 just like you do on your show.
All right. I want to say
something
one
is
thing
wrong with
about.
Tyrese. He changes the question. He can't answer a question. This guy, answer the question. Why is it so hard to
Before
answer
he
it?
answers the question, I want to make everyone understand that based on his rhetoric and what he just tried to what he trying to say about Somalis being enslaved in Libya. I want to make it clear that the Somalis in Libya that are supposedly being enslaved are actually people that are kidnapped and held for ransom. All right. Libya is a war zone. It's a failed state. There's anarchy right there. People migrate to Europe through Libya because it's very close to, Europe. You can take a boat and go to Europe. So the armed groups, what they do is they kidnap people and they hold them ransom until you pay them a certain amount of money to be freed. So
the Somali guy is right. They've even kidnapped some Gambians that they've asked their people back home to pay ransom. The guy is absolutely correct. But let's hear what else he adds to it.
using your logic, if everyone that's held ransom is considered a slave, that means the Somali pirates who would, hijack ships on the Indian Ocean, when they would capture the captains who are white people and take money for ransom in hundreds of millions of dollars, that means we enslaved white people. So using your logic, that means we Somalis have white slaves in Somalia today. But that's not the case. They're being held captive for ransom. Similarly, the Somalis in Libya are being held captive for ransom. Anyone that has power usually abuses it in a way to gain resources. So don't come here with a stupid logic and say that Somalis are being enslaved in Libya. There's no one that's being enslaved in Libya. There's no Libyan slave trade. It's simply armed groups holding people captive to gain resources. Now, I hope that answered your question. Don't come.
The Somali is killing Tariq with facts only. What is factual? He's killing him with facts. So Tariq is going to resort to name calling pretty soon. Watch. And then people that are saying you're not playing where the Somalis, quote unquote, disrespected, black people. I will play that too. Just be patient with me. I will play that too. Because you're going to hear Tariq also how we got to, because prior to that video, know that we had 3 years prior to all this. So this was just the face-to-face. That's it. But it's been going on. I mean, on one side, on Tariq's side, the Somalis and the other Africans, the Nigerians were responding and, but the Somalis finally, Tariq came face-to-face with them on Twitter. And that's what we are, breaking down here.
With some bullshit nonsense. Act like an educated man that you sometimes presume and show people that you're smart or whatever, but please don't come with dumb arguments like that. And tell me why what culture you have. Like, answer the question. Why do you spoke about my culture? What culture do you have besides wearing Jordans and listening to rap songs and throwing gang signs and selling drugs and raping women and beating women?
That's rich coming from a culture of refugees and poverty-stricken people who have a low nutrition and anemic problem.
The question was for Tariq, all right? If you want a booty clap for him or you want to, hold some...
Man, these Somalis are vicious. Listen to them.
Pom-poms and cheerlead. You can do that in the DMs, you know what I'm saying? You can text him, you can lick his ass in the DMs, right? Not over here. The question is directly towards him. No need to interject and interrupt us. Be civilized. Act like you have clothes on your back. Tariq, tell me what culture you have besides wearing Jordans and, singing songs and dancing.
Yeah,
I just want to say this man right here with the Arabic writing. This man is actually he's a Black American who's LARPing as a Yemen or whatever he is. He's LARPing as an Arab or whatever.
Oh, the flag is Egypt, brother.
Let's
get back into.
But you're
let's
LARPing.
get back to the question.
I knew contradiction from the beginning.
Yo, you guys chill one time. Let's stay on topic. We had
Let Tariq answer the question.
We had a queue after him too. Not the answer. I think it was Lotus, Professor.
Lotus, yeah.
Ronnie. I don't know if he's here. He's probably gone. There's more people though. Let's let other people.
Let's Tariq answer the question though. What culture do you have? Since you want to talk about my culture, let us know what culture you have. Because I have a culture. We have a certain attire, a certain way we dress. We've been dressing this way for hundreds of years. We have certain traditions. When we get married, when we reach adolescence, the stuff that we do. There's a certain way that we act. So tell us what culture you have, Tariq. since you believe that
Okay.
you have a superior culture towards us. And don't
Okay.
talk about Jordan, and don't talk
Right.
about rap songs.
Oh, okay. Don't talk about that. Okay. I just don't want to touch a nerve. I see the Somalian slavery that touched a nerve, and I
No, I
don't
didn't
want
touch
to.
your nerve. It's very funny. I find it hilarious. And if that's what you consider
Why
slavery,
can't he answer the question? Is it that hard to tell us what
no, if
culture?
he
If you
considers that
asked me, I would
slavery,
say it.
yeah, if he considers that slavery, then I have enslaved the white man, and that makes me superior to all other Africans
Got it.
because it
Got it.
seems
Got
like we enslave the white man, and right now
it,
we
sir.
tax them motherfuckers. Like we make $200 million a year off piracy, and
Right.
that's a very profitable business, and we make that off who?
But when you
The
bring
white
up
man.
slavery, we can also talk about the Ethiopian slaves. And
So Tariq, most of his talk is about slavery, colonialism, and he likes to force everybody to belong to this group. So finally, people are like, like this Somali is pushing, logic onto him because it's like, dude, what are you talking about? So Tariq is gonna try to, deflect, make it seem like he's joking, but he shouldn't do this because he said a whole lot of things. So he should have a real conversation with the Somalis.
Dubai right now.
Honey, you can't even talk about. Don't even bring
What
Ethiopia,
about
honey. We were
Ethiopian slaves
never
in Dubai?
fucking conquered. Not even. Wait, Tariq, why don't you answer the question? Is it that hard to find a culture? At least make up a culture or make up a language. Try to say some culture wise. God damn. He doesn't have a culture. That's why he's not answering a question.
No, sister, let him answer. Listen, answer. Go ahead, Tariq. Tell us
You,
your culture that's so
uh,
superior towards us Africans.
why I can't? You won't let me get it out. You just keep. You
Don't talk about
don't talk about your.
Dubai
Oh, got it.
and stuff like that. I want to know
Your
culture.
culture.
What is your culture famous for, other
We
than
have
wearing Jordans?
we have a culture of not fleeing in our Jordans, sir. If it were not for
Here come. I knew Tariq was gonna bring the fleeing. So yeah, Tariq, like I said, he's gonna troll and say the culture of fleeing. Let's hear Tariq, give his side.
foundational Black Americans, you would
I
still,
asked you your culture, young
sir.
man.
I'm telling you the
Address the
culture,
question
and
and
you are
answer it.
emulating our culture.
What is
Our
your
culture.
culture?
If it were not for African American foundational
What is
Black
your
American
culture,
culture,
man?
sir, I would love to tell you if you let me tell you,
Do you have certain attire that you
sir.
wear, a certain dress code
Don't
Foundational
that
Black
worry.
your culture is known
Let him
for?
speak.
American,
Let
part
him
of
speak. Cause
let me
1 minute.
let
We
me
give you 1 minute only, Tariq.
Okay, 1 minute, sir, ma'am. Foundational Black American culture is not fleeing from your issues, fighting and fighting for justice for other people. That's part of our
In
culture.
other words,
Yeah.
he has no culture, bro.
Because if it were not for foundational Black American culture, you would still be home barbecuing a hyena.
So okay, you guys see, Tariq talks to thousands of people, but I don't know if he's just doing it as a joke, but want to do it at the expense of Somalis. How can this even make sense? He's been challenged by the Somalis. He's talking about, oh, the culture of barbecuing hyenas. Nobody is laughing at that in this chat. So I hope Black people, you understand this person that you are elevating as smart. Look at how he's representing you in a conversation that's supposed to make sense. This is how he talks. And you're surprised by when the Somalis brought the smoke. This is how he was talking to them, talking about barbecuing hyena. What kind of stupid talk is that? Seriously, though.
So that's
stop
not
talking
culture. So
about
that's not a culture.
foundational Black American
That is
culture.
not a culture, man.
That is your culture. Your
That's not
culture.
a culture.
That is
I
not a
want to know
culture.
your
That is not
culture.
a
Can we
culture.
address that? What is your culture?
He
Wait,
has
Your
no
okay,
culture, bro.
let's go step by
Oh, he has
step
no
for him
culture.
since he doesn't know. Okay, what's your
I will
language?
tell you your
Start with
culture. If you don't
language.
know your culture, I will tell you your culture. Your
I'm
culture
telling
is
you,
wearing Jordans.
your culture
It's
is eating.
listening to rap songs.
Wait,
Your
Tariq.
culture is wearing Jordans.
Wait, Maria. Let's go step by step for him. What's your language? Let's go start by slowly. What's the language? What's your cultural language? What's the language you speak as an African American?
That's a good one.
Great question. Foundational Black Americans created a language called Tutnese, and we speak that here. But
Hey, you gotta give it to Tariq though. He's funny. He's actually funny. But this is crazy. He said they have a language called Tutnese. I don't know if he's trolling, but this is wild. Seriously.
Can you speak to me in Tutnese?
Papukute lolalavuve aratasase.
Bro, he just made that up. He just made that up.
Tariq just made up a language, Tutnese. He called it Tutnese. He's making some gibberish and he called it his language. Tariq is crazy, I swear.
Yo, this nigga just made that up on the spot. Goodness gracious. I can bet you $1,000 you cannot repeat that, what you just said. Please repeat what you just said. Just exactly what you said. Go on, the floor is yours. Repeat it.
Biakute lolalavuve and aratasase.
Oh, hell no, you didn't say that. You said
That's not what you said.
Oh, who?
Go
God
to,
damn it.
sir, we have a language that's Tut language that foundational Black Americans created.
Seriously, like, Tariq is crazy. Seriously, this guy, I don't know.
Sir, this is very well documented. You can Google it. And I know the language and I speak the language, sir.
Do you communicate with that language at home or do you communicate in English?
I communicate this language with other foundational Black Americans in certain
Do you communicate it with your siblings and your parents?
Sir, I'm telling you what I'm doing with the language.
Not foundational Black Americans, with your family at your home. When you're at the table of dinner, do you say save grace or do you say tokumpe papongwe wunge? Which one is it?
Sir, Hackney, calm down. Let me get what I'm saying.
Do you say grace at the table or do you say tokunde? Or whatever you're blabbering.
Sir, at least I say grace and I'm not starving. But let me finish.
I am not starving. Do I look like I'm starving?
Well, you sound hungry, sir.
I'm not hungry. Please don't do
that. You look
Let's
starving. You have a small neck. Shows malnutrition.
Interesting.
So so you see, the taking shots at Somalis didn't stop. They kept saying the Somalis are starving. So Tariq, every opportunity he gets, he just keep throwing shots. So, but these shots get harder when the Somalis, step up the game. Watch how it goes. Watch how it goes.
Moving on.
Wait, I'm gonna put the Egyptian guy down because I don't.
Yeah, put that nigga in the cage. Put that nigga in the cage.
You guys are.
That's a projection.
Express yourself.
That's a projection because many of you have vitriol for foundational Black Americans out of jealousy and envy. So that's a
projection. What is there to envy?
Oh, great question.
Or to feel jealous about?
Because foundational Black Americans are the most successful Black people on the planet, and we are the face of people.
Stop lying.
Attire that we wear, that have been worn.
Lots of resources.
But here you are, Libya, that are supposedly being enslaved. Communicate with that language at home, or do you communicate in English?
I communicate this language with other foundational Black Americans in certain.
Do you communicate it with your siblings and your parents?
Sir, I'm telling you what I'm doing with the language.
Not foundational Black Americans, with your family at your home. When you're at the table of dinner, do you say save grace or do you say tokumpe papongwe wunge? Which one is it?
Sir, Hackney, calm down. Let me get what I'm saying.
Do you say grace at the table or you say tokunde? Or whatever you're blabbering.
Sir, at least I say grace and I'm not starving. But let me finish.
I am not starving. Do I look like I'm starving?
Well, you sound hungry, sir.
I'm not hungry. Please don't do that.
You look starving. You have a small neck. Shows malnutrition.
Interesting. Moving on.
Wait, I'm gonna put the Egyptian guy down because I don't.
Yeah, put that nigga in the cage. Put that nigga in the cage.
You guys deserve to be
lock him up because he's acting uncivilized like an animal.
The fucking North Africa. I'm gonna put him down. God damn.
No, put him in.
Man, these hornets are tough. Even the Egyptian didn't fit the standard. They had to put him in the cage. Jeez.
The cage. Go back to let's go back.
Yo, could y'all put me on the queue one time, bro? This guy's been talking.
Yeah, let Professor.
Yeah, let Professor go.
I'm to queue
after Tariq is done.
Yeah, me too, man.
And Lotus. Yeah, all right. Everyone can go. Let Professor go, and then
Lotus is before me. Lotus is before me. I'm gonna go after Lotus.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here.
All right, Professor, it's on Professor.
It's good that you're not hiding the shadows like a coward. You finally came out.
Oh yeah, that's the great thing about foundational Black Americans. We are not cowards like.
Okay, so guys, I'm about to play the conversation. It's from another channel where the Somalis go harder because Tariq pissed them off more. That's the one everyone is talking about. So let me start that one here.
make sure to make 2 tweets with cancel Tariq. We can get at least 10,000 of them going.
This is
That pussy ass
crazy.
nigga, if I ever see him, waxa weeyaan indhaha ka wasaya naca la dhalay. See, that's the privilege of having a culture. You can cuss and speak. Everybody, brother in our community.
I'm listening to some crazy for cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, bruh. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Nita says you're on a roll, day 11. Did you see Whoopi Holocaust story, Fox News, etc., calling her anti-Semitic and racist? I think it was a misunderstanding. I think she said something about Holocaust had nothing to do with race. She's right. It had nothing to do with race. Neither did slavery, right? It was about states' rights. She's absolutely correct. Y'all have got to hear this.
Speak.
So you have,
listen.
you
First
have,
of all, it's great to meet you guys. I love all the
you
points
have
you're
some
bringing up.
Ethiopians,
And
some
a couple months
non-FBAs
back, I was in Nashville and Tennessee,
going
and
against
I came across
Tariq
Andrew
Nasheed, bro.
Jackson's memorial.
This is the
And I looked at
craziest
Andrew
thing I've
Jackson,
heard.
and a lot of people hate him because he's one of the biggest slave-owning presidents of America.
Craziest thing
But
I've
I
heard, bro.
understood from that moment why.
So this is where it got the crazy part of it. So now the Somalis are about to respond to everything Tariq was saying, and they're gonna give their synopsis of, FBA culture.
He had a lot of slaves.
Y'all got to hear this, bro.
And I understand the logic behind it.
Just listen to this.
Now, number one, if you look at a lot of these Negroes, they're not productive for themselves. All they do is come on this app, they swear at people. This Negro called Tariq Nasheed is a scammer, just like Umar Johnson, talking about they're going to build the community, build schools. These Negroes don't build shit, you know what I mean? Number two, also, the second thing also I wanted to say was that, when you look at a Negro, especially a lot of them on this app, there are very a lot of people, like, especially if you look at Tariq right now, he's probably meditating, but, like, whenever a black person, gets mad, all you need to do is just, hum with them, right, in their songs. And they're Negro spiritual. That's how you basically interact with them.
This is, what Tariq was saying, the Somalis are hungry and all. So now this Somali is doing slave joke. He is doing slave joke now. Saying, so he's giving Tariq what Tariq was giving to them. Remember that.
These are black
people.
They don't associate as black.
People,
so this guy here, Lucas, this is blowing his mind. He's probably never heard, quote unquote. He's pretending. I have seen this guy mock other groups. So I don't know why he's pretending. But many people do that when the shoe is on the other foot.
But I found out naturally, they deserve to be enslaved. They're natural slaves. I used to hate Andrew Jackson, but then I looked at him. I said, "I understand you, Andrew Jackson. I know where you were coming from."
These aren't white people. Listen to me. They're not white.
And Thomas Jefferson sat down together and said, "Black people are 3/5 of human being." I thought that was racist to begin with, but I understood the logic behind it. They don't deserve to be human beings. These people are chattel slaves. They don't speak their own language. How the fuck are you gonna talk to African? I'll enslave you and grab you by the neck. Whenever I see a black person, my keychains start ringing. You know what I mean? The reason why my keychains start moving is because it wants to go on their neck and enslave them. Obviously, I can't do that. United Nations is gonna come. United Nations obviously passed laws against human rights, so I won't do that to them. Right?
So this is the thing that people say, oh, these Africans expose themselves. It's not about, think about everything Tariq was saying. Okay? Everything Tariq was saying. So don't tell me this is your first time you've really heard somebody say this. Like, what have they exposed? They haven't exposed anything. Because Tariq went poking people that he said are powerless, but he kept poking. He did it with the Nigerians, all Africans, Somalis, and now he came in a room. This is the final straw, I'm guessing. So the story, because I've been hearing people say, oh, they're gonna send it to Homeland Security. In fact, someone sent me this video. They emailed it to me. Thank you for emailing this to me. Because I've been hearing the rumors but I haven't had the chance to listen. You guys are listening to it with me.
But if this was a past, I would enslave them. So for a
Listen to
Negro,
this.
for
I
a
watch. I
slave,
couldn't believe
for
what I was
African
hearing. Watch y'all to
Jamal,
hear this.
who still is my African name, you know what I mean, Tyrone, right? Akuna Matata, to come at me and to say negative things about African people. I'll wrap it up by saying this, right? And you know, there was a good poem that one man once made, and it was that, why do black people, what do you call a black man hanging off a tree, right? Branch manager. That's what you call him. And I'll wrap it up by saying one more.
So he just did a lynching joke saying, what do you call a black man hanging from a tree? Branch manager. You know, you get the joke. The manager of the branch. That's the joke he's telling.
That, you know, I have nothing against black people. Obviously, I've been to Harlem before. I've met black people. I've been to Bronx. I've danced with them. I did a little hip hop dance, right? Had a little fun.
So trust me, like some really crazy stuff that many of you probably never heard. Okay, that's what you hear here. And I'm not gonna lie, even myself, I didn't know people had this kind of heat for each other. But with the way Jason Black and Tariq was talking, I'm not surprised that, you know, at some point one group is going to retaliate. They're going to respond, and it's not going to be nice.
I got that Negro vibe, but generally, when it comes to these Negroes, I hate them with a passion. This isn't all black people. I'm just talking about Negroes and not black people. And I'm done talking about. I love this conversation. Very productive.
Bro,
And
I
let's
want you
continue.
to understand. This is, bro, I have never heard.
Thank you, brother Professor.
This sounds like,
you know, like I said, everyone should follow him. He's a very intellectual brother in our community.
he's a
Great points he shared.
he's an
Agree with you
intellectual
100%
brother in the
wholeheartedly.
community.
Someone add Tariq. He came and requested my
This is blowing Lucas's mind here.
Twitter is glitching or some shit.
Did you
But
hear
add
what?
Tariq, he's here.
Bro, this
Add him,
sounds
you
like
know,
some,
we wanna know
honestly,
why he hates, you know, people within Africa, and specifically Somalis, throwing around
bruh,
jokes, calling
this
us
is
pirates
wild.
and all other, you know, using layman terms. Like, I want to know why you hate us so. What made you? What made
Nobody
you so
hates.
like, what made this nigga
Nobody
so mad?
hates Africans.
So we're twins because we're both niggas.
Wait,
Well,
Tariq, it's not your turn. Hara, Hara been waiting. There's Malik. There's Dante.
yeah, see, I know. Host, but 1 second.
This
I
is
just want to know
wild,
what
bruh.
made this nigga so mad.
I'm listening to this and I'm
He
losing
talking
my
to me. Well,
mind.
this room is a little musty right now. I have to step out. Excuse me.
So you guys see Tariq again. Tariq brought the joke picking on, picking this on the Somalis. You know, he said the room is musty, meaning it smells. So Tariq is literally trolling at that point.
Like a coward, you run and hide in the shadows.
He said it's
Don't be the
musty.
Asian lady.
Yo, let's stop giving him attention, man. He's obviously.
Why would you run away? You said that you don't run and
The
flee.
must.
Didn't you say with your Jordans
But
on?
the must. The must. And
Did
the
you forget
smells.
that you don't run with your Jordans?
The
I thought
must.
you stand
Sir,
like a man.
my
They
Jordans,
don't sell
sir,
deodorant in Somalia.
my
It's a rare
Jordans,
commodity.
sir, my Jordans are better than your funky flip flops.
I don't wear flip
Yes,
flops.
you do,
Just
sir.
tell me why you're so mad and
Sir,
why you hate people
sir,
in Africa, specifically
sir,
No one
Somalis.
hates people.
Were you
Give
bullied
it
by
what he
Somalis?
just.
Nah, I think he's jealous the way the men's look. That he knows.
No, I want to know, did a
You're-
Somali guy bully you?
I'm jealous of the
some
way the
shit?
men look. So you saying I want a big forehead and wide teeth? No, ma'am. I
No,
don't.
they got.
Do you guys see? So this is a usual. You see how Tariq pulled that out of the back of his pocket? It's like he says this so much, it's second nature. You see how quickly he reached for that? So he's picking on Somali men again, right there, in the same, chat with them. Listen to how they respond. I'm telling you, like, there's some crazy stuff said here, but it's also funny. Let's, be honest with yourself. They sound crazy, but it's funny.
The nice lip, they got the nice eyes, the cheeks, everything.
One
I can
second,
explain it.
sister, host. Let's
She's
not go there. I just wanna
Ethiopian
know,
who's talking. She's
did a Somali
Ethiopian
guy
who's
like
talking.
bully you or some shit? Or like, where did the hatred stem from? Please let us know.
Nobody
Let's
has
unpack
hatred
what
for
you've been through, like the
Africans.
trauma that you have that caused you to hate Somalis and Africans. Like, tell us why. Where did it
Sir,
come from? When did it
There
start?
is
10
no
years
you
ago?
hatred.
5 years ago?
are you saying I got bullied by a skinny, starving Somali? Is
No,
that
no,
what you're
no,
saying?
no, no. It doesn't necessarily have to be a skinny guy. There's a lot of buff
Sir,
Somalis.
I don't.
But anyways, tell us,
I'm not the toughest
where did
guy,
it come from?
sir. I'm not the toughest guy, but I'm pretty sure I can kick one of your people's asses.
Bruh.
And only thing that would get me.
I don't know what world you
If
live
you
in.
can, then why are you still a slave? Why do you
No,
have a
no.
slave mindset?
Listen,
Why do you
listen. Don't say
protest Black
sister.
Lives Matter?
Ma'am,
Sister, 1 second, 1 second.
calm down.
This man
Ma'am.
who basically privileged off the poor, who
Stop
stole money raised for the
projection.
BLM.
Yes, I
Projection.
want y'all to hear
You
this,
stole
bruh.
money. You're a
Because I couldn't
coward.
believe it
now you're
myself.
lying.
Yes,
Make
this is
fun of a
live right
Somali
now.
man.
This is
You're
going
being a
on
woman.
right
You can
now.
never kick a Somali man's ass, all right?
This is going on right
You'll
now.
never ever in your life compare yourself towards a Somali and believe that you could, do anything. The difference between you and a Somali is a class. Don't make me use the Bleach reference, all right?
What?
Anyone that watches the anime probably knows it.
What Bleach
All right, there's a
reference?
class between you and a Somali, like the monkey that thought it could touch the moon after seeing it.
Lucas doesn't know that story. It doesn't. He's going straight into the, in America, the Black American thinking mode. He hears monkey. He's thinking it's just a story, a saying. He's not saying Tariq is the monkey. It's a story of how the monkey reaches for the moon. But I'll let him tell it.
In the river. It only knew of its foolery after it drowned, and it was drowning, that the moon is in the sky and the monkey is on the ground, in the earth. You are no different than that monkey that thought it could touch the moon. Talking about Somali, this Somali.
Bruh,
You
these
have no
are
culture.
black-skinned
The only thing you
individuals.
do is wear
This is what I'm
black
saying.
Air Forces,
I did not know they.
rob, pillage, steal.
This is
beat on
wild
women.
to me.
What else do you do that you're famous for, Tariq? Scamming.
Rob, pillage,
The list goes
steal.
on and on. Your hero is Lil Daniel or Lil Durk, whatever his name is. Chicago is where you basically, we're not in Harlem, in East Harlem in Chicago. What culture do you have? At least a Somali pirate is out here, according to your logic, enslaving white people.
What?
Since we hold them for ransom and make $200 million a year off piracy. What do you have, Tariq?
What pirate is making $200 million a year?
Next, let's give the mic to the people that have been raising their hands.
Everybody hashtag cancel Tariq Nasheed. Please
Cancel
let it be
Tariq
trending on
Nasheed.
Twitter. This man needs to be canceled. He's a racist. He hates people of African descent.
What?
Cancel
He's a racist
Tariq
and hates
Nasheed.
people of
He's
African
a
descent.
coward.
He just
When
called
confronted, he runs and hides.
called
He
us all
hides in the shadows like
monkeys.
a coward.
This is the craziest thing ever,
Cancel
man.
Tariq. Everybody make sure to make 2 tweets with cancel Tariq. We can get at least 10,000 of them going.
This is
That pussy ass
crazy.
nigga, if I ever see him, waxa weeyaan indhaha ka wasaan ala dhalay. See, that's the privilege of having a culture. You can cuss and speak your own language, something Tariq does not have. He had to resort to tutumbe bubumbe, something that he just made up on the spot. God damn it.
I don't even know what he
Anyways,
said, honestly.
the floor is yours, guys.
First,
Let me say something, Sultan, I think he might have done sihr on you, brother, so I advise you to.
Hey, listen to this part. This is gonna blow your mind. This part is actually funny. He said he must have done sihr on you. Maybe, I guess, put a hex on him. Let's find out. This is wild.
To recite some prayers, brother. Protect yourself from his magic.
Brother, there's no way an underprivileged individual such as him can put any sihr on me. All right. He is below me, beneath me. He has a recessive gene. He's a descendant of a slave. His genes are recessive compared to mine. I have superior genes. I was never enslaved.
What? This is how they
You
talk?
have a tiny head. You're really stupid.
My hair is
You
not.
have a really
Listen,
small head.
listen.
This is how they.
Skull, all right.
This is crazy
Yes,
to
you're
hear.
right. I
The
agree with you.
taxonomy has
Compared
nothing
to
to
your
do
hear
with the size.
like
Listen,
black
compared
people
to your
talk,
skull,
but they
I don't have
don't
a Negro skull.
see
I agree
themselves as
100%.
black.
My
Yeah, you
skull
have
is
a
high. Excuse
tiny
me.
womanly like skull.
This
You're
is
very
the
Listen,
craziest
stop
thing,
looking at me,
honestly, ever I've heard.
Objectifying me, please. All right. I don't
Honestly.
play
putting
that
the
shit.
Arab dude down, putting the
That
Egyptian.
nigga's objectifying me and shit, talking about you have a womanly skull.
Yo, these
We don't play that shit in
these
East Africa. We will
Egyptians
smoke you, nigga,
raised
if I
by
fucking saw
Arabs
you.
and want to speak. That is sad.
This fucking nigga with the R, nigger, is objectifying me and saying that I have feminine features. Fucking nigger. We don't play that shit in Africa, nigger with a hard R. Nigger! If I were to see y'all, put a bullet between your nigger head, nigger.
What the fuck?
Fucking
Bro,
coming
what?
here talking about you have a feminine head. What the fuck? How
This-
the head feminine women like it?
Bro,
Cause
this
of
is
cause.
crazy.
Anyways, Tariq is back.
These
I
are
mean, Michael
African.
Jackson, their favorite.
He says he's
Bring back Tariq to
African.
the stage. Someone help me cause. I can't.
This is the part it starts getting crazier. Crazy.
Bring people to
But
the
wait,
stage.
our co-host, I was trying to bring him up, but then can
I don't even know what to tell y'all, bro.
Kay or Malik speak because they've been raising
I don't
their
even know what
hand
to
up.
tell
Can I
y'all,
say
bro.
something
Hello.
also?
I have the link in the chat. If you want to hit it, come quick and say, you know, what you think, what you're seeing. Make it quick, stick with the topic, and drop out. But the link is in the chat.
I think there were people ahead of me, so I'll just wait.
I really don't even know
Yeah,
what to
let
tell
Malik go
y'all, bro.
first. Let Malik go first.
I think Malik.
These are
Malik
actual.
first.
I don't even know what to tell
But
you,
yo,
bro.
Malik, before you go, bro, I want to say one thing, right?
What,
I have
what,
nothing against black people. I was talking about Negroes specifically. So black people, I love you guys. I've been to Harlem. I dance with you guys.
Look
It's all
at
fun.
how
But
he
go on,
said,
triggered
Malik.
I don't
you are.
have
So
anything
triggered.
against black people. I just have
Appreciate
something
Calm
against.
down,
Ni-
Negro.
Calm down.
Go
We're
on,
not
bro.
in Detroit, right? Let's be
Wait,
civilized,
Tariq,
Tariq.
can you
Right?
We're
please
not
hold
in
on for a
Detroit.
second
Let's
and
be
let
civilized,
Malik
bruh.
speak?
This
He
is
thinks we're still in
Turn.
Detroit. You don't have to. You don't have to run away from bullets, man. Calm down. You're safe here, right? But
It's
yeah.
a safe
Salute to
space.
this
the
is
safe space, but you
wild.
know this
All
is a
this
white
time, I thought
dominated
we were
area.
like
But
family, yo. The
you know,
struggle and
both
You're not
everything.
white,
you know what I'm
sir.
saying?
You want to be white.
You could you?
This is
Tariq,
insane.
I'm gonna say.
See, the way Lucas is responding, that's how many people are responding because they don't know the history. They don't know what Tariq caused this. Tariq has been saying all kind of stuff about African immigrants and Somalis, to be specific. I don't think he knows this. He might want to do some research. Tariq went and brought black people into his own personal war.
This again, okay?
This is
Please
live
be
for
a
those who
civil
don't know. This is
person
live. This is
and
going on
let
right
Malik
now, bruh.
speak. God damn.
He cannot even act like he has clothes on his back. He's out
Yeah,
here
it's okay.
Look
blurting.
who's
I
talking.
don't think he understands English. I speak Tutanese. I don't know if you guys know that, so I just want to communicate to him in a manner that he'll understand. So Tariq, you know, I just have a couple words to say to you in Tutanese.
Bruh.
Yeah, so that's all I have to say to you, Tariq.
Lucas's face is cracking me up. This is wild.
They're laughing at this, bruh.
In Tutanese, before I move on with what I was gonna say, right?
They really, this is wild,
you know,
bruh.
as a civilized African, you know what I'm saying?
EYB Entertainment. He said, Africans talk like this? Nah. I mean, the joke that Tariq is giving them, they are giving the opposite to him.
As a
I thank
civilized
God for my
African.
people. We have done great work on the African Americans and white people. We have, conquered them, both of them. You know what I'm saying? We came
Who have you
to America. We haven't
conquered?
been here 300 years like African Americans. You know what I'm saying? The first melanated president of America wasn't no African American. Who was it? It was a Kenyan man. You know what I'm saying? And who was the first
What?
Who was the first vice president, melanated vice president? It was Kamala Harris, which is a Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? So look at all the accomplishments we have made. You know, Somalis have been in America. You know what I'm saying? They started moving here in the 1990s. You know what I'm saying? Like 30 years ago. Now look, they got Ilhan Omar. They got
They
a
got Ilhan
congresswoman also
Omar?
in Maine.
This is exactly what I'm talking
They got a
about.
mayor in Maine. All these things. So they're
This is
accomplishments.
exactly
So
what I'm
East
talking
Africans, West
about.
Africans, unlike Nigerians, have a
When I
higher
say
income than white people
when I
living in
say
America. So I don't
Latinos
know
and
what
all
African
that,
Americans are doing. They're sitting on the ground, you know what I'm saying, stealing, robbing, beating up Asians. But Africans are getting
nobody
stuff done
beating
for
up
themselves. So
Asians,
shout out
bruh.
to us Africans. You know, we're doing great work, unlike Tariq. So yeah, I just want to
This
say
is
that's all I have to
wild.
say. Thank you
Spike
for letting
Races,
me
you're
speak.
hella
African
new,
power.
Lucas. These Africans
Yo,
really think they're
let
dark
Luke
skinned
go then.
Arabs.
Think
I didn't know
kind of go in
this.
order. I don't remember who's out here, but let's just go like
Renus is
PTR.
absolutely
You know what I mean? We're gonna let
unbelievable.
Dante,
I have
then
never
Luke go,
heard a
then
black
Hamza.
person
I agree 100% with Malik.
like darker than
And
me
please, guys,
say a
try
hard
to get that
ER.
coward back on stage. He keeps running and leaving.
Brax says there are some people that believe
It's
some
very
blacks are the
common
greatest
for
tools of white
people
supremacy,
of
and there's no way they
ADOS to
really
have
want to
that
exterminate
kind of
us.
behavior.
They
That's
may
all
be
I want
right.
to say. Don't run. Don't run.
Warren says ICBM Africa.
Tariq Nasheed, filth.
Before
Nash and
anyone
Oxy, defend
speaks, what's his
yourself.
name? Hara. He wants to speak.
Gideon says all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Clearly.
Yo,
Me and
M2,
Big Dog
let
were in this. I was trying to get on, bro.
Requested.
I was requesting to
allow
speak.
people and allow Tariq to come back on stage. You know,
But apparently
Wait,
someone
he
in
keeps running, and
the space
make the hashtag
waited like 2
Confronting
hours to
Nasheed
speak. I'm not
trend.
waiting no damn 2 hours to speak.
Come up, you
Everybody
filthy nigger.
make 5 tweets.
This is what they're
There's too
saying.
many people on stage.
They
so
sound
let
like
people talk, and then
freaking
we'll kick them and bring someone back.
white
Yeah, why don't you
supremacists,
keep
bro.
doing that? He
They
keeps running
sound.
away from the plantation.
But you guys see how Lucas sound here? This is how many of the Africans who were engaging Tariq, Jason Black, and the other people that said these things, to the Africans, these people sounded like the KKK, the things they are saying. But see, somehow that was never on his radar. But this one fell under his radar because he considers himself to be a part of this group. You see? But if you go read the comments, you listen, you watch the conversations, immigrants were calling Tariq and these people for the things they were saying. They would say it's white supremacy. And you would see in the chat, it is black people arguing, telling these people, Tethers, get out of here. You are sensitive. You're this. But the same exact type of, rhetoric is being repeated. Now the Somalis are hateful.
Yeah, he keeps running and coming on and off. So
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, let's
We don't even need white supremacists if this
Dante,
is
then Luke, and then
if
Hamza.
this is who's coming to the country.
After M2,
Big Dog says most of them in their love in her district.
Guys, I have the link in the comment. You can hit it anytime you have something to say. Come through.
And I'm pissed off that you took the money that I donated to be a Black Lives Matter, even though I don't believe in that, movement. So, nigga, I want my money, nigga, with a hard R, nigga.
First thing I want to do is thank the black community for one thing, for killing.
MS Delta, you should call in. I mean, my perspective is not the only perspective. I mean, you can call in and let the people hear. Don't just say I'm biased. I mean, you can come in and tell us what you see.
Killing off 19 million black babies through abortion. I like to thank you. That's the original Crime Stoppers, original. And I like to.
Well, EYB, that may be true, but not in the sentence it was used in that conversation. The monkey and the moon story. That's an actual moon story. Like it's a parable to tell the person the monkey can never reach the moon. When the monkey thought it can get to the moon because it saw the shadow of the moon in the river, tried to reach for it, and then it drowned. It's a way of someone telling another person that you are not at my level.
Start off with, of course, Tariq Nasheed, he stole money. That's what he does. That's his lineage. His lineage only knows one thing: slavery and subjugation. That's the only two things they know. Listen, when a Negro comes outside, the first thing he does is try to commit a crime. He sees an old Asian lady, he's gonna jump her with his brothers, because that's what they do. They're niggers. This is what Negroes do. Why do you expect more from these people? I don't expect nothing from them. When I see a black person, I am looking at a future criminal. When I see a black baby, I am looking at a future criminal. That's how I feel about it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Dante. And I would like to emphasize with the
Dante
word
Abdullah
nigger with the hard R. Nigger. Say it with me, guys. Nigger.
Nigger.
All right. Maria South, welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from New York.
Thank you for calling in.
Okay.
Yeah, you said, but you are what? You were going to say, but you are?
Oh, no, I was going to say I'm Jamaican.
Oh, you're Jamaican. Okay.
Yeah.
So, are you familiar with Tariq Nasheed and his beef with African immigrants?
Oh, yeah, like.
And Jamaicans too, any black immigrant. So are you familiar? What do you think about what is happening now between him and the Somalis?
I think that's pretty funny. He finally had gotten a taste of his own medicine. Like it's hilarious. honestly.
Okay. Oh, so you are enjoying him going at it with the Somalis. Finally,
Yeah,
you
the
know. Okay.
Somalis teared them apart. It was so funny.
So, what do you feel about the things that Tariq says about all black immigrants, including Caribbeans?
I feel like he's a coward for that. Like it's just such like a weak thing to do. Like you never really hear them come at any other immigrants, but yet you come at like the 1%. Like we don't even make a big population of all immigrants, but yet you come in at like us. It's kind of weird.
Like, what do you think the motive is? Do you think he's just trolling, making money, or that's how? Or he knows many people feel this way in the black community, so he's just the one saying it.
It's just him. Like I think he's just doing this as like making money, as in like race hustling and trying to like spew hate and all this other stuff. So yeah, it's definitely just for the money.
Because the Somalis, man, they turned up so hard. Black people are now calling Homeland Security on the Somalis and all Africans. Because of what the Somalis did, they want all Africans out.
Wow, that is so silly for them to. I don't know. So wow.
Yeah. Well, Maria, thanks for calling. I'll put you backstage, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Dr. R, welcome to the show, Dr. R. Dr. R, are you there? I guess Dr. R has disappeared. All right, let's move on to the next person. Pirate Princess, welcome to the show. Where you calling from?
It's
Oh,
me, only
oh,
me.
only me. Oh, you switch your
Oh
name
my,
to a pirate.
yes, I just
Captain Phillips.
this piracy is so hilarious. I just have to adopt that. From now on, I'm pirate princess.
So,
Anyway,
so what do you
hello.
think about are you familiar with Tariq Nasheed?
Yes, I am.
So
Mm-hmm.
so you've heard the things he says about immigrants, right? Black
Oh
immigrants.
yes. Mm-hmm.
So
I've
how do you
heard.
feel about, like, this conversation you're hearing between him and
Mm-hmm.
Somalis, your people?
Yeah, yeah, my people, my crazy, crazy people. All right. Um, First of all, I don't agree whatever they said. I mean,
Mhm.
they were pretty hard on what the guy was saying. I don't agree with what he said. But the thing is, I understand where they're coming from, right? When you pick on people for years on end, they will lash out. And once they do that, why you like shocked? Did you see this guy how he was like, oh, what?
Yeah,
This
no,
is like we
Lucas.
we
Yeah.
know this. This is nothing new under the sun. That
Mhm.
there's people have been picked on for years, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and they will lash out. I mean, what they did was absolutely not okay for what as of, from me, and you understand. But I understand where they're coming from. Enough is enough. Someday it has to stop, and when it doesn't stop and they lash out, don't be surprised.
A few days before those, I listened to some audio where Tariq was telling the Somalis that they smelled like cheetah pee. They
Exactly.
eat
They eat
hyena.
cheetahs. Yeah, we
Yeah,
eat hyenas. We eat cheetah. I mean, he is disgusting, this guy, right? But then the African American don't come for him and correct him. And the comment section is always like
right.
agreeing with him,
Oh,
and they
yes.
applaud him and all these
Mhm,
kind of shitty things.
mhm.
But when the Somalis come out sounding like the way they do, then don't be shocked and start making live streams and screaming and calling the Homeland Security and stuff like that. Yeah, you take care of your people, and then maybe we Somalis can take care of ours. I mean, I think these guys who's saying this is young guys from I'm guessing it's
Yeah,
Clubhouse or
they
whatever.
definitely they sound
They
young.
very young, very
Mm.
young. They sound very young, and I think they had enough of the shit, and that's why they lashed out. So
Hold on, let me hear more of this. Hold on.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you. Hold on.
No, everyone,
I
stop.
what?
Stop.
This is crazy.
You can speak next. Whoever
Hey,
is.
Luke. Hey,
I'm
Dante, I'm
hard
gonna
not
kick you
fucking
to
mute
bring
me.
more.
This is crazy, bruh.
Hey, Luke, but Dante, I'm gonna kick you because I'm gonna bring more people. I'm just trying to rotate the queue. You know what I mean?
It's a
And
group
Shavik come back.
of non-black, non-FBA
thank you very much for adding me to the queue.
going.
I see some people saying they can't take jokes, but they seem to be joking. See, people are here talking about the
The
Africans
ones
are
that not,
sensitive, they can take a joke. They seem
no,
to
no,
be
no, no.
joking.
No.
No,
The one that cannot take the jokes are the one that's going surprising, looking like him. Look at how his face is going blushing.
no,
You
I'm
understand?
not
And
talking
calling
about.
the police.
Yeah, I'm not
Those
talking
cannot
about
take
him. I'm talking about people that are saying,
Yeah,
you know, these
I
people
know. People
cannot
are
take
saying
joke, but
people are saying, Paul,
you're
you
the one
cannot take a
calling the
joke.
police on them.
Yeah, exactly. You're the one who cannot take a joke. Now the joke is on you, and now you're calling police and immigration or whoever, and you're making live streams and you're going all crazy about it. You are the one who cannot take the joke. The joke is on you. These people, 3 years ago, Afrodamos was showing. I have seen that video, Afrodamos. 3 years ago, he have been going on African back and forth, not only Somalis, right?
Right.
So this have been happening so many years. You have not seen this coming from Somalis until today. Now we see this, and now it's going viral. That means you are the one who cannot take that joke. You just can't, and it's sad. Move on.
Sad. I hope some of the people that are writing can call in and speak. Let's see. This is Africa. This guy doing the reaction is acting like a woman. He loves it when Tariq says what he says exactly, and he pretends. You're right. So he enjoys it.
And going cuckoo for Cocoa Puff.
Guys, please like the
Tariq.
stream, like and subscribe, please.
Exactly.
Please
He knows
like.
exactly what Tariq is going for. He knows exactly what Tariq says. He's acting just surprised that these guys are saying Tariq is a racist. He's acting surprised, but he knows exactly what's going on. He's making like his facial is just fake. I can see that. He knows exactly what's going on.
That's wild. Let's see.
American community. It's quite ironic to see a guy like Tariq coming from a lineage like that. Not even degenerate race like that. Now, as you guys know, Black Americans are 44% of the American population in prison. They're criminals. They're degenerates. We all know that. In August of 2021, there were 400 bodies dropped in Chicago. I think about 86% of it.
What does Chicago have to do with anything?
So they're dropping more bodies in Afghanistan. So these criminals clearly have nowhere in the American society. They don't grow. They can only wake up and think about reparations. Their cranium and their skull is so tiny they can't comprehend certain things.
They're using Nazi talking points.
One thing I want to thank is Joe Biden. Now, Joe Biden's a liberal, but I do want to thank him. I put my hands.
They're literally using white nationalist talking points.
He's the elite of the elite when it comes to abusing black people, right? His great-great-grandfather was a slave owner, and now what he's doing is abusing the black community. In 1994, he created a crime bill putting all these criminals in jail. Thank God to him, making American society better. And now in 2020, during his elections, he said, vote for me. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. Like I said, small cranium, small skull, they can't comprehend things. So
But you see, look, guys, let's be real. Joe Biden did say this. He said this and people didn't have problem with it. Why is he pretending like what this guy is saying is not true? Joe Biden did say this and black people didn't have problem with it.
They're just used to being submissive, right? Like Ibn Khaldun said, the historian, the scholar, I think he's a historian. Yeah, he said black people are most submissive to slavery.
Look. Do I know you from Clubhouse? Your voice?
Yeah, can I finish?
Okay.
From Clubhouse. So apparently,
Objective Hater said Somalis are on demon time. what? Okay, let me have you guys talk.
This boy
wait, hold on. Only me. Why are Somalis on demon time?
Oh my God, these boys are harsh. I cannot even stand listening to what they're saying. They are very harsh. They're going on them very bad. Oh God.
Okay. We have Dr. R here. Dr. R, welcome to the show. What do you?
Yes,
what's on your mind from what you're seeing?
Greetings, Afridamus. Greetings, only me. I would like to express my opinion on this that's been all over social media and YouTube. while other
Okay.
Africans are being attacked and my people are being attacked the most, all I gotta say is to hell with ADOS. I have nothing against Black American people, they're good people, but these ADOS people, they're creating nothing but division amongst Black Americans and immigrant Africans, even though I'm not from America. And Tariq Nasheed, I don't take him serious. He's an idiot. And did you know that Tariq Nasheed used to be a pimp and he used to go by a name called Flex? If you
Yeah.
Google up his album cover of a woman, you know, I don't want to say, but
Dr. R, do you think the Somalis have been too harsh?
no, they're not being too harsh. If you're gonna attack an immigrant group, expect the smoke to come back at you.
Okay. Okay, let's hear some of these because some people are like, man, we gotta call the Homeland Security on on all the immigrants because of what happened this week.
They talking
So
wild on Clubhouse.
The historian said this in 1300s. He said they're very submissive to slavery and listen to the white man. Until this day, it's still proven right.
How are they submissive to slavery and the white man?
Joe Biden, till this day,
I can't. Is there anyone in this space to say something, bro?
They voted for him. He cut the funding down.
I wouldn't even know. I'm honestly, I don't even know what to say at this point.
Now, what I'm gonna say is, Tariq, you come from a criminal background, degenerates. They're filth. They're nothing to society. Currently in the United States of America, on the side of the Bay Area of California,
do these mofos know
high amounts of crimes against
that they would be treated just like Tariq?
Balasti said, first time I heard the Somalis unite with Nigerians and Caribbeans. Only me, what do you think about that comment? So first time seeing Nigerians and uniting, with Somalis and Caribbeans.
Yeah, that's when our African Pan-Africanists just pop out like in our blood, then just shows up of one time because I can understand because we all under the heat, right?
Right.
So yeah, in that case, I think that's what's happening. But Afrodamos, let me just throw this out, right? Somalis actually, in when this guy was killed, George Floyd, in Minnesota, people who were outside and demonstrating were mostly Somalis. You understand?
Yeah,
Somalis do stand up for people.
I have an audio for that.
Yeah, we do stand up for Black people, yeah. But the problem is when these people are pushing so much, then these boys, like you get these boys who talk like this from Somalia. I'm not saying this is what Somali people are thinking or saying. We don't do that. These are small group of boys who are doing this. But yeah, we do stand for the Black people in America too. When there is like somebody get killed, the Somalis are all out and demonstrating for them. Yes.
Yeah, they did have a conversation on that, in fact.
Yeah, riots, the riots, yeah.
On here. Hold on. Let me see. So I'm gonna share this here real quick. What you're saying.
By force and for safety from crackers, and you're out here crying to us Africans on why we should help you. I don't want to help you because guess what? We're in the same boat, except I'm smarter.
Yeah, like what else do we want us to do?
Okay, but I've been to Ethiopia, by the way. I've been there. I've seen Ethiopia.
So you guys are just gonna forget about what happened in BLM when Africans were supporting you guys. So you're just gonna completely forget about that. I'm just really confused, right? We literally screaming, destroying stuff just for you guys, The African community literally burnt down, a police station for you guys. You're gonna forget about that? What happened in Minnesota?
What are you?
We literally burned stuff. We literally burned stuff for you guys, man. The BLM riots and stuff like that. You're just gonna forget about that?
Ma'am, during the BLM riots, you were at home eating a falafel with hummus on it. You
because there you go.
Okay,
there you go. Denial.
Can I
respond?
Wait. This is why I want even Black people to honestly call in. So Black people, be honest. Think about you saying this, and then the person you're saying it to that helped you, they respond like, "Oh, you are probably home eating falafel." We all saw the Somalis on the news. In Minnesota, they were leading those riots. We saw this. But Tariq is disrespecting them to their face, saying they were probably home eating falafel. When, like, come on now, guys. Come on.
Yeah, and somebody was saying
Tariq
that we
is
were
wrong
just
for this. He's wrong.
of course.
Hey, go
Can I
ahead,
respond
Dr.
to this?
Yeah.
I believe that the Somali community in Minnesota should have not got involved in the issues of the black community. They
Yeah.
should just stay out of it because it's not our problem.
Exactly. They're saying looters now that we were looting stuff like that. So were the black people too. Everybody was looting. This was the whole and reason was to
You
just
know
go
what I
out
don't
and
like
make
about
this
Black
disaster.
Americans? They always love to involve African immigrants. African immigrants just want to live their lives, make money, and get an education. Like, I'll be honest with you, I couldn't care less about BLM.
You
I
know
really
what I
couldn't
think
care
of
less.
Afridamos. I think this guy Tariq is some sort of an agent. Listen, there is so
I
many,
mean, it's
so
suspicious.
yeah,
I mean,
so
he's
many
he's even a hindrance. He's even a hindrance to the direction black people in America are headed in, because any group that's gaining power, he seemed to step in and break it apart.
and
And
that's
he
the
spewed
problem.
democratic talking points, because now the Democrats, like, black people are not their priority. They are for bringing in Hispanic voters. They want to flood it. Like, black people in a few years, their vote is not going to count. Already in New York City, you don't have to be a US citizen to vote. So they convince black people, talking about voting rights. Black people already have the right to vote here in America. So I can see why they think they are fighting for immigrants, but they are fighting against themselves. They are voting for people who are opening the border. Think about it. Trump was building his border. Okay? They voted for somebody who came and stopped that.
But
So
how
if you
many
think
black
about it,
Africans have that? Yeah,
how many
yeah.
Africans are coming through that border? Africans are
None.
flying in.
Exactly, and we are not so many either. I don't think
I
there's so
know.
many African or
No,
black people who
no,
are
it's not.
migrants. They are more Mexican, more Asian, but
Right.
he is only putting emphasis on the black ones, the ones who look like him, and
Yeah.
that's disgusting. If you talk about an immigration, then talk about the Chinese who's coming in, or the Mexicans.
Yeah, but
This is divide and conquer kind of thing. That's why I'm saying this guy is an agent.
it
Could
might
be.
be. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's kind of funny style where if he's talking immigration, like, I wouldn't be mad at a black person in America, American citizen opposed to immigration. That's their right. They can take that grievance, to the American government, right? I have no issue with that. But um when you come, there are laws in this country. This country has a government, just like every government. Every people that you see here, there's a reason why you cannot say anything to any of us, because the United States government is who invites people to come to this country. It's who
Yeah,
invites people.
99% of the Somalis, for instance, who are in America, they came with a plane. American brought them there. They're legal. They're
Right.
not illegal. We don't just swim to America. It's like we're not even that close. You understand? We don't
Yeah,
cross a border, right? So why are they having problem with Africans who come in legally?
well,
90% of them
They
legally.
should save their smoke for the Mexicans that
yeah,
are coming in here in millions.
I don't think it's really about immigration. I really,
By the way, I don't want the reparation either. I
yeah,
mean, come on.
I don't
Non-African
think,
person wants their reparation. Come on.
yeah, I
Who
don't
is
think it's
sitting here
about
and
that.
counting to get reparation? Like, nobody does.
Because truly, when you look out there, you see it is black people mostly on the front lines. They used to march for Hispanic, like the darker immigration stuff. So they cannot come and say they did that for Africans, because they are supporting people who came in the millions illegally. You are a citizen of your country. Why are you standing up for those people to be legalized to replace you? You see,
Exactly.
that fight would have made sense. But to go after people who mostly legally came here, that doesn't make sense. I heard somebody say call ICE on the Somalis. Most of them, The Somalis are legal here. ICE won't do
Yeah,
anything.
we are all legal there.
Yeah.
The Americans, they flew the Somalis to America themselves. Nobody else. They came and they took Somalis, and yes, we are refugees. Yes, that's why we came. We are all legal in America. So I don't
Let me
understand
play
this.
this. Let me play
Yeah,
this. Hold
okay.
Care about Black Lives Matter. I agree. He's right.
Yeah, thank you. So don't sit here and say what you did, man. You
Yeah,
know,
I was
you
about to
like I did.
say I
We
never
were
helped
they
you,
were
Tariq,
banging and
in
trusting
BLM.
stuff for you guys. Are you saying we
That
got
was a
I
fever
never. I
dream.
was eating my chips. I was partying while
It was a
people
fever
were
dream.
defending
It
Black
was a
Lives
fever
Matter.
dream.
Hold on, one at a time.
Exactly. Don't say you were fighting for the
I
foundation
never
of black.
fight for foundational black people. I actually came on
I
this
know
space
you.
against.
Not founded.
Tariq, but just know how to respect the woman when the women speak, please. I know you didn't grow up with your father or something, but please respect women.
I'm respectful. I'm very respectful, ma'am. I'm not disrespecting anybody. Okay. Calm down. Say something emphatically wrong, I have to correct it. That's all. So we're here.
Tariq, I have a question. I got a question for you.
And ma'am, I did grow up with my father, and my father didn't flee and drive Uber cabs and from another country, sir. So I'm good as far as that.
No,
At
your
least
dad was gang banging in prison. I'm sorry.
father didn't
That's
have
what your
to have
daddy was doing. Your daddy was out here
my
being a
father.
rolling stone. You got
My father
78
didn't have to have
siblings, okay, in the same damn neighborhood because your dads breed bastards like puppies. So
like
I hate
like
the fact
there,
that y'all always
like
bring
there's
us
not a
up,
bunch
talk
of
about help
orphans
me,
in your
help me.
homeland.
I can't help you because you niggas are
You have a
degenerate for
bunch
the
of
free.
orphans in your homeland, ma'am, that you left.
Oh,
So let's
wow. And look at how your kid's getting
You
jacked,
literally say the
okay?
same thing, Tariq.
ma'am,
Actually bring out some logical
ma'am,
points of why you hate
white
African
people,
immigrants.
y'all let white people
Just
go.
because
So this is literally a roast session, but a deep, nasty, nasty roast one. I mean, people, really, if you follow it, think about it. For the Somalis to get to this point to hit back at Tariq like this, you have to go way back. You have to go way back to hear it. Let me bring the new people here and hear what they gotta say. Let's see. We have Alan. Is that Alan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Alan, welcome to the show. Where are you calling from?
I don't really want to say I'm calling from Scandinavia, but I live in America, Minneapolis. I just recently moved.
Okay. So, well, thank you for calling in. Are you familiar with this topic that we're tackling here today, right now?
Yes, I am.
So you're familiar with Tariq?
Yes, I am. He's a
Okay. So
fraud.
what do you, what's on your mind on how the Somalis are responding to Tariq and his rhetoric?
I mean, it's harsh, but it's well deserved because it has been decades now where people have been coming for Somali. So, yeah, it's
Are you
harsh,
are
but
you, are
it's
you
well deserved.
Somali?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So it's well deserved.
So you were aware of what Tariq said about Somalis before?
Yes, yes. Not just him, but yes.
Okay.
And I don't understand. He is a fraud. I mean, he's supposed to be pro-black, but he engages in these white supremacist
Well,
insults to
obviously
Africans.
he's not. Obviously, we
Obviously,
can
not.
say he's not. We can safely say he's not. I think most immigrants at this point have removed Tariq off their,
And so I don't
pro-black
understand why
list.
people. Oh, sorry.
I said Tariq is more like an entertainer.
Yes. So I don't know why Black Americans allow him to be the face of their movement.
It's bad.
He's like
It's
yeah, he's
definitely a bad representation, to be honest. But hey, this is what he's doing, and people want to laugh. They think it's funny. So hey, it's not so funny listening to what we're listening to here. Okay,
No.
let's have let's see. How we are. Thank you for calling in. Can you hear me? Howie, are you there? H block.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, H block. So, are you familiar with Tariq Nasheed?
Well, actually, like the first time I heard about him was like a couple days ago on YouTube, and I watched his old videos too. But like this guy, I didn't know who he was. Maybe I'm too old, man. I'm not on Twitter like that. But the first time I ever heard about his name was literally 2 days ago when somebody posted him talking, too much garbage about all African immigrants, Nigerians, Somalians, Ethiopians, and everybody.
Okay. So, but from what you've heard, him and the Somalis clapping back. What do you think about that?
I think the real winner here is the white supremacists because if you listen to both sides, they're using racist talking points like stereotypical
Whoa, whoa,
racist.
whoa. But
So
how did white people come into this? This has nothing to do with white people.
yeah, but look, if you listen to them, they literally using the talking points of white supremacy
Right.
groups, like
Mm-hmm.
exactly the
Okay.
same thing.
Okay.
You
Mm-hmm.
know,
You're
yeah.
absolutely
So
right.
so they're both losers here. Everybody is loser. The whole black race took a
Exactly.
big
You know
L.
what? This is what I want black people to see too. Even these people, there was a point where I understand they were mad at Tariq. They took him on, but you see, with black Americans, if you want to pick on black Americans and insult them, there's no way you'll be able to insult them and not insult West Africa. You see? Because
Yeah,
even
exactly.
so, because they were picking, but I get where because there were Nigerians there who opposed what Tariq was saying. They understood what this talking point is. So you're right. Everybody loses that participated, but Tariq,
But
at
I,
least,
I, I
at least,
think
but these people have the right to defend themselves.
right, but see, this is the way I see it, man. Tariq doesn't care about black people, or I think Tariq is just doing this to put his own personal agenda.
Of
Like
course,
he does not care about black people. He does, what he's saying is just like he's putting himself out there. He's selling his own brand. That's all. The way I see it when I listen to him, it's not about because he really really cares about black people. No, he doesn't. He doesn't care about
yeah,
black people. Otherwise, he
That
wouldn't be degrading Africans the way he does. He's
hedge
basically
block.
creating division between Africans and black people. So that's not a genuine person who actually care about the race, the whole black race. You see what I'm saying?
Hedge block walaalo horta salaan sare. And
Yeah.
listen, I
what you
wouldn't
say
mind.
about
I,
me in your language?
I say salam, to, that means salam. That
Oh,
means
okay.
salam to him. I said hello, salam to him.
Oh,
Uh, so yeah, listen, I don't mind if Tariq has this opinion alone, if it is only to him.
mhm.
But he has a huge follower, and
Right.
also when you read the
Read the
comment,
comments. Yes.
everybody clapping and
Mm-hmm.
agreeing with him, then we
Yes.
have a problem. It's not
Yes.
only to him, and that is disturbing. You
Right.
understand, Bo? Like
Mm-hmm.
that is what I mean. Like, okay, if that is only his opinion, I would not have anything against it,
Yeah,
right?
I
But
got a
he's in,
question for Afridamus. I got a question. Afridamus, you're familiar with Seattle, right? Like the bad neighborhoods, the
Right.
street gangs in Seattle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the street gangs in Seattle are actually diverse. These guys have more common than Tyreek Hill and these people that created divisions. Like if you go to South Seattle, if you go to Rainier Vistas, if you go to the Central District, the gangs are like Africans, blacks, they're all together. So this is just I think it's just alternative reality, man. This is just
Right.
online
Right.
because here
Right.
on the ground nobody cares, bro. Like black people, Somali people, we like party together, being in the gangs together and all that. So even
Well,
criminal street gangs have
it's
more sense.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Tariq, these Twitter spaces, these talks are from, you know,
it's just online
the
thing. That's what I
colleges
think.
is online, so
Yeah.
that's the problem. But let's bring in Beta X. Beta X, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling again.
Yeah, glad to be here, Afrodamus. Thank you for putting me on.
Yes, Beta X, are you familiar with Tariq Nasheed and this topic I'm tackling here today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've known Tariq Nasheed for about 2 years now.
Oh,
I've known
okay.
him for
So what do
yeah.
you think about his um Afriphobic rhetoric, and now the Somalis responding because he said so much foul stuff about Somalis and Africa in general? What do you think about their response?
Well, I think Tariq has been on this Afrophobic thing for a long time now. Of course, it's nothing but anti-blackness versus anti-blackness, white talking point versus white talking point. In regards to the Somalis responding, I feel as if they've had this anti-black vitriol all this time. So again, it comes into the whole fact that they've been wanting to say this for a long time, and it only exposes them for being anti-black and having all this brainwash mentality in regards to talking trash about black people by using white talking points. Tariq Nasheed and his cult FBA are nothing but hate for idiots who simply use nothing but anti-African xenophobia to attack other black people. So again, it's mainly just white talking point versus white talking point, idiots versus idiots. It's simply all that.
Okay. So thank you. Give me a sec. Let me play this real quick and I'll let you guys respond to this. We'll do another round here.
But doing better
Africans
than
because
you in high
I'll tell
school
you why
doesn't mean
he
you need to
hates
hate
us.
us. Like,
He hates us
You
because we're
like people with
intelligent. We
yes,
take the
ma'am.
opportunities that
period.
these nignoks cannot take because they and the worst part
Oh,
is
Preach, sister, preach.
here
and
we
the
go.
worst part is it's not like it's most African
There
Americans
we
because
go.
Tariq comes from a little special sect,
Nick,
yeah, of failures. Losers that can't
Nignock,
explain why they're such
Exactly. There's a lot
losers.
of African Americans that are doing better
anti-black
than you,
is
Tariq,
coming
right?
on
You
Tell me
can't
why
just
tell me
because
why
you're doing
African
shit, you don't need
Americans
to
are
bring
doing
the whole
better buying
African American
neighborhoods in
community along
Atlanta.
with you, man. It's
Why
just
are you such a
stupid.
brokey? Huh?
Yeah, and you have the nicest voice, you know.
Oh, thank you. But like, I need to know, why are you such a brokey? I'm seeing
like your
African
homeland,
American men
man.
doing
Like your
great
home.
things like buying neighborhoods in Atlanta,
You can't say
segregating
shit
themselves by
about
force and for safety from
you
crackers.
come from the
And you're
country.
out here crying to us Africans on why we should help you. I don't want to help you because guess what?
You
We're in the
don't.
same
You
boat,
can't
except
help
I'm
us.
Yeah,
smarter.
like what else do we want us to do? Do
Help
you
you.
want
Help
us to
us.
worship you? Do you
Help
want?
us.
Should I buy you a house? Like if you're broke, just make a GoFundMe
Oh,
page.
ma'am.
You know, somebody that Tariq supports, Jason Black, I've heard him say Africans should literally worship Black Americans, fall to the
Yeah.
feet and worship them. What do you guys think about statements like that?
Yeah, I want to. That is crazy. And nobody gonna worship anybody here. This guy, he said that the Somalis are being anti-black. What the hell is anti-black? Is there something called anti-Somali? When you constantly talking about Somali people and the way they look, don't be surprised the Somali people will come for you and the way you look. So I don't understand this victimhood that these black people are always playing. It's getting to my nerves. The Somalis are standing up against this guy, and you came here and say, "Oh, they're being anti-black." What is anti-black?
Go ahead, Beta X. Oh, this is Africa. Thank you. Beta X, you want to respond? She said they are not being anti-black. Beta X, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly
You want
fine.
to clarify what you mean when you said the Somalis? Okay? Only me.
Right.
He
So
wanted to know. Okay, I think now I remember. He wanted to know, if maybe the Somalis feel this way and they always wanted to say it. Is that what you were saying?
Listen, if
yeah.
Somalis feel something, they will say this.
Mhm.
Somalis are literally known for not holding back. If they say something, they feel they will tell you, and it's nothing that's new. But the Somalis
I
had
can.
enough of this
I think.
disgusting remark for years and years and years. This remarks that this guy was making, and now they lashed out. I mean,
Okay, can I respond, please?
Yeah.
Right. So in regards to the individuals, because these Somalis who were talking and these Africans who were talking trash and using a bunch of white talker points don't represent the entire group, of course. We
Right.
cannot generalize. So when you have those people calling Black Americans monkeys, something that was used against Black people as a means to teach people that we are inferior beings, we are subhuman, we're not close to the human family, we are more related to animals than we are, to support that anti-Black rhetoric to justify enslavement and injustice, that directly comes from white supremacist propaganda. Now, what they said, they could have attacked him as an individual and not generalize and use anti-Black white talking points, but they didn't. They chose to use anti-Black white talking points, such as calling them monkeys, ghetto, and all these anti-Black things that white people are known for saying. And this thing doesn't come out just naturally. It's something that's been indoctrinated into them. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying to.
and
I
he
respond?
is Abu,
One
and
on,
he was
only me.
saying,
Allah
no,
Hadwana.
wait a minute,
Only me.
just let me finish, and then you can have it, Abu. And he was actually also talking anti-African rhetoric, right? That the African are poor and they disgusting and they eat shit and they look this and look that, all this African inferiority and the inferior and all these things that he said was okay. But as soon as Somalis are saying something about the way,
No, it's
something
not.
about
It's not
his way,
okay.
now it's not okay. No, because you came for the Somalis, though. You never came for the Africans who actually go through painful remarks from this guy.
Okay, can I respond?
Anyway.
So okay,
Can I
so in
respond?
regards, yeah, fine. Can I just make my point real quick, then I'll let you guys respond, right? So in regards to Tariq Nasheed, he's a clown, he's a xenophobe. We all know this. He's been doing this anti-African bullshit for, excuse my language, sorry, Afrodamas, but he's been doing this anti-African, you know, BS for a very long time now. He's known for using anti-African rhetoric and using the same white talking points that these people are using, only to a different effect. Now, are people white for responding? Yes, they are. I was responding to Tariq many times. He blocked me on Twitter, but nowhere did I say any white supremacist talking points. I attacked him as an individual, and I attacked the people who support his xenophobia as individuals, and I mocked their intelligence. I mocked them based on the bigotry, not on their background. We have to make this clear. We cannot make fun of people on their background. We need to make fun of them for being
Tariq is not
individuals.
individual, though. He's not individual. He's a leader of a freaking movement. He's not an individual. And
yes,
look
he
at
has a
his
whole
comment.
movement.
There are
Yeah.
people who are agreeing with him on everything that he says. So
yes, he has
so
a whole cult, and I'm aware of
yeah.
that. He has a
All
whole
right.
cult.
Yo,
Okay.
can I respond?
Who's that? Who said that?
Dr. R.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dr. R.
I've got a question for Beta X. Beta X, you're from the UK, right? Because I've seen this in 10 years on the UK space about how Africans attack some other Africans. And you was on a previous, you was on a YouTube channel, I'm not going to mention the name. These ADOS people asking you about gang violence in the UK. Because I was born and bred in the UK between Africans and Caribbeans. But why did you not answer the question? Because I felt like you was in denial about it.
What question was it? The when that guy told me about gang violence in London.
Yes. Why did you not answer his question? Why did you not tell the truth about the conflict between Africans and Caribbeans, even against other Africans, these other Africans? If you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah. I never denied it. I merely stated that it's mainly based on postcode. What he was trying to do
Bullshit, man. It's basically ethnic.
Dr. R. But Dr. R, you're talking about UK?
No, I'm talking about similar thing that's happening in UK with the ADOS, like how certain groups
you
of
guys
Africans,
have the same thing in the UK?
Same thing, but I'm asking him, this is what happens in UK now and then, and I've seen this for 10, 11 years, and I'm asking him, why was he in denial about it? And you just said postcode, it was more than postcode.
Well,
it's literally a fact. If you look at most gangs in the UK, they're all based on most of them are based on postcode. There are gangs that are based on nationality and attack other nationalities. I never denied that.
You're dumb.
Guys,
by the way, we're not talking about.
Let's not make this about UK.
Yeah,
please.
UK. But did the guys not talk about the monkey because of they were telling
the
a
monkey
story?
on the moon? Yes.
They did not specifically call him a monkey, but they said the monkey on the moon. That's an
analogy.
Exactly.
That's a proverb,
So there, I don't understand. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Let's see here.
Yo, can I say one thing?
Go. Is that thing before you type?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, this is actually hilarious, man. And it's very sad at the same time. But here's the mentality of how ADOS and people like Tariq, think. They'll spew hatred and they'll talk shit. And then what they'll do is they'll set up like a red lines that you shouldn't cross, right? But they don't understand that if you mess with people and you insult them, right? Physically, historically, everything about them, you're gonna expect them to abide by Western standard of racism. No, everything, like, people are gonna throw everything at you. The chickens. What do they call the kitchen sink? You know what I mean? So what they don't understand is that if you keep poking people for several years now, right? This has been going on for years, And a lot of Somalis, and I actually seen this before. I used to just look at him and be like, you know what? He's just a one-off, and I know he's a scammer. But this guy is basically always trying to, do like basically try to always create something so he can get attention, and in the process get money from the people that follow him, and
Yes.
he basically scam him just like crypto and all this BS, right? But
Mhm.
their whole ideology and their whole mentality when it comes to debate, argument, or even hateful speech,
It
right?
doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It's like if you're gonna be hateful, then don't be surprised when people also become hateful towards to you and actually throw everything at you, including what your white racism have done to you. So you can't just be like, oh, these people are this and this, Africans are this, or Somalis are this, and then later on expect like, oh, but you can call me this. You know what I mean? You can't set up red lines. That's just idiotic. You know what I mean? And that actually shows you how weak of a mentality this guy Tariq is. You know what I mean? He doesn't have the mentality to actually debate. Every time when the Somalis were making a point, to literally just prove to him that, yo, dude, if you're over here talking about Africans and people are beneath you, what, like, where is it? Where is your proof that you're gonna say that? You know what I mean? He doesn't have it, so therefore then he'll bring up the culture talking point. The culture talking point. Trust me, you don't even speak the a language of your own. In fact, he's speaking, what do you call the what did I say? Like speaking in tongues. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's like when he's in
It's called Tunis.
yeah, but it sounded like to me, to be honest with you, when I heard it, it sounded like he was speaking in tongues, like he was like possessed by something. You know what I mean? And so what I actually what I
But he
see
was
is,
just trolling, man. He just made that up to troll. He
of
was
course,
just trolling.
but notice though, notice how these ADOS, right, these Tariq and some of these people, when they over here trying to act like, hey, other people should actually worship them and gods and all this stuff, what they don't realize is that this is what the white oppressors in Western, Europeans have done to them. They literally end up worshiping a white Jesus. They literally end up worshiping everything about being white, and even to the point right now that the biggest oppressors here in the U.S. is the white people, right? But yet he'll have so much hatred for Africans because he have adopted the mentality of white, you know what I mean, that hate
So
speech.
you're saying it became like those who he hate.
Yeah, it's like this is the classic case of when the victim becomes the victimizer. He has been
Okay.
abused, he has been mentally, physically, everything has been stripped away from him, and therefore he can lash out to his white oppressor, right? That he's like, doing everything to him, socially, economically, politically, everything about him. So he can't do that. So what does he do? He goes out and he looks for other people who are also struggling in their against white imperialism in their countries, and he'll be like, you know what? All right, let me talk shit about this just so he can feel better. But in reality, the mentality he has is literally like it just shows you that he has nothing to stand for. Absolutely nothing.
All right, thank you. Let me play this.
Just don't really
Literally.
understand
Listen,
Tariq.
the only thing you can
Pose.
listen,
Like
the only thing you can help foundational Black Americans do is give us tips on how to wash camel fur out of clothes. Other than that,
No,
you
I
don't
can
have
give you a
any.
Listen,
tip on how
even
to have a
camels are much
family.
richer than you.
And
We
Well,
could teach you how to
foundational
have a
Black
nuclear
Americans aren't
family.
even seen as
Literally,
equals by
like
white
baby,
people
people,
yet.
camel herders in
I don't know
Somalia are
why you're
much
talking
richer
all
than you,
that.
Tariq. Like, what are
talking
you
about
talking about?
baby mamas, and there's a bunch of orphans in your homeland
Oh
that
my
you
God, look
left
at the
right
Oh,
now.
baby
projection. You
mamas.
miss the
Stop
baby
it.
Bro, you
daddy
want to talk
community.
about
You
the
guys don't
Stop
even know
it.
what
hyper-sexualized
marriage
white
is. They're
baby
keeping the
Eternity
family?
kids
and,
left
Niggas
in
would
the
have all
baby.
been
and the
dead in
men.
gang violence and in
Listen,
jail
guy,
if there
it's just
wasn't.
Oh my.
Tyreek, again, you know how I know you're a fucking African American? The way you speak over people. Let these people speak. You've been speaking since yesterday. Let them speak.
Well,
Calm down, Fatima. Now listen, talk.
I'm not fucking Fatima. I'm not fucking black. I'm not fucking the N word. I don't even want to say it. But yeah, don't call me no fucking Fatima. That's your
Okay, okay, Abashola. Listen, I'm talking to the
He's
men.
getting us mixed up with Arabs. Like, come
nah,
on,
Yo,
you know
to
that.
Guys, you
yeah, he's
see,
comedian though, for real.
Did he just call the Somalis baby mamas? I was
No,
cracking up.
he
Like,
said
really?
Abishola.
Baby mamas? Like, what?
Tariq, I swear that Tariq and shit. Okay.
Tariq's a clown.
All right, we have Queen Yasmin. Queen Yasmin, welcome to the house. Where you calling from?
Hello, I'm calling from California. I'm a Black American.
Oh, thank you for calling in. I wanted Black American to call in. Are you familiar with Tariq and his uh, Afriphobic rhetoric that the Somalis are responding to now?
I am very familiar with Tariq
Okay.
for many years, maybe over 10 years now.
Okay.
And I am not um
So you were there through the changes when he was Pan African, going to Zimbabwe, visited all
right.
this when he was through Pan African to becoming a native Indian to
Right.
now. Okay. So what do you think about the changes to where now? Because if you've been there 10 years, you know what happened to get us to where we are today. What do you
Um
think about where we are?
I think that these are two separate issues. To critique Tariq and the work that he does, and to speak about, is immigration good for Black Americans? I think those are two totally different subjects that keep getting intertwined because Tariq is leading part of the conversation. If that makes sense to you all.
Like what do you mean? I'm talking about when he's saying that Somalis have big forehead, buck teeth, and that that Africans are coming here, Black immigrants are taken away from Black Americans. They are called tethers. Black Americans, are the ones that help people come here, and they're we're just being coons against Black Americans. But
I believe that Tariq is right about some of those things.
okay, do tell.
In
Like like
In
like
Black
what is he right?
America,
What is he right on?
he is right about people coming to America and blending in with Black society and moving as Black Americans. But
But
when
when
it
you say
comes
moving as Black American, like
adopting our vernacular, adopting our dress style, adopting
you mean
how we
English?
look,
You
and
mean you mean the
things.
English language?
No, I mean, you use it yourself when you say little things like funny style. You could tell that
Oh,
you've
okay,
been
like
around Black
you mean
Americans.
like the lingo?
Yes, the lingo
No,
that Black
but
Americans popularize, not just for Black immigrants, but for all Americans. Black people use their culture as currency to be liked, to be to for people to be down with us. Which is our mistake. We should not do that. We are becoming hip to a lot of things that we have agreed to, such as immigration, that have deteriorated parts of our community. And I think that Black Americans are trying to correct those mistakes.
so 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 okay, most Africans, right, that I know, most they would go to like colleges, white college, for instance. So that means they're going to speak, the English, the white man's English. So you're not gonna run into men, because even in this chat, you're not seeing them using Black lingo.
Yes, you are. I don't know if you guys have really heard everything that is on Twitter
Oh,
of
it's
the
a lot.
interactions
I'm still
between
playing, but
the
still, how is that taken from Black Americans? Everyone speaks English. This is the
well,
white
no, it is
people's
not
language.
speaking. I think you're simplifying it way too much. It is not
No,
just the
no.
speaking.
What I'm saying is, everybody that comes to America, majority, everyone speaks English. They speak English,
No, I don't think,
and
maybe
how is
you
that
I don't
taking?
understand. I don't know
What
if
I'm
you're
saying.
I think
Hold on,
that
Look, I don't think a guy
Queen,
in
Queen,
Somalia right
Queen.
now, a guy who lives in Somalia, does not talk or walk or do
Yeah.
anything that African American has to do with, or any other
I
African country.
disagree
For
with you. If I can
listen
if I
though,
can
listen,
finish making
sister,
my
you
Hold on,
point,
talk.
hold on,
Let me
hold on.
talk.
I don't
So
think
I
I
don't
made my
think
point,
so.
please.
And also, the guys. Look, I live here in Europe, and I speak German, and a German person can come say to me, "Hey, you speak like me."
I'm
Of
not talking
course,
about
I do.
English. I am what
Listen,
I'm talking about is
listen,
the
you
specific
talk.
American vernacular that people
Yeah,
use
but
that
nobody cares about
you
that. No
associate
one
that with
cares.
America.
No one
Excuse me,
cares
can I
about
finish
that.
speaking?
Hold on,
No,
hold on,
nobody
hold
is
on,
I don't think
speaking.
guys.
this woman needs
One
to
at a
be
This is
time.
speaking
One at
what
a
always
I'm
time.
comes
speaking.
back.
Only
Oh,
me.
this is
Let her talk.
always.
Hold on.
This
Only me.
always
Only
comes
me.
back. I mean,
Hold on. Only
who
me.
cares?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Only me. Let her talk. So, Queen Yasmin. Hold
Can
on,
I
Queen.
make my point, please?
Yeah. But let me ask you this real quick. You can, you're gonna have time. So you said the vernacular. This vernacular, if you speak this, you're not gonna get a job most of the time. So I don't see any benefit to any immigrant
Exactly.
adopting this. So,
And it's
but
Well,
ghetto as
no,
well.
you
hold
might
on.
not
Ghetto,
see
Let
any
her
ghetto.
talk.
immigrant.
Okay,
That is
go ahead.
because it is important for people who come from Africa, who live in America. It is important for them to blend in and identify as Americans. And if you say that it's not, then you're just being dishonest.
Oh no, you have
Uh,
to. It's good for you to assimilate. But let's say
yes.
you're living
And
in
the point
if
that
you
I'm
live in
trying to make is
wait,
that
if you live
when
in North
African people
Dakota,
come
right?
when African people come to America, you
Hmm.
use a certain part of Black culture to be relevant. And all Black people are saying is, please don't undermine our politics. You have Nigerian Americans running for office, then they're getting into office and saying we shouldn't celebrate Black History Month. You have Jamaican.
Wait,
We're wondering why
who
we
said
can't push
that?
We're wondering why we can't push reparations through.
But why
Come to
don't you
find
run
out,
for
all
those
of these
offices? Why
congressmen
don't
are
you?
not
Why don't
Black
you run for
Hold
Americans.
these
on,
offices?
hold on.
No,
Only
that's the
me.
I got a
question
Only
is
question.
me.
I
why
Let
got a
her.
don't they
question.
run for these
Why do
Hold on.
black
offices?
Let her.
Americans try to force the black
Guys,
label on Africans? I want
let
to
her
know
talk.
why.
You want to know why what?
Why? I want to know why. Why is it that you black Americans want to force this black label on Africans? Me as a Somali, if I was born and
Okay,
bred
then
in
don't be
America, I
Black,
would know that.
but don't get
What
in
do you
and
mean? What do
don't
you mean? What do
undermine
you mean?
us.
Like you're complaining. No,
We're
listen,
Doctor,
being
listen.
undermined
hold
No,
on.
by a
no,
lot of
darling, listen. If
people
you're
who are
complaining about a
immigrants,
Nigerian or
especially
Somali,
Black immigrants.
Doctor R, hold on. Doctor R, guys, hold on. Uh, okay, we're getting somewhere here. Maybe I can see there's a little misunderstanding. So, Queen Yasmin, we see even black people that say, black people on television, they say using black lingo, quote unquote, Ebonics. Even black people that speak that way, when it comes to job at their jobs, they don't talk like that. That's not the professional language. So it's not going to benefit an immigrant to talk black, right? Where did she go?
I don't know. She ran away. Listen,
no,
the thing is,
I just want to say
boys,
something.
look
I just
here.
want
Let
to,
me
well, I
just
want to say
finish.
something. Well, can I say something? I just wanted to say right here that black Americans should not force the black
Hold on.
label on Africans, and there should be
Yes,
a distinction between
Hold
black
on.
Americans and Africans. That's all I
yes.
Okay,
wanted to say.
hold on.
That's
Guys,
so
guys, Yasmin is here. Please, when she's talking,
no,
please
but
allow her to talk,
yeah,
okay?
no, I
Don't
just wanted to say she's complaining about other people are running for office. I'm saying to her, why don't you run for office and maybe you will get that job? There was an Eritrean guy who became a congressman, and everybody was screaming, "Look, he's taking our job!" And he is saying he's immigrant. He was an immigrant, and he never said he was a Black American. Like, why don't you run for that job? Maybe you will win too. I don't understand
Okay,
why are
okay.
they
So
always
Yasmin is
complaining.
back. When she's talking, please let her talk. Guys, don't cut her off, okay? Okay.
Black Americans are tired of being undermined by immigrants of all shades.
So
But
which immigrants are you talking about though?
all immigrants all
Wait a
immigrants are
minute. Can I
doing
say
these
something?
things. All immigrants are emulating our culture. All
No,
immigrants are
you're
Okay,
are
not.
which
using
culture?
their
Bullshit.
relationships
Hold
with
on.
Black
Yasmin.
Americans to further their communities. And when
Um,
it's come time for resources for Black Americans, there are no resources for Black Americans. So it is in our best interest. It's not really, I'm not speaking for Tariq. I cannot take up for Tariq's behavior. All I can do is let you understand where a
So
person like me is
so
coming from. I do
so
not hate
Queen.
Africans. I do not hate Caribbeans. I do not hate any immigrants. But I do see where Black Americans are at a disadvantage for allowing them to take
But
over
No,
our
they're the
communities.
majority though.
Queen,
can
but
I?
majority, right?
Are
Like
Black Americans.
if you say, for instance, the immigration people coming through the border would undermine Black American, I'm with you there. But where you lost me was saying Africans copy your culture? What
Well,
aspect of your
you
culture?
weren't they
Which one?
your panel did not let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead.
My point is that, like I said, unfortunately, Black immigrants are coming to this country. They are undermining Black politics. There's several area problems. There's not just one area of problems. Socially, the youth are interacting. These Somalian kids, they know a lot about Black American culture. They named off our food. They named off everything we eat. They named
What a
off
load of
everything
bullshit.
in our
But
culture.
but
They know a
Yasmin,
lot about Black American culture
but
that they
Yasmin,
use. Can I finish speaking?
but don't you want people to know about Black Americans?
I don't want them to exploit Black American culture for
But
their
how are they
gain.
exploiting? Like, honestly,
Exactly.
name
How?
an aspect. I mean, I'm not being funny, but name an aspect of the culture that an immigrant can come here and adapt, and it will benefit them. I'm waiting. Like, what
The
aspect of
problem
it?
is that immigrants are coming and they're using aspects of Black American culture for
How?
their own personal gain, and they're not including Black Americans in that gain. They're including their own ethnic group, which I feel
But
you,
if Black
but don't.
Americans, hold on, for them to copy it, wouldn't immigrants already have seen that it benefited Black Americans and now they are adapting it? How is this immigrants coming passing
is, you know how
like, give us an example, for instance.
I think I gave several examples. I gave political examples where Jamaican Americans,
which Jamaican? Which
political
Are you talking about Sheila? Are you talking about
Somali
Sheila?
Americans.
Hold on. Are you talking about Sheila Jackson?
Yes, I'm talking about Sheila Jackson.
Come on. Are you kidding me? She's American. What are you talking about?
Not. She has an
She was born and raised here.
And we as Black
She's American. She's not an immigrant. What are you
Black
talking?
Americans have to start putting this shit together.
She's American. I thought you were talking about
what we're
somebody.
noticing is that Black Americans are undermining each other. And when we look at the politicians that are doing that undermining, they have immigrant backgrounds. I'm sorry.
Is Kamala American?
Kamala Harris is the number one perpetrator of this. Barack Obama is the number one perpetrator of this. We believed in Barack Obama, but he was more loyal to his immigrant base.
But you guys voted him in.
We were tricked. We were lied to. We are not taught how to vote in politics for our best interest. We are just now learning.
So I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, they're gonna vote for Trump." In fact, most immigrants did vote for Trump. So it's not really about the immigrants. Do you know this? Like, it's not about immigrants. Like, because the people you are naming.
Excuse me.
Excuse me 1 second. People you're naming, Sheila Jackson, these are not immigrants. I'm sorry to tell you, but these people are not even they're helping LGBT, they're helping the DACA
they're
people.
Undermining the Black community.
Yeah,
when
but they're not
LGBT,
they're not immigrants.
The Black community.
Okay, what about Cory Booker from New Jersey? He's not from Jamaica. His parents are not from Jamaica.
Cory Booker is a part of the political machine to be in the
What about Clyburn? What about Clyburn?
Clyburn is a number one coon.
But he's foundational according to criteria.
So
He's from,
and that's the problem. That's what foundational Black Americans are doing. We getting rid of all.
So these are all your
foreign
people
or domestic.
But these are all your people.
Or domestic. All coons gotta go.
So
if you're not on Black people's side, go home and fix your own country.
Well, these people are in their country. They're fixing.
Like Black Americans and you don't like how we do shit, then go home into your own country.
But Queen,
sister, you should save your energy for the Latinos who are numbering you. Save your energy for the Arabs and the Koreans who are exploiting your neighborhoods. Save your energy for them.
When they need to go home too. They need to go home too.
Queen, what about the Mexicans?
No one's going home.
The Mexicans need to go home too.
Everybody's immigrant in America, boo.
They need to go home. That's why Black Americans cannot cannot
are
come
an
up
immigrant.
because they need to
Native
go home.
Americans are the only one who
And
have the
and
right
you
to
know
be
what?
there.
And not
Let's
even
move.
go
Let's all
home,
we're
but
gonna move all
at least
together.
don't no more come over here.
But the
We
white
can all
man,
move. I don't mind.
Yes.
Queen, this is the white man's country, and the white man gets to invite whoever they feel like
Black
inviting.
Americans don't feel it's the white man country. We feel like it's our country.
Feelings are not real. You know, the facts, the feelings are
it
not
is our
real.
country then. Okay.
But when
If
was
you
the
don't want
last
to
time?
use feelings,
Hold
it is
on,
our
hold on.
country then.
When was the last time Black American were able to dictate who can or cannot come into
It's a
America?
new day for Black Americans. It's a new
So
day
it
for
didn't
Black
happen
Americans.
yet. It
So
didn't happen
everything
yet.
in the past does not
Will never
apply.
happen.
This is
So-
today's price. Today's price went up.
So are you guys
It will
gonna vote?
never
Are you gonna vote Trump then?
We're prepared to vote whoever gives Black American tangibles. If you give us reparations, we'll vote for you.
Well,
yeah, that's never
well,
gonna. Anyway,
okay.
I'm just saying there are 45 million Black American. How many million are there Black Africans?
Probably
Not so
2
many.
or 3 million.
Yeah, not so many. I mean, if you want to run these offices, do it. If you want to take the job, take it. No African person is snatching away from you. It's all about you. You have to do it.
I don't completely disagree with you. I don't completely disagree with you.
Then.
I do feel as though Black people have their own shit that they need
But
to
why
work
don't Black
on.
people just do it and
We're
stop
gonna
talking
work
about
on
it?
But that doesn't mean that we don't have
But
to
why
have
do
an
you guys
opinion
want
about
to?
immigration.
But
It's
why?
not good for Black Americans. It never was.
But why talk about it though?
Because we have to talk about it as a group. I'm sorry that everybody is listening, but we have to talk about it.
Question?
Okay, who said that? Is that Aline?
Me, Aline, yes.
Aline, go ahead. And then we'll have think before
What's
you
her
type.
name?
He didn't say anything. Her name is Queen. Yeah, is it Yamin?
It's Yasmin.
Yasmin. Queen
Okay,
Yasmin.
Queen Yasmin. Why do you keep blaming other immigrants for your failures? And what party do you vote for?
In this past election, I did not vote for Biden or Trump. I held my vote, as many Black Americans did.
So you have no right to complain. You didn't vote. I voted.
No, it's not that I have a right to complain. There is a movement going on in the Black community where we are holding our vote. If you don't give us reparations, we're not voting for you.
So you're begging?
No, if you want to be insulting, that means you're being disingenuous.
Not insulting because
it's not insulting. It's taking a stand. It's not
taking a stand. You just talk. You don't do anything tangible. And then you
and you're proving my point, ma'am. I pray that you're not in the United States, but you're proving my point. If you cannot at least agree not to undermine Black politics, then stay. Then don't be with us.
How exactly, in specific terms, do we undermine? Do us immigrants, particularly Black Africans, undermine you? Go.
Well, I've already stated several ways.
Specifically, I've
already stated ways. The main way is that politically you undermined us by running for our offices, and
we don't have the numbers.
You have a problem
talking against points like reparations. It's
reparation. The white man,
and Caribbean immigrants that have said no, Black people don't need reparations when it's none of your business.
Wait, who said this? Who said that's not true? Black immigrants. Why would they say this?
They are Tariq. If you go look on
Tariq is making this up.
Twitter for one person.
Really?
He has
you probably one person versus how many
Black immigrant people with Black immigrant backgrounds saying that no, Black people don't need reparations. One woman says she wrote an essay that she won an award for that said Black people don't need reparations.
That's not the representation of everybody, every Black
it's
immigrant.
The representation of Black people, Black immigrants here.
No, that's not true. I'm in America.
I believe
that's not my. True. That's not my.
Another
point of view.
point
and the people. Wait, Yasmin. The people you guys are calling immigrants, and in fact not immigrant. Okay,
they're still an immigrant. I'm sorry, they still have an immigrant background. I'm sorry.
Okay, immigrant. Wait, everybody in America, including you,
Black Americans are not immigrants.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
Oh,
We did
yes,
not
they are.
come
They were
here.
brought
When
here.
you are an
Even
immigrant, you came here on your
no,
own free will. You made
they
a
were
plan
forced.
and you executed that plan. Black
No,
Americans
that doesn't mean they
are
are not
captive.
immigrants. No, they are immigrants.
No,
They were just brought here as slaves.
Black
But
Americans, you need to refer to Powernomics, Dr. Claude
oh,
Everson.
I've
Black
read it.
people
I've
are not
seen it.
immigrants.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not, sir.
This is not the. If it's not your original home and you were brought here,
No.
this is not your native home. You're from
No.
Africa. So
we are from Africa. I do not
Europeans
dispute that.
came here. Wait,
I do
Europeans.
not dispute that.
Hold
But
on,
we
Yasmin.
are refugees. We are different words. We are not.
Oh, you see,
immigrants.
you and Somalis have something in common. Somalis,
Yes, we do. We have a lot in common. And until these conversations began, I didn't even know Somalians felt like that about Black Americans. I had no idea. Because I'm over there
but Yasmin,
the restaurant, supporting the food.
Yeah. Yasmin, I get what you're saying. But you know, some of the people that you guys refer to as
Not all
immigrants,
Somalis actually
they
feel
are
like
not
that.
those
Just
people
let me tell you
like
something. There's a
like
few
Yasmin,
boys
right? Yasmin,
angry here.
honestly, you know Roland Martin, right?
Another person with an immigrant background, yes.
Okay. Again, you guys are calling people who are Americans. If those people are immigrants, then you are an immigrant too.
No, they're not. No, that's not true. My people been in this land for at least
My
500
point.
years.
Everybody's an immigrant in America. Only the Native Americans are the real people who own that land. Everyone. This country was built by
So, hold on,
immigrants,
Yasmin.
white, black,
Yasmin,
everybody.
do you believe that the Europeans are immigrants to America?
I'm not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you believe that Europeans are immigrants to America?
No, they're colonizers.
No, but it's not their. No, what I'm saying, are they native to America or they came here?
They're colonizers.
Okay, but they came right as immigrants and took over.
No, they came as colonizers and put warfare on the people,
ma'am.
on the
A
Native
colonizer,
Americans and on the slaves.
Ma'am, a colonizer is a foreign group that comes and takes over a land.
Okay.
So therefore, meaning they immigrated there, and whether they took it with flowers but they're still immigrants to America.
I think that's incorrect.
Okay, so what term would you say they are? They colonized America, right? But they are not native to America. They took the place.
They're not native to America. They're Europeans.
All right. Okay, if they are not native to here and they are the ones that brought blacks here, what does that make blacks? The Europeans,
like I told you, black people are refugees. These are words better describe black people. But
I don't think black people are not refugees. Don't use that.
Aside from that African DNA and connection, we came here and created our own. We created our own music. We created our own dance. And now that the culture is rounding 500 years, 600 years, it's time for us to lift up our own culture. African
but no one is
people
stopping
and Caribbean
you,
people cannot come here and uplift their culture over Black American culture. That is not fair, and it has to stop.
Wait.
And we're stopping it.
So you think a Somali should uplift your culture over theirs?
They should at least not undermine our culture when they're
but they
on
are
our
not.
land.
They are just people are just being themselves. Nobody is undermining anyone.
I disagree.
Nobody is undermining anyone. People are just.
That's not true because Africans are undermining Africans on the continent.
Yes, that does happen.
So,
but, in America,
so why do you think that African people won't come here and undermine us?
But you guys are undermining each other in America. I just gave you names.
And we're just trying to put a stop to that. We're trying to put a stop
by insulting people.
People don't get insulted along the way. We've been insulted many a times. We're insulted when African people tell their children not to fuck with Black Americans.
How do you know this? How do you know Africans are doing this?
Can I respond?
I know how African people feel about us. I come from
Really? Wait. No. Dr. R, wait. So you know Africans who say to their kids, do not hang out with blacks, and these are African people. And
you know it too.
No, that's not true. I
That's
mean,
that's dishonest and
Yasmin,
disingenuous, and
Yasmin, Yasmin,
I'll
Yasmin.
leave it on that end.
Yasmin.
That's dishonest and disingenuous.
Hold on. The reason why I'm asking you this
And I'm not
because
even saying all
wait,
African
wait,
people do
wait,
this,
wait,
but
wait.
definitely some.
Yasmin, the reason why I'm asking you this, right? Because you are repeating the popular talking point, painting every African with one brush. Not everybody comes here.
And you are being
Wait. Let me
disingenuous
finish.
if you
But
say that never
you
happens in
hold
African
on. No,
communities.
hold on. Let me finish so you can get an idea of what I'm saying here. People come here differently. Like for instance, people can come to America as refugee resettlement program, where the government does that. Some people come as sojourners, people like me, who just decide on their own. We can go wherever we want, where the opportunity is, travel on my own and go live there. I use my own money, my own means. So I have, as long as I follow the rules of that country, whether it's America or wherever I go, I just got to follow the rules. So technically, when the government brings people here, you as a US citizen, as long as they don't come move you out of your neighborhood,
They're moving us out of our
you really
neighborhood.
have nothing to do with them, to be
And
honest.
not even black immigrants. I believe that, like you guys said, it's not as many black immigrants as it is
Right.
non-black immigrants. I do agree with that. And we
Mhm.
are being moved. I live in California. I don't live thank God one neighbor on this side and one neighbor on that side is a black person, because we live around mostly Hispanic people.
Yeah, I remember a time when Hispanics were fighting blacks in the neighborhoods in California, moving them out. That was a thing in like around
It's still
2000.
going on, and we don't want to keep participating in it. It was a time where we felt we didn't have a choice. Now we feel
You
we
need to
do.
compete.
Well, maybe this is
We do
why.
need to compete. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Black
maybe
Americans
this is
do
why you
need to
should
compete.
become friends with Africans and compete.
Well, I'm already friends with Africans, but I still have my own
Are they
point
are
of
they
view.
are they are they nice to you?
They're very kind to me. I'm
Okay.
a black person who knows who I am. So it's
Okay.
not hard for me to make
So
friends with all races.
so
But
Queen Yasmin, so
politically,
you don't have any bad feelings then? I
no,
mean,
I don't. Not at
yeah.
all. I love African people and I feel like they have a love for us too. However, there are some nuances that are not being discussed socially between continental Africans and Black Americans, and not just continental Africans, Caribbeans, everyone in the diaspora. We we need to get an understanding, and these conversations are good because they provide more understanding. I'm
Right.
sorry that there's gonna be some bad feelings.
Yeah. No,
We
no.
can't ignore that.
I understand.
Academics, I've got a question to ask her.
Go for it.
I want to ask you, the Black American lady, why do you have a problem with Africans, certain groups of Africans who just keep to themselves? They don't want to mix with other immigrant groups. Why do you find that problematic? I just want to know.
Well, I don't think that they're not mixing
As
with other
a new
groups.
immigrant group, like for example, a new immigrant group comes into country A and they're the minority. They don't know anybody and they see their own people. They prefer to mix with their own people. They don't want to mix with others. But for you, why do Black Americans find that problematic with Africans who just want
I
to be with their
mean,
own people?
how would you feel if a group of so-called black people came to your country and did not want to interact with the people there? How would you feel?
Listen, I don't have an issue with that. If you're an immigrant group in my
So
country
you
and
feel
you
like that's okay?
no, let me finish. Let me finish.
And
No, you're not letting me finish. Let me finish. Let me respond.
okay, excuse me.
A
Go
foreign
ahead.
group, if a foreign group come to my country and they pay taxes, they obey the laws, and they're good to the people, but they only interact with their own group, socialize amongst their own group, I have no issue with that, as long as they're
Okay,
not committing
would you
crimes.
advocate for Black Americans to come to your country and and allocate a certain amount of land for them to do what you just said?
No, I just said if they were to immigrate to my country and they
And
obey the law and
and
learn
what
that,
I'm
let me
saying
finish.
is,
If
let's
they learn
put
the
this
language and the culture,
experiment
and
into real
if
life.
they interact
Okay.
amongst their own people in my country, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay,
So
well
I don't.
let's do a real live experiment and see.
Okay.
I think it's easier said than done. I think that when you have immigrants coming to your country, then it will be you can see more how that feels. If you feel like they're coming into your country and receiving more opportunities than you, you're not going to be happy about
I'm not
that.
talking about
Okay,
opportunities.
Dr.
I'm not
Dr.
talking about
Hold on, guys, hold on. We have, couple more people that didn't talk. They need to
Yeah,
say
okay.
something too. Let's allow think before you type. Then we have two Niger, and then we have KBM. Um, think before you type. You said you had a question for Yasmin. Think before you type. Are you there? Okay, I don't know what happened to him.
Okay. If
Think
nobody else
before
has
you type. Are you
anything,
there?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's have
Can I
two
just
Niger.
ask
Two Niger, are you
Oh,
there?
Niger. Okay.
Two Niger, are you there? Okay, I don't know what happened to two Niger. KBM, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, KBM. You're familiar with Tariq and his talking points.
Hello.
What do you have? What do you want to say? Go ahead, KBM.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that Tariq Nasheed, I don't care who it is, whether if it's an American or an African, shouldn't be looking up to this guy because not only does he have a checkered past of being a pimp and who knows what else, starting out in life as doing things illegal, and then now he's a film producer and all that, starting all this mess with people. He doesn't take anything serious. He is a clown. He is a racist. He also hates Africans. I've been
who is
listening.
this man talking? Are you a black person?
It doesn't matter, and
Are
I
you
don't.
what?
I don't
What
care.
is
It
your
doesn't
race?
matter. It doesn't matter. My
Are you
race is
Black
human.
American?
My race is human.
Anyways.
So this man spews a lot of shit about Africans. Has been doing it for at least 10 years that I've listened him to it. So what I'm definitely disappointed in is some of the Somalis and some of the Ethiopians that went in on him the way that they did because you played into his game. And once you start playing into these idiots' games, they got you. All you have to do, because one thing that they don't like the truth, because the truth hurts them too damn much.
Who is they?
ADOS, FBA types, Pan-African types. They don't like the truth.
Anyways, you are not honest because you won't even say
Oh
who
no, no,
you
no.
are and
You're
what
not
you
you're not
are.
honest.
This
You're the
guy's
one who's not
honest.
honest. I'm a
Yes,
human being. I was born here in America.
absolutely.
I
You
married a
sound
woman in
white to
Kenya.
me.
Well,
It doesn't matter what he says.
I may
He's
look
speaking the
white to
truth.
you. I may look white to you, but see, you don't like the truth. And then really, I wasn't
I
addressing
don't
you.
need no
No,
more
no, no,
truth
no.
from you.
I
White
don't need
people, you
you to
are the
tell me
one that
who I am
started this
because you
war.
don't
You're
know
the one
who
that
I am.
started these problems between the races.
Let him speak. God damn it, let him
As
speak.
a matter of fact, race is a concept that was started in Europe about 500, 600 years ago that should be abolished. It's people like you, yes, people like you who like to propagate it and keep it going because you're addicted to it. If you're not willing to stop racism within yourself, then don't expect a lot of other people to do it too. But I'm not one of them. You are.
Whatever. That's fine.
Well said, bro. This gentleman just spoke the facts. A lot of
No, he
people don't
did
want to
not.
hear
He
it.
spoke
He did.
one
He did.
Hold on,
Absolutely,
hold on.
100%.
Hold on. What I'm telling Africans is don't fall into the trap of like what Rashid did with these men that I'm not going to call gentlemen because I'm very disappointed in them. All you have to do is you could critique them and just ignore them, don't have anything to do with them because what they're doing is they're living out their racist ideals on you and other people. And nobody deserves reparations unless you were actually the victim that went through the Holocaust of slavery back in the day. If you are not even in that generation, you don't deserve shit. Nobody else is complaining. Africans come over here, they don't complain. Africans are over here because policy brought them over here. It wasn't ADOS, it wasn't FBA, and it sure in the hell wasn't no civil rights movement.
All
Right?
right.
Can
All
I
right.
say
Now we have
something?
two Niger. Hold on. Okay. Two Niger. Go ahead.
Yeah, about the last point about nobody deserving reparations, I'm not so sure because
Well, we don't want to die on that hill.
it's a
Sorry,
quick
but
one. It's just a quick one,
no,
though.
but because we have a lot more people in here, but because you want to have a lot of time to talk, right? Two Niger.
I would like to. Yeah,
Okay.
that is part of the time, isn't
Okay.
it?
So you don't want to waste it on something else.
No, you have to address certain points because some
Okay.
people are going to take that wrongly. So the idea behind it is that it's not necessarily about whether they were there. It's about the idea of the things that has been done even since then and still being done to redress them. And personally, I don't believe that when people ask for this and they think about what they truly want. What they truly want is a stake in society. What they truly want is not to be regarded as a kind of bystander in the system. You want to be part. You have to have a stake. And I think when they ask for reparation, they can give you the money and get all the money back from you again. It's very easy. We know full well that they can claw the money back if they give it to you. So people have to be careful what they ask for, because when they give it to you, then they get it back again. Then what? You still don't have a stake on the table. At least so, but some of the stuff I've been hearing about, some of the FBA is talking about Africans and stuff like that. Is one of the I think this gentleman was right to say
That's the topic
it's
today.
not
Yeah.
good for us to engage those things in their language, because what is going on here is just during the last 2-3 years, suddenly these people cropped up from nowhere. Whatever they came out from, they came out and started picking offense with every single thing they hear any African say that is not like your highness, your highness. It's like, and Africans are doing something the same too. And I think something is going on out there that the people understand that when we come together, it's not a good thing. And there are these people out there pouring flames to ensure that this community remains separated. It's like divided we stand. This is the madness that is going on here.
So
And
you think that's what Tariq is doing?
yes, that's what they
Okay.
are doing. Many of these people are
Tina, do you think it's
being given.
intentional?
It's intentional. Some of them are intentional. Some of them are just downright ignorant. But at the tip of the spear, it's intentional, because this you can't have more energy against people without power. People that just came from Africa to the US to come and work, you have more energy against them than the people that enslaved your forefathers, than the people that are oppressing you to kill your people on the street, that the Africans march with you on the street for.
Queen
That's what is
Yasmin,
going on.
you wanna respond to that quick, Queen Yasmin?
It's crazy, it's senseless behavior, because these same people, they know what the denomination looks like. They will go to church in their locality, and they understand locality, the bigger church. They understand this in football. They will side their local teams. They will side their national team. When it comes to race, they don't want to understand that. They don't want to understand that Africans are part of your team, the greater team.
You're right
You
to
turn
that.
them to an
Queen
enemy.
Yasmin, you hear that, Queen Yasmin?
They
Queen
know
Yasmin.
that. They can't be that ignorant. They know that.
All right, can I Afrodamus, can I say something right now?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So I feel like people need to learn to differentiate. Me personally, if I'm talking about, the African Americans, a lot of people they assume I'm specifically talking about generalizing them. I'm talking about specifically these ADOS, FBA, whatever you want to call them. They have an inferiority complex, which they have been dealt with by their white oppressors.
Yes, that's true.
And to the point where now they're trying to regurgitate and spew that same hatred on other
100%
Africans.
facts.
And
100% facts.
when they actually doing that, and they actually have the nerve to be surprised and shocked that people would respond to them vitriolly in a very disrespectful way. Even I don't agree, but I do fucking understand that kind of concept. It would be the equivalent as if any kid would know, if you're in a classroom or anybody, if somebody is messing with you, right? Or if you were anywhere, if somebody's just like keep poking you and the teacher doesn't see it, right? But they keep messing with you. And if you got fucking heated and you end up punching the dude, right? And the only thing the teacher sees or any authority figure they see is like, oh, this person attacking that person. And they're like, oh man, how could you attack this person? But they don't realize what the other person was doing to that person, provoking him, talking shit to him through the whole process for 3 years. I haven't seen Somalis respond to these type of situations for 3 years. And it finally happened where they got a taste for their medicine, where now they're actually trying to accuse us of saying like, oh, we're using all this. It's like, again, if you basically preach hatred do not be surprised if people come back at you with tenfold. You know what I mean? If you come with, if you come to a knife with a gunfight, right? People will, you don't be surprised if somebody pulls up an AK or anything else. So again, and the sister that was talking about these situations, I understand certain things she's saying, but at the same time, she's using the same talking points as the ADOS. And for starters, let's be 100% correct. The only people in this country here in America who are the true, descendants are the native indigenous people, right? The Native Americans, right? The indigenous people, the Navajos and all those people. Everyone else is an immigrant or refugees. The white Europeans, when they first came here as refugees by the pilgrims. Before they end up colonizing, they were first refugees. They were fleeing from Europe. A lot of the Europeans that came to this country, they were fleeing from wars, what do you call mass starvations, religious conflicts. Exactly. When the Europeans came here, they had two world wars, right? World War I and World War II. That's how a lot of them end up coming over here as refugees and basically immigrants. So now, for her to say that, and I've noticed right now, seriously, a lot. If you look at these ADOS, right, and some of these people, I'm not gonna just accuse her for that. You know what I mean? I do have respect for her. Seriously, I don't think she has a hate and all this stuff, and I don't
I
have
think
anything
Yasmin
towards
is
her.
cool.
Exactly.
I think she's
I don't
cool.
have that. Yeah, I don't have anything towards her. But I'm
She
talking
got a
about
good vibe.
Tariq. Yeah, I'm talking about Tariq and these other ADOS FBA. Notice how they always trying to tell other Africans, other people of whether they're from in a Latin Americans or in Asia, they're always telling them to go back, but they will never say that to their white oppressors. You will never hear them ever, talking tough or even using any type of physical or like this type of figure they have for the minorities and other people. They will never say that to white people. They will always end up saying that to basically other people because they are very much fearful of their white oppressors. And now they have become the same thing that they were trying to fight against. So again, I have nothing against African Americans or black people. Chris Rock, every time when he talked about, he made it really, what do you call the comedian, right? He made a really great point. He said, there's a difference between black people and these N-words, right? These ghetto, whatever you want to call them. And that's exactly how I view them. If I ever come across a respectful African American who has respect for himself and respect for others, I have 100% respect for them. But if I come across one of these, what do they call it, Pookie and Ray Ray type of shit, where all they do is just shoot up their own people, all they do is just rob other people, and they just break into what do you call it, stores and steal things and all this stuff. Again, I don't generalize everything. I'm talking about this specific group, these ADOS and these FBA that always try to basically attach themselves to the African American community as a whole, so they can profit off of them. A lot of these people, if you look at how they operate, what do you call it, Tariq, Nasheed, all this stuff, they basically profit from the ignorance of African Americans to try to paint them, say that, oh, these people hate you, but they don't tell them that they the one who started it. For 3 years, they've been poking, they've been talking shit about Africans, Somalis, and everything else, and they've been doing that, and we have been silent, we have been patient, we have been giving them chance to basically like, hey, let bygones be bygones, all this stuff. But they keep instigating, they keep poking, and now they really end up messing with the horn. And now they're like, oh my God, these people are racist. These people, it's like, dude, you brought hate into the table. What the hell do you expect? The hate, if hate, what you came with it, right? That's the only thing you're gonna get in return. You're not gonna get no positivity out of it. And again, to all the artists, and one thing, last thing, and to all the artists that keep saying all these like people, Tariq Nasheed, his name is an Arab name and a Muslim name. Now,
Oh,
but they will never,
that's not his real name. That's just a pseudonym.
yeah, but he used that. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
He chose that name over his African American name, whatever his name was, whether it's Johnson and all this stuff. And a lot of the people that have these African American names, if you look at the history of it, is the white man's name, whether it's Johnson and all this stuff. They've been beat with it, and now they're walking around with the name, and now they're gonna tell us like, oh, your name says this and all this stuff. But this guy chose his name, Tariq and Nasheed, is not even his own name. So that's what I'm trying to say. The hypocrisy of these people is
thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Who was gonna say something earlier?
I wanted to say me. Can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to come for the sister. I'm totally fine with her views. Everybody has their own opinion, and that's good. It's all good. But we have to look at the bigger picture here. The people that you are complaining are literally not so many of them. They're very minority, and when we compare to the African American, they become even less minority. So let's look at the bigger picture. Let's look at the bigger problem instead of looking down on the ones that's much smaller than you. Why not looking the problem where this is coming from? I mean, where is this problem coming from? Why? I understand when they say like they taking offices and they in the politics and stuff like that. Why is that the why is that the why is it the way it is? What happened? Why are you not taking that part? Why don't you? Why you're not running for offices?
You mean
What is going on? I want to
well?
understand what
It's
is
a good
going on.
question.
You
Well,
understand? I don't understand where this is coming from. You understand? I mean, why is that
they are
these
talking
people who are
points.
refugees that's coming right now are taking this and are making these progresses, and you're not, but then you're blaming on them. Most of these people, they know they came from Africa. They say they came from Africa. They're not denying their heritage. I don't think they're claiming to be African American
Well,
or want the reparation for these from these people.
some believe they are from
Very
here. But
yeah,
let
African
me
American.
play this real quick,
Yeah.
real quick.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Stop,
obsessed with the
stop
Arabs
coming on
too.
here fighting other Africans and go right for your
We're
ancestors,
defending the
bro.
African community.
Guys,
Sad.
People like you.
Calm
I
down.
feel like there
Calm
needs to be
down.
more African American speakers. I feel like Tariq is not representing his community
Yeah,
Listen,
well.
I will.
Like,
just bring more
we need to be
African
more
American
He,
diverse.
he's
Look,
not.
I'm
speakers.
He
going
is not
So
representing the
There's
African
also
put
support
your
y'all.
community.
hand up.
African
African.
Americans are
Of
much
course,
better than that.
man, you didn't
African
lost
community.
man. We are
I
the
love
culture.
you, though.
That's why you dress and act like us.
You
You
know,
said
We are.
Mexican? That's why you spoke one of one?
We are.
Jolly, wherever the
That's
co-host,
not
man.
Mexican,
Bring up lemon
dumbass.
pudding
We
up
have a
here.
What
culture
was
of not
it?
fleeing. We have a culture of not
Some
fleeing.
of you I know about.
okay. Let's see. Kenyan by marriage. So Kenyan by marriage. You are American, right?
Yep.
Okay. So is this normal? Like you being an American to see, like, do you feel like if Europeans come here, since you being white, European immigrant, you meet a new European, do you have this feeling that you are the one that paved the way for them to come here?
No, I've never thought of that before in my life.
And
You know,
I don't see white people thinking like that.
I mean, there was a time when I was a teenager, I used to feel that all immigrants shouldn't be coming here.
Okay,
Because if
so
they because I was ignorant enough at that time to think that if they came over here and my parents are complaining about them, then there must be something wrong and they should not be here. So based on them taking one of my parents' jobs or maybe one of my jobs earlier in the later on in the future, I had that sentiment that nobody should be here. That's not American. But as you grow, you open up your mind, you'll figure out that hey, we are all immigrants, you know, basically in this country.
so let me you know about Amazing Lucas, right?
Who, this guy?
Yeah.
I may have seen him, but I've only really seen him like
Okay.
2 days
I'm
ago.
gonna
And
play
yeah,
some of the stuff he's shocked by.
all right.
Educational studies.
I've heard, man.
Yeah,
This
you
is the
got fucked up.
craziest thing I've heard.
Everyone, no, he's Ethiopian, guys.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
My
Okay,
fellow
so
Horn
look,
African
right?
This
brother,
is the
go
craziest
on
thing
mute.
I've heard.
Your thing is echoing.
Now go on me, brother. So
This is where we are right here.
and I'm a South African, like I'm South African born.
Wait,
Right?
hold on. Dude, but not the mute lahun.
So this is a South African guy that's about to talk, a South African white guy. So since he says all the African umbrella, let's hear what the South African boy have to say to Tariq.
This is wild to
Yeah, I
me,
was gonna
bruh.
say I'm a South African born. The people fought colonialism. If people know about us white South African born,
This mofo.
British. I'm more African than any black person in America. You can never ever compete with me, right? African excellence. What is African excellence? It's Tesla. You fucking degenerates. You guys been here for fucking 400 years and haven't done nothing.
So
My
they
own
need to be.
people,
I
right?
just. I
Africans
don't know what
that
to
came
say,
here,
sir.
and
You
that
have
came out
literal
West Africa
child
from my
soldiers in
people
broken
before,
flip flops and
right? Look what he
AK-47
did in
shooting
the
at their
way he fought
kids. Yeah,
America. He built one
got
of the
tired
biggest
of
car
waiting.
companies.
These
That's
skinny.
African excellence. But you fucking
Are about to
degenerates
get dirt
been doing
patch.
nothing in America, right? And these
Yeah,
Negroes
bro.
have the nerve to talk about
I'm
real
just saying,
fighting.
I
Oh,
think
fucking
it's crazy, bro.
you've
I
never
think it's
fight real
crazy.
fight.
Professor, they did do something. You're forgetting they
Oh.
bought chains and they smoke weed and they drink Hennessy. That's what they do.
Oh, 100%.
They won't allow.
behavior.
You gotta
Did-
understand, right?
They won't allow
Yo,
anyone in
I
the
agree.
space, bro.
Thanks for pointing that out and highlighting.
They won't allow anyone in the
You
space.
also
I'm
gotta
trying to
welcome,
get in,
brother.
bro.
You also gotta understand, and there was a famous quote.
So, guys, what I'll give it one more round so you guys can. What do you guys? I want you guys to give your perspective on what you've heard, how these talking points became nasty. So, who?
That is a spaghetti of madness discussion that is going on there. That the white South African is insulting the African Americans, then the African Americans are insulting the general black Africans, which is just crazy. The whole direction of the discussion is perverted, really. These people, they will do their thing, and I think the oxygen that they are getting is a problem. I said this to someone that always covers this topic. I said, this way they don't have to win; they just have to deny you the space to make enough progress. Then we are back to square one again. Because if you give these other people oxygen, they are
But
just going to
Tunaya, when
suck
you
your
say
time.
we, there's no we in these conversations. You do realize this, right?
We can decide that there is
No,
we.
no, I'm just,
all we want,
no, I'm
there
not
is.
saying, no, I'm not going by saying this is what I decide, not decide. I'm speaking of what is, like what I know to be true, what all of us know to be true. That's what I'm going
What all
by.
of us
There
know
is
to be
no,
true
there
is
is,
that there are black people,
yes.
and
Well, there, but
they are all on the
that's
northern
not, but
continent.
but you do realize Tariq is saying he is not like you. He said he's Indian American. He's not from Africa. He said only 3% of the slaves came from Africa. He said they are copper people. He used to be a Pan-Africanist. He evolved to a copper Indian today. So this is why he's attacking Africans and Somalis. Somalis got the double dipping, the African part and being
For whatever
specified,
reason,
and Nigerians.
Yeah, for whatever reason he evolved, we know full well that in America they use their people against their own
When you
leaders.
say your people, what people?
Their own people, like they use African Americans against African Americans all the time because
But
it's so intense.
but that's not. But this is not the case. This is. We have a name and a picture, an individual. He has followers. So when you say they, you are deflecting.
No. I'm telling you that what he is saying is completely deliberate. These people are doing these things deliberately to deny space for the ones that actually want to come together, because it just takes a few people to start a war sometimes.
Right.
Between countries. That is what they are doing. They are trying to make sure they keep the community separate. We are over 1 billion strong, and yet we are one of the weakest groups in the world.
Tunisia, we are not 1 billion strong. Let's not go there.
We are not,
No,
Black
let's
people are
keep Tunisia, let's keep this in America.
Who is now pretending as if it's not?
Tunisia, I'm telling you, already look at this smaller portion here. There's a reason why this conflict is happening. Okay?
Do you just see the Europeans defending themselves in Europe there? Do you see NATO acting crazy to defend Ukraine?
Tunisia, we are talking about America. I see what is happening. That this is a different situation. We are talking about what's going on in America. ADOS, it's a small group of
Let me
things
know what you are
happen.
talking about, because I don't understand. Are you trying to say that black people are not the same in terms of being black, or because
no, I'm
Tariq
telling you. Wait,
from his own brother too?
Tunisia. So ADOS is not the same black as you and me.
Neither am I the same as my own sibling.
Oh, geez. No. Tunisia, they are, many of them are Indians. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh,
they are claiming this.
See, if they claim that they are Indians,
wait,
then there is no evidence to it.
Wait, Tunisia.
Yes.
You have debated people. You yourself. I've seen you debate with people who deny this and call themselves Indian to your face. They deny having anything to do with with Africans. So
And
this
yet,
is, hold on, hold on.
okay,
I know you're trying to go into what makes sense, but what makes sense to you, if it doesn't make sense to the person you're trying to explain it to, it means nothing.
okay. I've had a long conversation with a lady that believed these things. And in the end, it turns out that there is no substance to it. There is no evidence. I moved from one concrete issue. I didn't let her move from just jumping from one issue. I said, if you go by DNA, and I explain everything that the DNA does and everything, she doesn't have any way of explaining it. I go about, okay, is there any group of people in this world that has ever forgotten where they came from for
I
hundreds of
heard it
years?
all. I
No,
heard it
no,
all.
this one was even behind the scenes when I had this conversation with this lady. We spent a long time. She couldn't prove that. I said, is there any group in America that remembers you people being present? Any this thing, Red Indian tribe, any group that remembers any black tribe that existed? Because if you have a black tribe that you live next to, you will remember them. But no, nothing. On and on and on. We spent hours. There is nothing there. These people are just trying to deny us air. That's what they are doing. They are obstructors. They are trying to be in between the groups, so that because they know if the groups come together, we'll be able to sort a lot of problems. Black people, black men specifically, are the weakest group in the world so far because we have not been able to defend our groups.
Okay, well, good luck
Why
with
do you
that.
think that is? This is how they
Well,
do it. This is how they make sure we remain divided.
well, my thing is, I just told you the leader of FBA that you're trying to call African. Let me play this
They
so
don't
you hear,
debate
so
anybody.
you know
You
what
know
is
that they don't
happening.
I'm
debate
trying to
Here,
get in the
hold
anybody.
on,
space, bro. I got
hold on.
I got
Now, you
requested,
would
bro.
think most men cross the street, to go to the other
You
street.
guys are
Everyone,
fucking
everyone crosses
crazy,
the street
bro.
to go to
You all sound like a bunch of
location, a
fucking
destination, and to go
coons.
back home. I believe all black people should be triple vaccinated. Double vaccinations, booster, and extra vaccinations for no reason. I think they should be sterilized.
This is
All
why I
black
came
males.
at Oxy
Professor, what about
Sideways
the
to one
dark
stream.
skinned
I
women?
thought he was speaking down FBA.
First of all, I believe dark
Heard this
skin
shit
women
at
from a
work all
different
the
topic.
time. Their
But I think
mindsets
they
are
should
common.
Now, one thing I
I've
want to say,
never
sorry
heard
to
this.
interrupt you.
Yeah.
Everybody, just know, you have to make the
Why's rubbing their
hashtag.
hands like Birdman right now?
Please make 4 to 5
Eric
tweets. We
Genesis.
need
They make
to
Crowder
spread
look like
awareness. Tariq Nasheed
a civil
has
rights
stolen money from
activist.
the Black Lives
Yeah.
Foundation, the same people that he supposedly
What's the point of
advocates.
having Steven
This man
Crowder
is a
if you have
thief.
people like this
He
in the
is
country?
extremely, conniving in nature. It's
What's
not
the
a
point of
surprise.
having
It's
like
something common
they're
among. Please, brother.
I mean,
Let's insult our
you can call
intelligence.
it degeneracy,
like what are you
but it's a
talking?
My whole point is, okay, people, it's dangerous to create your own narrative to project onto other people to say you are the marker and the standard for blackness, to say, oh, this person, because they don't support my idea, therefore they are opposed to every black person. Maybe your idea is dumb to me. Okay, maybe it's dumb to me. It doesn't mean I hate black people, but these people use this and spin it and say, if you don't support me, therefore you are against all black Americans. That's what Tariq is
Exactly.
doing.
But
This
that is
is
the point. They wield it into a weapon against us. That they are not targeting any other group. It's just us. That is how you recognize these type of people, because they don't have that much energy against any other group. Not Hispanics, not Chinese, not any other group. It's us.
yeah,
It's so obvious, really.
because
It's not even
Tunaja,
that hidden.
wait, Tunaja, the part you're missing also, right? Tariq has been making fun of the Somalis directly. You missed that video here that I played from 3 years ago. It's been years now. So that's what triggered all this. Okay, that's what triggered all this. So that's the history I'm giving here. He does say a lot of crazy stuff, even about, Africans, especially Somali, like some really messed up things, And he's got followers. People, they never correct him. They cheer him on. Like
Of
pretty much
course.
Africans are the butt of the joke, and they say, "Oh, these Africans are sensitive," but it's not about being sensitive. It's like you're watching people that cry about
Let me
oppression,
just say one quick thing so other people can
and
talk, please. Let me
yes,
just say one quick
okay,
thing.
you got 6 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, 6 seconds. This thing, what he does is that there are Ponzi schemes out there. People buy into the Ponzi scheme and they believe it, and they don't ask serious questions. This is what is going on. He's basically conning people, and the people that are following him, some of them are just on YouTube and social media. You don't know whether they are even human beings, whether they are even white or anything. They don't question anything. And if you look at what they are doing, they don't have open debate with anybody. They don't have any open debate with any intelligent person or anybody with any scholastic qualification or anything. So these people are con people. They are designed to disrupt the conversation and the coming together of the community, and that's why they showed up about 2-3 years ago.
No, Tariq has been around. He's just been evolving. But thank you. Now we have think before you type. What do you have to say before we close out here?
All right. So this is the closing statement.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So me personally, I think Tariq and these other clowns, ADOS, FBA, whatever you want to call them, they end up messing with the horn and they got stung to death. So now they are tasting their own medicine. They keep messing with Africa and they end up messing with the horn of Africa and they end up getting what they deserve. In all honesty, I don't believe in any type of hatred or any type of way, but I always say if somebody keeps poking you, if somebody keeps messing with you, sooner or later, you're going to give him exactly what he deserves. And now that's what they end up doing it. But now, in a larger context, when it comes to the African American community as a whole, not those clowns, but the African American community as a whole and the African people, as in general, this is one thing we need to focus on. It is common sense because a lot of times when 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 we get images of Black Americans in general in America, the media portrays them always negatively, whether it's just ADOS or the majority of the Black Americans. So they always portray them negatively, and that's what a lot of the people in the world end up seeing, right? Vice versa. Every time when the same Western media, when they portray Africa and a lot of countries in my homeland, when it comes to Somalia, they portray us in a negative light. And that's what a lot of these people end up seeing as well here in this country. So when the average people, whether they're Somali or African American in general, they're perfectly are not hatred, or they don't have hate on anyone else. But there are some few people who would take that and use that whatever information they get from Western media and use that against each other, right? So the Black Americans will end up using negative images or negative talking points of the same white people that use the same, propaganda as Black Americans. They are called lazy. They are called everything about them, but they'll use the same talking points they get from the Western media to use that same talking points against Africans, in the continent, you know what I mean, or immigrants, right? And vice versa. So the one thing I really want to say is that I don't give a shit about what these ADOS do and all this stuff, but every time if they end up crossing the line and if they want to bring hatred to the table, don't be surprised when the same venom is given back to you 100 times more. There's a black bombas in Africa, in Somalia, in all these other countries, and it's 100 times more venomous and deadliest than whatever rattlesnakes you have in your areas. So really understand
Thank you.
hatred
Thank you.
begets hatred, but understand the concept. The vast majority of people are very nice and cool, and that's pretty much it. What I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. KBM, go for it.
Yeah, could you share my screen if possible?
Yeah, this one here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, when I said some of you guys, you got to not get involved with these people, the FBA types, the ADOS, the ones who go out searching for trouble, because the particular person that took this clip from African Millennials, I was on this panel, by the way, African Millennials channel, took out everything that I had to say with the discussion of the panelists on here. And so basically, my whole thing was watch out who you align yourself with when it comes to certain Americans, because not everybody is your friend. And what she decided to do is make a thumbnail with KKK and then took a silhouette of a couple Africans in KKK suits and then color them in kente cloth. That's the actual thumbnail to this video.
Wait. They did a KKK, like Kente cloth KKK.
Yes, yes. And you look at the title, Pan-Africanism. Africans band together with Mzungu to harm Black American expats in Africa. Thank you, Miss Monty Melagon, whatever her name is, empowering ADOS.
Oh.
This person, as you know, we know her, loves to go out, but she's just like Tariq Nasheed. He loves to go out, start mess. But at this particular time, some people called him out with the hashtag or what have you. And like the other guy was saying, you know, you have to expect this type of snapback, because I've been telling people for years, Africans don't mess with people. They don't. If there's an African that's drunk on the street, they might mess with you because they're drunk. They don't mess with people. They don't go out searching for drama and this, that, and the other. I've always seen it 100% of the time, whether if it's white or black, Americans messing with Africans. All right. But all this ADOS stuff and all that, this is like that 100 times fold. They're out there just looking to start trouble. And I'm telling you, just leave these people alone. And if you critique them, just tell the truth, because that's what hurts them the most. They don't like the truth, and just stick with the truth, and then just go on about your business, because that's another thing they don't like, is when you go on about your business. They want your attention. If you feed them that attention, they got some power on you. I'm just telling you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, KBM. Thank you. All right. We have who do we have here? I can't even see these names. H Block, go for it.
Oh man, I don't even have much to say, man, because the two guys that was before me
They've said it
covered
all.
everything. Yeah, they said it all, man. I agree with
Can
them
I say
100%.
something?
Who said that?
Mimi.
Who?
Mimi.
Okay, go ahead, Mimi, and I think we have Malik Sanyang. Okay, Mimi, you go for it.
Like I said, what I wanted to say, I think KDM said it. Don't give these people attention. Tariq want attention. They've been doing this for a while. At first, it was Nigerians, and they know Nigerians are not people to mess with because they will come aggressively. And now it's like Somalis. It's a shame that white people are coming and telling Africans that.
Hello?
Africans. It's just
What
a
happened
shame
there, me?
for some, not all black people, because I have, like I said, I have some black people that are my friends, and they don't even think like this. This is just like some percentage of black people that are doing this, trying to cause this all divisive or whatever they're trying to do. And Tariq been doing this for a while. That's why I don't even watch him, or it's not even, they're not even rational to me. Look at that lady, that African American lady that comes that said, oh, you guys are gonna come in and adopt our culture and do this and do that. How does that make sense? And what kind of culture do you guys have that is gonna be so influential that people have to follow it like that? Of course, there are certain things like the music and the sport that is very beautiful that people like, but what else? So I don't understand why Africans waste their time trying to make these arguments like 10 years ago, because Black Americans that are really rational and critical thinkers are not going to be sitting on this YouTube and doing this foolishness. That's how I see it. And
Thank you,
Tariq
Mimi.
benefit from it. Like he'll
Thank
be
you.
creating all these FBA, whatever he's been doing, and then he's getting money from it. So that's what he wanted.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mimi. Okay, we have Malik Sanyang. Malik, what do you want to say?
Yeah, hello, famous. How are you doing? Yeah, this is Malik Sanyang. I don't know whether my accent, I can see a lot of American accents here. So
where you calling from?
Yes, I'm in America here, in the US.
Where are you from?
I'm from Gambia.
Okay, welcome to the show, Malik.
Yes, thank you. So I've been following your show all around, but I think, there is a big educational gap in these topics you are doing. You are doing a very good job, like trying to talk about histories, but I can see Somalis and Somalians, I think they don't know nothing about West African history. So most of them, just bunch all West Africa into one category and start talking about everything. Like if, they are the only Muslims on the continent. We have, in West, I just want to be specific, in West Africa, we have larger Muslim population than any other
Wait,
part of Africa.
which topic are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the topic. I'm coming to what you guys are discussing about.
Because we're towards the end, if you can, just get straight to this topic, because of time,
Okay.
we can talk about the Islam stuff another day.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, just because of time, from what you've heard here, as far as the immigrant, Tariq having issues, FBA with the black immigrants. What's your point, from what you've heard?
Okay, from what I heard, it's not right. It's not right for black people all over the world, because we have to, be united. I'm not saying we are different. Obviously, everybody know that we are different. The West Africans, even in West Africa, are different. In Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya, we are different. But one thing should be, how to call it, harmonize all of us, is we should understand we are all Africans. We respect each other's diversity. We respect each other's look, no matter where you come from. Everybody is a decent person. So whether it's a black American who has root from Africa or an African migrant coming to America, African Americans should see them as their brothers. And we also should also respect the African Americans, because I see a lot of people also disrespecting the American people. You should not be, come to a place, you see your brother. It's your brother, no matter how he does, whatever he might do, try to be positive with them. Okay. And they will also be positive with you. But if you start, coming here, oh, I am different, I have curly hair, I have that, I have pointed nose, this thing will bring division between you, because he will also see himself somehow.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for calling. Make sure you call again on.
Yes, I will call again in other topics, because I follow your program, but I see it's like people, most of the people are not knowledgeable at all. They don't know nothing about what they're talking about.
That's why we want people like you to call in.
Yes, I have a very vast history about Somalia. I have very vast history about West African politics and how the geographical from ancient time to today. And I will be invited to tell you exactly what happened with facts, not with friction. With these people talking about shit.
I'll invite you to come talk about the Somalis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Niger, go for it.
Yeah, I think from what everybody has said, they are basically saying that we shouldn't be giving too much to these people, because they are just there to create all this havoc. It's so clear to, the more you look at it, at first you hear somebody that looks like you saying these things, you feel like you want to understand where they come from, which is natural. I understand that, because some of them are actually genuine that follow these people because they don't know any better. It's natural to want to understand it. But you also have to understand that in the end, you have to focus on what you are trying to do, because their job is to gain more this in influence and steal the space, so that you will be talking about that while you are arguing. Like, because like the Somalis now can come and start arguing with African American, and they start arguing and it becomes bitter. God forbid somebody in America gets attacked. Can you imagine that? This is where we are now, where we, our own people, want to start attacking our own immigrants that came into the country, not Hispanic ones that are the majority, or the Europeans that are the majority that come into the country. They want to start attacking African these immigrants. So that is how pervert the whole discussion is. And these people, we should we should not even try. We should just set them aside. If they want to have a positive conversation, then they can come on openly and debate. Like that lady that came here, she came and talked, gave her opinions, which is fine. They are not afraid.
You mean Queen Yasmin?
Yes, which is fine.
Of course. Yeah.
But people like Tariq, Nasheed and Dengalawe, they don't tolerate any this opposing views. They
Right.
don't want you to show them evidence. Even and the worst of it is that even when you show them evidence, they still like no, no, no. They tell you that something else is going on there.
Well said, Tunaja. You've pretty much hit it all. Thank you for calling again, Tunaja.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Google A. Google, welcome. Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from America.
Where in America?
The South.
The South is huge.
I'm calling from Texas.
Texas. Thank you for calling in. Google A. So okay, I mean you came, towards the end, but you got quick 60 seconds. What do you want to say on the topic?
I really just like your platform. I wanted to say that I think Tariq does kind of stir division a bit, but I also I agree with some things that he said in some sentiments because we are different, right? I think that is a cultural gap.
Right.
Because as a black American, right, you've been here. It's not like we've just gotten here. We've been here forever, our great
Right.
grandmothers. So then there's this kind of thing like you guys are super different from us, right? That's how we view it. And then a lot of us, we go to school with Hispanics or Asians, and it doesn't feel as different because these are the people that you've grown up generationally, right? And then when you actually get an African, which is more recent, there's a lot in the Houston area, but it's more of a recent thing. It's kind of foreign, not just to black people, right? And that's what I think that the white viewer didn't say is that white people are worse than the black people. When they see people, especially in the South, where it's very conservative, no one, black or white people, two groups who've kind of been here for a while, wants foreigners here. That's the real truth. And I think that no one discusses that. So it is
No, oh no,
levels.
yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
I'll actually
definitely
bring that.
levels. It's definitely levels to it. And if you look at it, when the Haitians tried to come on the Texas border, they turned them around, but Joe Biden allowed so many immigrants from the Middle East. And I agree we should have some kind of oneness, but I think it's okay to be different and acknowledge that we are different and also come to a commonality. There's a different historical gap, and to get to know each other is one thing, but it's okay black and foundational black American who's been here a while. They have their culture. It's the same thing like if you look at an Australian Aboriginal or Dravidian, those people we know at one point came from Africa, but they're their own identity at this point. Like you
Yeah,
can't
well,
wipe that
nobody's
away.
against. Yeah, no one is against that. It's just Tariq is embarking on, using people's whatever sentiment they have and turn it into a negative one, something that could be positive.
Yeah.
People slowly get to know each other. I totally agree with you. There's nothing wrong with people, being different, but once you start, picking at other people, saying what you say is what stands, your understanding of the world is what should rule. Now that becomes a problem.
I completely agree with that. I think that we're different, and that's how you should look at it. But it also can be a positive. Where another issue stems from is the name, right? So I don't know if you guys know, but African American, that's new. One
Right.
black American decided to name all
Jesse
African
Jesse
American.
Jackson.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't agree with that name. That also for us is to can stem from. It's because no one vouched for him. He did that on his own before it's colored and girl.
It was
Different,
planned.
yeah, all these
The
different.
Democratic Party did that.
Yeah, it was completely different names. And I think to Tariq's point, for me, where there's a place in America, New Orleans, I don't know if you've heard of it, but a lot of people there are black natives. Like it's the only place where they can't is that's why they always say New Orleans isn't in America, because it's so unique
Yeah, they're
to the
different.
country. Yeah, and that's because of the native. I don't know, a lot of people don't know, but if you actually visit, they have black people as, and it happens every day all the time. One of the
You mean
oldest,
the Creoles?
not the Creoles, they're the mixed people. No, the actual black people, I think that's where the confusion comes in. It's not saying that you're not black, you are. It's just saying that you are a native black person. You have Africans who have the older history. My belief is that black people was everywhere first, and I think we have to get out of the mindset of that we were not true. You know, I think that we went all over the world, and there are people who, when they say native, it's because they were there longer. They were the black people that came there first. And I think that's what's the misinterpretation of the conversation, is just saying like, hey, of course we know everybody from here, but we've been here so long, so we call ourselves this area because we can't
Oh
remember
man,
anything prior to.
you're have you're having that, you know, you got that Houston internet, don't you?
Oh, it's a city, but it's breaking up.
Yeah, but anyway,
Hey yo, can I say something real quick?
yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, I want to properly say goodbye to Google. Google, thank you for calling in, and you know, don't hesitate to call whenever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. All right, we have Harlem Street Tales. You'll be the last.
Harlem Street Tales in the building.
Harlem,
FBA.
FBA. Are you calling from Harlem?
Yeah, I'm from Harlem, New York, B.
Welcome in the
I'm
house.
FBA all day.
All right. So
All I'm saying is this, huh?
You're familiar with this topic. Tell me,
yeah, I'm familiar with all of them.
In 60 seconds, what you think about Tariq and the Somalis going at it.
I mean, Tariq is definitely on point. What the brother trying to do is get FBA brothers and sisters on code. You know what I mean? We not dissing y'all. We just saying that we got to get on code. We know what we capable of. We know how much work we done put in and what we do. You know, we built America. American culture is our culture. Everything about this country is us. You know, we the faces of black people around the world. You know what I'm saying? Like the average, and I ain't trying to disparage nobody, but the average income of a lot of immigrants in their countries is like less than $10. You dig? So like let's you know, at the end of the day, we getting on code. We
Right.
gonna get on code. We gonna make it happen. And that's all this is about. We just gotta wake our people up that's docile, that's on this whole pan-Africanism shit. That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's been one-sided. It don't help us, it don't work for us. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times we find ourselves in a situation where we supporting Biden and the Democratic candidates, and it don't do nothing but help us. And they get us on board by championing the immigrants. But we on some shit like, look, at the end of the day, we got a decision to make. Either we gonna be liked or we gonna be respected. You dig?
But what are you gonna do about, because over there where you at there in New York City, y'all got that black mayor, and now he worked to erase your vote by allowing even illegals to vote. Like, you don't have to be a US citizen to vote. You know that's not good for you, right?
Yeah, that's definitely not good for us, but that's not gonna stop nothing.
No, but what I'm saying, why aren't you guys saying something about that? Because
that's what we
really
doing. That's what we do talk about that. We talk about that every day. Every day we talk about Kamala Harris, Biden. We was better off voting for Trump, to be honest with you, because I won't say that Trump helped FBA, but he helped us indirectly when he was getting rid of a lot of the immigrants. When he was deporting them, that actually helps us indirectly. Because
how has that ever helped you in history?
Because he's getting rid of the people that come over here, blend in with us, and undermine us. So that helps us indirectly.
So how many
should have got on board with that.
Wait, how many black immigrants
but
do you
we
think
fucked up
come
by
to
voting
America?
for Biden.
Hold on, compared to
I'm talking about all immigrants.
Compared to Hispanics, how many Hispanic immigrants do you think is in America?
I'm talking about all immigrants, but in particular,
I'm
like
talking
you said,
illegal.
but like,
hold on, I'm talking just illegal Hispanic alone, illegal. Your vote
it's a gang of them. It's a gang of them niggas.
So what I'm saying,
he was getting them to fuck up out of here. And listen, I live in New York, like you said. Most Africans, when they migrate to America, they come to New York. So I know a lot of Africans. So what I'm saying is, I had a lot of African brothers and sisters that was worried, like, yo, man, they're about to deport me. I mean, yo, he wasn't just deporting regular immigrants. He was deporting immigrants that was anchor babies.
No, you
that was
can't
born
deport
here.
them.
How
You
many?
can't.
See,
It's
can I
against
say
U.S.
something,
law.
please? Let
Wait,
me. You've been
wait.
having conversations with these
Harlem,
people.
hold on.
See,
Harlem Street. You cannot deport Uncle Baby, meaning the person was born here. If you're
That's what
born
they
in
was. That's what he was doing.
no,
That's
no,
exactly, bro. That's what, bro. He was doing
bro.
that.
You cannot
Look
deport
it up.
somebody.
Look it up, bro. Look it up.
No, that
Listen,
is
bro. He was getting rid of.
that is
Listen, because
factually no. That is factually legally wrong. Trump does
bro,
not have
that's
that
what he
power.
was doing, bro.
He
He
doesn't
was getting
have the
rid of.
power,
Yo, bro.
dude.
You know how many. You know how many children.
see,
You know how
Hey,
many children that they had
wow.
in
they were not
concentration.
born.
They
Wait,
had children. They had children in concentration camps, bro.
nah, that's
They
look. You
separated
talking?
children from their families and
Yeah,
all
but
that
yes,
under the Trump administration.
they were
He
not
was, I'm
born
telling you,
here,
he was getting rid of, listen,
dude.
first
Harlem,
generation
Harlem,
immigrants was going along with
Harlem,
regular immigrants. He was
Harlem,
getting rid of all
Harlem,
of
Oh
them.
God.
Harlem. Trump.
Why
Just
do you
because you're
always? Why do
president,
you people always
you
feel like you have
cannot
to
deport.
go
Hold on,
against people?
Tunaya. Hold on.
You see, this is what you did last
Tunaya,
time.
you cannot deport an American citizen. Somebody born in America, even their parent crossed the border today, you cannot deport them.
Let me tell you
So,
something, bro.
that's
Them
No,
why
you
niggas,
see how
let
happy
me
he is. No, let
let
me
me
say
tell
something.
you
Let me say
tell you something
something.
about the American
You said
government, right?
enough. You said enough. Let me just say something.
They wipe their ass with
These
those
people,
laws, man.
can you stop?
They
Let me
do what
just say
they want.
something. Let me say
so
something. Let me just say something, okay?
Biden just
Let me.
now
You see how he's happy. This is what they
Biden just
want.
now was violating American laws by
Can you just be
flying
quiet for
in
a second?
illegal immigrants
Can you
by
just
the
be quiet for a
boatload.
second?
He was
Can you just
flying
be
them
quiet
in,
for a second?
violating. He ain't get impeached.
You see that? Is that guy is high or he doesn't mute him? Okay. This is somebody that is is talking about getting rid of immigrants and all the rest of it. And Trump, how many European immigrants do you see Trump getting rid of? Do you know that they make up the white Europeans make up some of the highest overstayers in America? How many of
That's
them
a
do you
fact.
see?
That's a fact,
How
and
many
that's a
of them do
problem
you see
too.
him?
Yeah,
But
that's a
it's a
fact.
problem. But you're not talking about that, are you? You're
Now
busy
we talk
talking about
about that.
Africans.
all
We
those
talk about that.
Canadians come in
We
That's
don't.
here.
We don't
that.
just.
See,
We
can you stop? Can you just stop? Do you know how senseless what you are saying is? The people that enslaved you, that keep killing your people every day on the street, they are not deporting their own people, but you have more energy talking about your own black people. You have energy talking about Hispanics.
All we do is
What?
talk about white. We go at white people all day, every
See?
day. The fuck
No,
is
you
you
don't.
talking about? We got more smoke for white
No,
people than
you
you could
don't.
ever
No,
have.
you don't.
We always
Where's
going
the
at crackers.
smoke?
What are you
Where's the
talking about?
smoke?
No, we
Where's
don't
the
We
see.
go
smoke?
at
We don't
crackers
see it at
all the
all.
time.
No, you
We don't
don't.
see
That's the
anything
fuck
at
we
all.
do. When
Tariq
the
We don't
have
crack,
see.
stopped.
let me tell you something. When them cracking
No, we
niggas
don't. No,
violated
we
that
don't.
Somalian family up there in Minnesota, it was
No, we don't.
FBAs that went over there, went to their crib. We started to pull up culture. We go to these niggas' houses and all that. They gotta put special
Somalis were
police
No, in the
also
around
Somali.
these
there for
people's
you.
houses because
Hey,
we done
Harlem,
pulled up. What are you
Harlem,
talking about?
Harlem. The
When
Somalis
Abi,
were right.
when
Harlem,
Abdul
Harlem,
Somalis
Diallo,
won the
when
Harlem.
battle.
Abdul Diallo, an African, when he got murdered
Man,
in New York City, y'all didn't do shit.
what do you
We
mean?
stood up
He
against
stood
that.
up and
Fuck is
did
you
what?
talking about?
And did what?
They
We
don't.
popped off.
And did what? To just protest?
No, we
Yeah,
popping off.
stop,
What you
don't
No,
mean?
he
You
We
shoot.
popped
didn't
off
do
to
protest.
do
anything.
what? To do what? You popped off
Stop,
to do
don't
what?
shoot.
We
They
made
didn't
sure
do
it wasn't.
anything.
We made sure it wasn't another Abdul Diallo again.
Hey, George Floyd happened years later, so they didn't listen.
Yeah, about 20
And
or
and then
something.
Never
and then
listen.
About
and then
30 years later.
um
About
uh,
20,
uh,
30
Mike,
years later.
Michael Brown happened. There were plenty that happened, after that. I can keep going
He
on
says
and
Tariq
on.
Nasheed wants to get them
Trayvon,
on code
Trayvon,
against
whoever.
Africans.
Trayvon, there's
Uh,
plenty, my
you,
friend.
you like to say that you are different. Yeah,
Eric
of course,
Garner, there's
everybody's
plenty.
different.
We got to get on code at the end of the day. What
I
are you
cannot
talking
believe that the previous speaker used the term Dravidians to compare themselves to how removed they are from Africans. It's crazy. Some
We
of the
gonna get
things you
on
could
code
say.
like how y'all on code.
You use the
Y'all
term
on code. Why
Dravidian
we can't get on code?
to describe how different you are from Africans. Dravidians left over 50,000 years ago. What are you talking about? These are
We gonna get
totally
on
different.
code like how y'all on code. You see how y'all on
Europeans,
code?
you
That's
don't
how
hear
we gonna get on code.
Europeans. You don't hear Europeans talking about, Europe is not part of our continent. They are literally about to go to war defending themselves. in Europe right now while our people are busy trying to knock each other's head here. How crazy is this our behavior?
Ain't nobody knocking each other heads off. What are you talking about?
No, that is what you
we're
see.
not doing that.
People use sly
beating
language.
up.
You use sly
Ain't
language.
nobody doing that
Come
to
here,
y'all.
you say you're trying to get on code. On code against
We
who?
getting on
Get
code with each other.
against
Yes,
who
we need to
oppressing
get
you.
on code as far as money is concerned and all that. Yeah, we got to get on code. FBA.
What money? You're
That's
living
what
on
we doing
scraps.
as far as like the votes. Everything we can take advantage of as a
There is
people.
no money
We
to
got
be
to
had.
get on code and take
Living on
advantage of.
scraps.
We're not talking about knocking your head off. The fuck is you talking about? Y'all niggas, we 45 million strong over here. You like 2 million. Nobody's talking about attacking you.
Can I
What are you
ask
talking
you a
about?
question? I want to have that. What does it mean
let
to be
him
on code?
yeah,
I just want to
Harlem.
ask him this question. What does it mean to be on code? What does that mean? Can you explain to me? I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, answer.
Getting on code mean FBA need to start spending money with each other, supporting each other more, you know, seeing each other as a Pacific ethnic group in this world and understanding that we all we got. So we got love for our brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora and all that. But at the end of the day, we got to be on code first. This 45 million, 13% of the population over here, we got to get on code to the point like how y'all on code.
But
like how you
So you guys want to copy? You want to copy African immigrants?
It's not about us copying anything. We used to be. We was on code. We got to get on code stronger.
But you know what? Hey, Harlem,
we can't have situations where we can't.
Harlem,
we influence a lot.
Wait, Harlem, I'm totally. When you say you guys want to be on code, like having a code of conduct, I support that by all means.
Exactly.
But being on code, does you can be on code and make things happen without hating on other people, especially
nobody hating on other people.
That's what
we
they
do.
mean.
What end up happening? This is what end up happening, right? We start talking about issues that affect us.
But aren't you worried about
relax, dog. Let me just say this real quick.
Issues that they are interested in.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick.
That is the slick natured language they use. They say they are not against anybody, but when you talk about any issues, it's how you are going to demarcate yourself from Africans. Those are the ones you are targeting.
Cutting me off is not going to make you right. You cutting me off don't make you right, bro.
What is going to make me right is what you are saying, and you're about to say it. Go ahead and say it.
All right, then. Thank you. So, like I was saying, there's issues that affect us, and we off code on that. Like, for instance, we know that Biden is a bigger. When we look at the political landscape here in America, we influence a lot. We are the Democratic voting base, and like I know, we're a small number, but we influence we influence the oppressor's children. That's how much influence we have over the world and everything.
You guys do not
he barely has anything to say. You see that he barely has anything to say.
Harlem, white people just Harlem.
It's cold, bro.
Harlem, hold on, Harlem now.
Nah, it's cold, bro. You want to be disrespectful. That's the problem. All Tariq would see y'all start the disrespect.
Hold on.
All Tariq is telling you.
He didn't say it. Now it's disrespect.
Harlem, give me a minute. Harlem, a black mayor of New York just came in. Now
he's a coon.
But that's what I'm saying. Your vote in America, you being born in America, in New York, your vote means nothing. Even
it means a lot. How you think he got vote? How you think he got in?
Well, now they've changed.
How you think he got in?
Now you don't have to be a U.S. citizen in New York to vote. Do you know this? In New York City. Your city,
and foundational Black Americans.
Yes, a foundational Black Americans.
Relax. Have foolishly helped out with that.
Okay, so you agree? You agree with me? That's something.
No, and I think that was foolish on our part.
Okay, so you see how that's gonna affect you. Now they're gonna flood in illegals. Your vote means nothing. So all this, everything you're saying, in a couple years, you'll be worse off than new immigrants. I'm telling you.
We don't have a defeatist
Because
attitude.
people can
Listen,
fly,
bro.
Adam. They can fly in.
Another few years. Let me tell you something. America may be destroyed tomorrow. Right now, they might get into it with Russia. See, this shit deep.
Well, we don't know. What I'm saying is, one thing I know now, it's law in New York. Illegal can come in, dust off their feet the next day. The election is tomorrow. Guess what? They can vote.
Right.
If the person can vote, do you see how dangerous this is? This is not good. This is not good.
Let me ask you one simple question.
That's not good.
Which
But
people has ever,
no, it's
which
super
people has
dangerous, and that's
ever
what I'm
gotten
saying.
power
So
from
if you got a
voting?
bunch of
We are
illegals that are coons, that are like we saw in that space with the Somalians, we know that a lot of, and this is, I'm not shitting on Somalians. I'm cool with a lot of Somalians. Don't get me wrong, but we know that there's a lot of clown ass Somalians, and they're corny and they're clowns, and they will.
But what about what Tariq was saying
they
about
go
them?
along with the whole white supremacy and all.
But that's not true. Somalis, do you not see how Somalis don't get along with white people?
So what
They
I'm
don't get
saying is,
along.
you got a lot of people like that, right? This is who the
How
white
about Tariq,
supremacists.
No, but Somalis don't get along with white people like that.
This is who the white supremacists like Biden is banking on. They banking on guys like that.
on 100,000 Somalis.
They're banking on thirsty immigrants that come from
100,000.
conditions that they created that is so impoverished that these people are willing to do whatever. They won't step out of line.
What you are missing is that you didn't need the immigrants for the white people to do all they have done to African Americans, and I don't understand how we can even be talking about these things.
Man, African Americans, you shouldn't even be worried about people coming in. Let me explain something.
I
seen a video.
Let me explain. I'm not interested in what you are saying right now. You have been talking. Let me just say something to you.
I seen a video.
Let me say something. Maybe you learn a few things. Can I just say something?
Uganda.
Can I say something?
An old white man was in Uganda.
Can you just stop? Can you just stop for a second?
Right, to Niger. Hey, Harlem Street, please let him talk. You can get a chance.
Yeah, you cannot talk on top of each
other. Yeah, go ahead to Niger, please.
Talk as if Somalis were there when white people did all this thing that they did. And secondly, the voting thing is the wrong focus. I think the way we keep they focus on reparation and they focus on voting. Since when has power been achieved by the polls? The polls doesn't give you power. What gives you power is how your community defend itself, defend their interests. And this is what they are doing. They are trying to make sure we don't have that focus. They are trying to talk about voting. See, which group? Tell me which group. You think the Asians need the vote to be able to get this in power in America?
Hell no.
They didn't have to vote. The Jews don't care about voting as much.
They got
Why
the
is
power.
we care about all these things?
Exactly. Can I say something quickly? I do agree with you, to Niger. Look, voting is one thing. You need to have a community that is working together. You have to have your own income coming in, your own businesses. You have to open your own business. You have to become stronger financially. That is what's missing in the African American community. You giving all your money to the Asian. You buying everything's going out. Nothing's coming in. No matter who you vote, it doesn't matter. This politician, they will tell you what you want to hear, and they're gonna do something different. So that's not. You need to have the financial. You guys have to think about that.
That's why we say we got to get on code.
Yeah, be on your code. I don't mind it. I support strong African American community.
Harlem. We support you guys.
Yes,
to be on code. I don't want you to. We are saying we support you. We just we want you to be stronger, but don't see us as the enemy attacking black immigrants. When you guys, even you are in Harlem. Really, you can coexist with the alphabet mafia there, but you don't want black immigrants. When you've been kicking it with black immigrants since in the 80s,
there's no alphabet mafia in Harlem, nigga.
Oh yeah, right. Hey, come on, you gotta take this L.
Yo, you from Harlem, nigga? Are you from Harlem?
I've been there. I've been there.
There's no look. People in
I've,
Harlem mind their fucking business,
I've been
and
there.
Harlem is a very strong historical foundational Black American
But
neighborhood.
it's
Nigga,
changed. It's
relax.
changed, but it's changed quite a bit. Let's be honest. They
Yeah, because
gentrified
they see,
they
because
gentrified
people
the hell
see,
out of
because
it.
yeah, what you said?
I said they
All the right.
gentrified most part of it. It didn't. It's not what it used to be. What I was used to seeing back in the
Yeah,
days.
what you was used to seeing was property taxes down, all these things, but a lot of
Right?
foundational Black
Yeah, but
Americans.
it's changed. It used to be foundational, not anymore. That's changed. That's
We
what I'm
need
telling you.
all
We want you guys to be on code, but
of
it's
course.
not to say attacking us or whatsoever. Because
They need to have economic.
what Tariq is doing, he's attacking immigrants. And other people are jumping on the bandwagon saying immigrants are the problem. But specifically, you guys say black immigrants.
Black.
When black immigrants literally here,
Now
we're less
They're
than
minority.
we're less than
They are
three
even
million.
liberalized even.
Well,
They are even
hold on, hold
liberalized.
on.
The black
Nobody is
immigrants
saying
are the
that
ones that are going
immigrants.
after. They don't go after the European immigrants. Go after the European immigrants. Let's see how far you get with that one. They go
Yeah,
after the ones that are
Nobody is
potentially
saying
their
black
allies.
immigrants are the problem. Nobody's saying that.
Tariq
Tariq
is.
What we
is,
saying
Tariq
is
is,
black.
but
What
Tariq
we
is.
saying is black immigrants is not somebody that we can rely on. So we got to get on code
Rely
with
as
them.
far as what?
That's
As
what we
far as
saying.
what?
What do
But
we
when
have
you
to
say
As
do?
far
rely,
as everything, come on, bro. We can't
okay,
rely on
okay,
y'all.
What
we
do we
have
need
St.
to do?
James. Hold on, St. James lives in America. He knows a lot about this. Also, let's allow him also to say something. St. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you for bringing me in, man.
And
Alpha Dog.
congratulations, good work with Cameroon, but they came back. Sorry to see you guys go down like that. But
Man, don't bring that back, man.
sorry. St.
That's
James,
fine. That's
St.
fine.
James, what do you want to say on this topic?
Man, I just want to talk to my brother from New York, man. Is there anything about black Africans that you like, man? You say we on code. Is there something that you like about that?
No, we got nothing but love for foundation for Africans. We always show love to Africans, bro. Don't act like it wasn't the foundational Black Americans that was rocking the black medallions that would make chains made out of Africa and gold and diamonds. You know what I'm saying? We was the ones that was rocking the dashikis, making them shits look
Well,
fly.
white people
Like
rock
we've
our
always showed
diamonds
love
too,
to
but
Africa, always
that's not
saying,
love.
always saying is this, right? Or I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. The problem is this: you witness outsiders that's not FBA. They witness a conversation amongst FBA on the internet, just keeping it real, and get offended. They get offended, but this is just us keeping it real with each other on what we see and how we feel about things. And then y'all blow that shit up and just go crazy. Like, look, us being FBA, we're making a name for ourselves. We want to change the name of the people here in America that built this country. We want the name to
Who
be
you want to
FBA.
change the white people's name?
The white people didn't build shit here. The white
Really?
people, the first colonies,
They didn't build.
when white people tried to build America on their own, what we see today, white people tried to achieve that on their own. They couldn't.
What?
They couldn't do it.
So they couldn't do it until blacks did it for them.
Yes.
Blacks
They
wrote the
built you. Black
Constitution.
people
Did the
built
Black
Europe.
Okay,
American write the Constitution?
let's allow him to finish with St. James. He's the one that asks, guys. Sorry, I got you distracted, Harlem. Talk to St.
Because
James.
I'm kind of surprised.
I'm just saying we get shit popping. The
My
same
brother's
thing
from New
happened in
York.
Nigeria. We and look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna say this real quick. Me myself personally, I come from the school of thought of Albert Bivens. You can look that name up. For me personally, I feel like foundational Black Americans is the tribe of Judah from
Is the
Israel.
what?
So that's a whole nother thing.
It's the
Right.
what? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand that.
No.
But
I didn't.
but we're a lot deeper than you could ever think, man.
You're a lot what?
I could never be white.
The tribe of Judah. He said they are from the tribe
Oh,
of
tribe
Judah.
of Judah. Okay.
I believe that foundational Black Americans
Yeah.
is the
There are a
tribe
lot
of
of there are a
Judah.
lot of there are a lot of Africans. There are a lot of Africans that when I used to live in New York, there are a lot of Africans that built businesses in Harlem.
Mm-hmm.
That have made
There's
money
plenty
for
of
themselves in
Senegalese.
Harlem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Senegalese.
There's a lot of there's a lot of
Yes.
let me tell you something, right?
So I don't understand
time.
where my
Hold
brother's,
on, Harlem, let him
coming
talk.
from.
Go ahead,
I don't
let him
understand
talk.
what my brother's. It's like it's kind of like you, instead of watching what's going on in your neighborhood, you kind of watching what's going on TV on the social medias, and you jumping on Tariq Nasheed bandwagon, and you have seen for yourself what Africans are doing in your whole neighborhood. They're not doing nothing compared to what Tariq is saying. I'm kind of surprised about where you're coming from with this, bro. Because I lived in New York. I've seen the contribution that Africans have brought in the neighborhood. It's mind-blowing. You know, it's like it's like what you guys don't understand about the Black Africans, man. It's like I don't understand it. We don't undermine you. We don't undermine you.
I don't want to.
It's like every time you're talking about, oh, when you come here, you're trying to undermine us. Ow, you can't even make the case for it.
They know it's not true. They know it's not true. They're just making it up so that they create division.
You got one person in Detroit that says something that I felt like, okay, you shouldn't have said it. And we ask you for some more. You have nothing else to say. One person out of 2 million or 3 millions. You only got that record? Only one record?
Nah, who made Joe Biden? Yo, bro.
Who made Joe Biden? An ADOS guy. Who made Joe Biden?
Let me just say this real quick.
No, you're not listening, my brother. You're not listening.
I'm listening. That's why I want to say this real quick, because I'm listening to you.
The problem with you're not listening. The 94 crime bill was crafted by Joe Biden, and when he went to the Breakfast Club, which is located in New York, he talked to Charlemagne the God. He said, if you don't vote for me, that means you're not Black enough. And you guys went out there and voted for him.
This
is not immigrants' problem. It's not immigrant problems. And when he was losing, where did he go? The South. Where you know?
Bro. I'm not.
I don't understand. I don't understand. You got
all right,
Trump.
Can I get a word? You said you called up.
You
said you called up,
Trump, right? Because he's deporting immigrant, right? So you love him for that.
You said you called up to talk to me, right? So let me get a word. Let me get a word. Let me just hold on before you go. I know you got a lot to say.
I'm disappointed. My brother's from New York and he's from Harlem, because I visited Harlem a lot. Africans are doing great in Harlem, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. So don't come here and make up stuff. You know, don't come here and make up stuff. If you talk about another states, maybe somewhere in Idaho or wherever else, I would have agreed with you. But New York, Harlem, man, can't do that.
Listen, bro, relax, bro. Nobody doing that. Nobody even talking about that. I like at the end of the day, you made me lose my train of thought because you kept talking. I wanted to say something.
No, because I'm bringing truth to you, man. I'm bringing truth to you.
I don't have no problem with saying that
Africans.
Are you okay? Your voice is changing.
Do you know Dr. Dan?
Can I say
from Harlem? Do you know Dr. Dan?
What about that?
You know who was designing for him?
What about that?
There was Senegalese designing for him.
At one point.
Maybe didn't pay them well. That's why they left.
All right, listen.
So
that's good. That's what we talk. And yo, that's the type.
That's your culture. That's Black American culture. Senegalese design.
All right, hold on. Relax. Let me say something real quick. Relax. Listen, that's what we talking about as FBA. Y'all niggas got your crabs. Y'all got the, you know what I mean? Let's work together. Get the shit popping, man. Cut all the bullshit.
New York, we told you let's work together. We've been telling you we opened restaurant, all kind of beauty salon. We opened all that. My sister,
who support all that shit?
Of
Who
course you
support all that
did.
shit, nigga?
Of course you did. And then you jump on Tariq bandwagon acting like you don't know
I
us.
fuck with
Exactly.
Tariq, nigga, heavy.
That's crazy.
I fuck with
Harlem
Tariq.
Street.
I'm
Hold on,
with Tariq.
Harlem Street. St. James got a point there. You yourself, you said, who supported it? You guys did. Now you want to act like you don't know Africans. The moment you saw Tariq, you start talking all this greasy
That's not
stuff
true,
about
nigga.
when
That's not true. That's
when
not
you're
true,
friends with
boy.
when
Boy,
you're
that's
friends
not
with
true, nigga.
Africans.
I never came at y'all like that. Let me tell you something, man. I respect.
Wow, you've been
Look,
rude now.
I respect and appreciate
Calling
my
grown
African
man
brothers and
boy.
sisters. But at the end of the day, B, you know what I mean? We are who we are, man. We FBA, man. We gotta get on code, and we not addressing cats like you. We
No,
addressing the
you
coons,
couldn't
Just be
define
on
the
what
code.
you
coons
mean
Should
that
by
I
sit
be?
being
over
on
here
code.
to
They asked
undermine
you
us.
that
That's what we
question.
addressing.
You couldn't even define it clearly. When they asked you the question, let's give you another opportunity. Tell us what you mean by being on code.
I told you, man,
Yes,
being
but
on code
look, you
means
can
that
be on code.
FBA respect their culture as a
Yeah.
whole. We not selling out no more. We on point with one another. And we gonna spread
Listen,
this shit
New York,
throughout
the
the
New York
diaspora.
brother. Can I say, look, you
Go
can be
ahead,
on
sis,
code.
I didn't
speak.
even hear that.
I'm fine with that. You can be on your code. You can be together with your people. I have no problem with that, as long as it doesn't come in insulting other people, African people especially, and on behalf, you just cannot insult people and say, okay, because I want to be on code. That doesn't work. You do your business, whatever you need to do whatever you need to do,
Don't tell me
but
what
don't
don't work.
walk, don't w-
Don't tell
so
me
it
what
works,
don't work.
it works by insulting Africans.
No, ain't nobody
With you is
insulting
okay.
Africans. If, if,
Yes,
if an
okay.
African decide to jump his ass in the motherfucking business of FBA, now you hear FBA talking amongst themselves and you decide to get involved because anything we do is global. Everybody watches us. Like I told you motherfuckers, even the
Okay.
oppressed
All
My
right.
his
brother,
All
my
children.
right.
bro,
All right. All right. I can't have that here.
let the bro be on, man. Let the
No,
bro be
no,
on, man, because
no.
it's like people are lying to these guys, man. Like we global. Like how global are you, bro?
Listen, the culture, we are global, we have culture, you know. Listen, if people come to my country and take my culture, I actually would be flattered, right? I would be glad if somebody comes and take my culture and take what I will be. But these people are not. They're like some sort of angry. Why you taking my culture? I'm like, excuse me. Like you should be happy that people wants to respect you in that manner. Anyway, but
They,
that was
they are,
he was a little bit rude calling
Okay,
you
just
boy
one more round
and
here,
stuff
and we
like
should
that.
be done here. Let's allow
Yeah.
unique ADOS.
they
I'm
just want a
getting time.
fight.
Hold
That's
on.
all they are after.
Let's give two a few minutes to unique to say something before I close out. Okay, unique. What's on your mind?
Hello, how y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing well. Where are you calling from, unique?
I'm calling from Virginia.
Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. What do you want to say on this topic here?
I watched Tariq Nasheed podcast last week. Not podcast, but Twitter
His
space.
Twitter space. Uh-huh.
Yes, and the title was "How Does Immigration Affect the Black Community?" He didn't particularly say Africans. He was talking about all immigrants. And then
Yeah, I
Africans,
saw
a
that.
lot of Africans called up, and nobody else called up but them. So
Yeah,
basically,
but because he's been make his shows for years now, 2 years plus. When they started with the ADOS stuff, he started talking about African immigrants, Africans and Caribbeans. He even called Roland Martin immigrant. So to a point, like, because I used to watch him and see him as he might be serious, but when he started doing things like that, it doesn't make sense to me.
can,
I'm like, maybe he's just entertaining. He even called
can,
Sheila Jackson, all those people, immigrant.
can I
Those people have been in America longer than Obama's father been here. Obama became president. Kamala Harris, both her mom and dad, they came to America as first immigrants within one generation. She entered the White House.
but
So technically, you and I both we're seeing, right? Um,
mhm.
we're seeing what is happening.
But
We're seeing what is happening.
FBA and ADOS is like a lineage. It's not like anti-immigrant.
No, trust me, I've been following them. I've been following it. It is definitely, you know, anti-immigrant, because I've listened to Tone Talks for years. When he first started, before many people even knew about him.
Maybe because y'all been undermining. I know I've seen a lot of immigrants undermining us about reparations and
Like what were they doing? Give us example. Tuna, allow her. Like when you say undermine,
it's like we ask for reparation and they going around saying that we don't need reparations. And
who are these immigrants? Like who are they saying this to?
it's like different. It's a video of it. I got to find the video.
Well, they're talking with people on Twitter. On Twitter, they would have arguments. I mean, let's be real. For example, do you honestly believe an immigrant of any color, black or white, in America have a say to decide if black people or even the Eskimos get reparations? I mean, if it's not just for dramatic effects, let's just be real. Who gets to decide this?
Good question.
Like who gets to decide?
Congress can pass it, right?
Yes. So an immigrant has no power, right?
I mean, not right now.
No, they cannot.
Can't answer.
The immigrants, no immigrant can stop that. When you talk of reparation, this is between, you know, you and the United States government.
That's true.
So if now, the only time you can say, oh, the immigrants didn't support it, like they put it on a vote and you found out people that immigrated to America became citizens, they voted against that, then you can say they undermine it. But this has never happened. The Democratic Party, which black people vote for,
I'm not a Democrat.
yeah, they pretended like they were interested, but this is a political situation. You would have to have these politicians on your side and hold them accountable to do for you what they are doing for the alphabet people. You see the darker people, the Hispanics, they are not even legal. They are not even legal, but they are able to dictate to Congress what to do for them. And the Congressional Black Caucus works for them, and most black people support them.
Afrodamus, I would like for you to repeat that to her. When they're talking about DACA, they're not talking about Africans. I want you to make that clear to them, because when they hear DACA, they feel like Africans are in there. We're not.
No, I thought it was just Latino immigrants. I never knew it was African immigrants.
No, it's for Latino. The one that you guys are advocating for. When your politicians say black and brown, those are the one they are advocating for. Africans ain't have nothing to do with that. I've never seen an African child talking about, I'm waiting for this DACA thing to kick in.
Oh, we never thought that.
So that's what I'm telling you. So when someone like Tariq come on YouTube and he's talking about immigrant, bro, my sister, we all came here legally. Most of us. Legally. We pay taxes just like you. Just like you.
But
our money trickle down to your economy. So we are taxpayers. So we have to have the same respect. It doesn't matter where we come from, whether you say we are immigrant, my sister, we all contribute to this big country that we call America. So
can I add something?
So we have a say so. When you create a section and you're talking about African immigrant, I'm telling you, do you know about our contribution to this country? Let's talk about that, because sometimes I feel like you guys overlook that.
Well,
you guys overlook that, and you guys want to talk about something else. So let's have that conversation.
I think they are it's not a honest conversation. These people go about claiming that we are offending them because we disrespect them, as if Europeans are not disrespectful. Why don't you have more heat for them? You go around saying we are undermining you, as if the other groups are not undermining you. Where was you don't have that heat for them. It is all pure madness total madness. We were divided once by oceans, but these people now are coming online because they now realize that, okay, there is internet now, we can all converse. They are bringing all this topic and creating a form of ocean of division. This is not real. This is total madness. How can you come here and talk to us about this when the other groups are slashing your people constantly? We are saying you need to be stronger. We are on the same team, and yet you choose to be fighting us.
No, we don't. He talks about all immigrants. Immigration does not benefit the black community.
Your own. How sick is that?
Immigration does not benefit the black community.
See,
that's all we say. We talking about all immigrants.
You're turning against your own when others are busy slashing your back and slashing your people every day. And the people that will mourn with you, those are the ones you are going after.
No,
what
we
kind
not.
of people does that?
We're not going against Africans. Africans is the ones that called up on his show. We was talking about all immigrant,
but there were several shows that happened. That's what I'm saying.
But he's not anti-African. Y'all, I mean, y'all just thinking like that.
When Tariq Nasheed took your $2 million, did he build anything yet? You should stop speaking about African immigrant and go on with this project.
That's
so you should pressure him to stop talking about African immigrant and put up the museum he's talking about.
He's doing that. He's working on it.
Okay, then why is he worrying about two things at the same time?
He's not worrying about African immigrants.
Yes, he is.
No,
have you seen his shows? I
watch him all the time. He's not thinking about you guys.
If Tariq doesn't talk about African, he doesn't have anything else to talk about, my sister.
No, he talks about other things.
In Africa, in America, listen, in America,
what else?
Brother, listen, in America, I think every couple of years, some sort of a movement just pop up and people are going crazy about it.
Right.
I think this is happening in America. Like not long ago, there was this Hebrew Israelite going on Africans outside in the streets screaming and yelling at Africans.
Scream at white people too.
It's kind of, and white people too. It's like some sort of a hate group just pops up there in America every couple of years. And some stupid people just jump on the bandwagon and follow that group. It's getting a little bit out of control, to be honest. Like this is like something that's happening over and over and over again. Either it is Hebrew Israelite or this ADOS or that, or yeah, exactly. So every couple of years, some fanatics just pop up in America.
What you don't see is that you don't see European ones pop up against Europeans. You don't see that. You always see these things within our community. And the truth is, the community there in America, they are behind enemy lines and they are always often compromised. You have people going around. If you look at even their movies, they show it and their music. They even tell the story there how they come in and exterminate their leaders and put fake leaders to come and mislead the people. This is the thing that they do constant in the community.
Who has the most wealth in America right now? Let's not just sit here and kid
white people.
Who has the most power in that country?
White people.
And it's us they're coming after.
But you understand what I'm saying? All light-skinned people. That's what it is. I don't care if it's white or a Jew or whatever. These are the most. These are the most powerful people in America. If you want to look at somebody, look there. There is the problem. Not the one who's selling coffee shop and selling a coffee or selling some necklaces. Don't look at those people who came yesterday and trying to survive. Look at the one who's holding their feet on your neck, who's up there. Those are your problem. We have to look at the bigger picture here. And I think a lot of African Americans are missing that bigger picture. There's
this guy on the chat GK that they are like bottom feeders. They go out there and just encourage conflict and they just on and on. That's all they just do. They don't even, most of them don't even come on panels. They just encourage conflict constantly. And it's so easy to do now. We have to be careful because anybody can create a robot that can type stuff and just create division among our groups. We have to use our own common sense to realize that some of these things don't even make sense. Everything they accuse us of, the other people are doing worse. It's crazy. And the truth is, even on the continent, we know we have our own issues on the continent too. Some of all these things, we just have to start seeing beyond them. Truth is, the ones that are doing good work are doing it anyway. All this what we are talking about here, we are making a lot of hot noise here. If you go into the real world, where people are actually doing real work, they are the ones winning, not the people that are dividing. Because there are a lot of African Americans that are actually engaged on the continent right now, even at high levels. So let's
Yeah,
just
absolutely. Yeah,
not
well
give
said.
too much people too much
You're
air.
right, tonight. Let's do Kofi Nana. Kofi Nana, go ahead. Kofi Nana, can you hear me? Nana Kofi? Nana Kofi.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Where you calling from, Nana Kofi?
Sure, I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas. Thank you for
Yes,
calling
sir.
in.
Yes, sir. Yes,
What's
sir.
What's on your mind?
So let me explain. So when you ask the lady, how is African immigrant undermining them, right? She couldn't answer. She just, they don't have answer. The problem with these people, they're just fringe margin group, just making noise, right? They understand the position, like they work in their 20s. They haven't got anything for themselves, right? So the first thing they're looking at is some immigrant problem, right? It's the same thing with the what they call the dysphobia of the Eastern Europe. When they start seeing the West European movement and they saw their life, they started blaming them. This is a human nature. So don't take them seriously. They just crave for attention. Tariq Nasheed.
Nobody
Right?
is crazy for no
Let
attention.
me
So
explain
stop
it.
that,
See, you already made your point. You already made your point. So let me explain that. Why don't you go and ask
So you
Tariq
need to
Nasheed?
stop
He took
lying.
$2
That's
million.
what you need to stop doing. Nobody want
Hey,
no
lady,
attention.
Ma'am,
I didn't
let
say
him
a word.
talk.
Let me
Let him.
explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. You talk. You don't talk over me. So let me explain what I'm saying. When Tariq Nasheed took $2 million off your money, did you get to go to Tariq and say, what happened to my money? What happened to the museum? You're not asking those questions. When Chinese women in Chinese stores, they're pulling wigs of black women, did you go after the Chinese? Oh, so you see a weaker group supposedly, and then you could go after them? And when the Somalians started, kicking back, they humiliated Tariq. You have a problem with that. You know Tariq's been talking greasy for the past couple of years, right? And now all of a sudden the Somalis, Ethiopians, they jumping on him. Now you have a problem? You think they were going to sit down and have them right over them like that? You guys are pathetic, man. You guys are pathetic. I've been in this country so long. Let me explain something. Back in West Philly, we started movement. We built charter schools. You couldn't differentiate who was African, who was Caribbean, who was African American. Y'all been going around talking about this. Oh, we on code. What kind of code is that? What kind of code are you talking about? You already know. We already know you have a group. Fine. But you going around disparaging Africans like Africans say nothing? Now we can't say anything? Man, get out of here, man.
Nobody's thinking about
I am tired. Now you guys are. You are. Stop pretending.
Y'all not special.
It's you and the pretendians. People who came there from Turtle Island, the ADOS. I started watching Tone Talks like Alfred was saying. I started watching Yvette Cornell. They didn't have a point. When they started, it was insecurity group, man. They tried to.
It's not no insecurity group. So stop lying.
Let me finish. You already had your time. Y'all make me sick.
Shut the fuck up.
Y'all make me sick. You understand that? Bunch of fools out there talking about we want to be on code, man. I done be on Tariq Nasheed call on the phone call, and it's like trying to put me on mute because you know what? I'm spitting facts. I'm older than Tariq Nasheed, man. I've been out here way longer than most people. We started a movement a long time ago. We started a Pan-African movement in Brooklyn, Flatbush. Y'all here talking about division. When do y'all start talking about that? Henry Clark, your hero, wrote about Kwame Nkrumah. We talk about mobilization. Y'all pick certain words and just throw it around like they're undermining us. Ain't nobody undermining you guys. Come on, get out of here. We've been working together since way back. Way back.
Yeah,
y'all insecurity is trying to get you to that fat and y'all be talking crazy. We are brothers and sisters out here. We fight the same cause. A cop ain't never gonna see me and see you, and they'll say, "Oh, he African, so I'm gonna leave him alone." We go through the same job. You have a bunch of Asians taking over Silicon Valley. Y'all ain't talking about that.
Yes,
We are
please.
fighting Silicon Valley, fighting for the entire black folk. Y'all here, what
They
you
know
doing?
that. How can you
What you
miss that?
doing?
I see an African
They're
can
taking
miss
over.
that
The
because
Indians are
everybody
taking
there,
over the country.
everybody in Africa is
Chinese
blind. They can miss that.
Go to Philadelphia. Go to CHOP. Go to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and see how many black doctors you're going to see there. It's all a bunch of Chinese and Indians. Y'all don't go with it. Y'all don't have no speak. Y'all don't speak any falsehoods about them. But it's only the weak Africans. Y'all come over, you're into their spaces and trying to lie on us.
No, that's what y'all doing. Y'all doing that.
Yeah. We
You guys
started.
are doing that.
We
Y'all
started a
minding
whole
your business.
We started a whole xenophobic campaign called ADOS and FBA. That's what we started.
I call it
We started
Afriphobia.
Pan-Africanism.
Afriphobia.
Y'all bunch of xenophobic bunch of fools y'all on the internet spin foolishness, calling it game. Y'all ain't got nothing.
How can they pretend to say they don't know what they are doing when
Man,
they have
y'all make me sick.
white people there that are very distinctly different from them? They have Hispanics that are very distinctly different from them. Then they look at the ones that look closer to them.
They
and
want
they
to
say,
be. They
those are
want
the
to
ones they
be
want to be
white.
different from.
They want to be
Jesus.
white.
Maybe that's what's going on
Okay,
there.
let's
Maybe they actually
allow
see them as
Tyrone.
whites.
Hold on. Tyrone Jackson.
You
Can you
guys
hear me?
want to be white.
Yeah,
Tyrone, can you hear me?
yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, Tyrone, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Texas.
Texas. Okay, Tyrone, what do you want to add to the show?
I want to say that it's like I don't think like the back and forth and criticizing is like getting nowhere. I don't think them rooms lasting for days got us anywhere. But
Right.
I will say that the question was about immigrants and as a whole, not just about Africans. Africans made it about themselves.
No, it was
Definitely.
about
Africans did
Africans.
not make it about
No,
themselves.
Yes,
Man,
they
stop
did.
coming with the
Because
BS,
Yes,
man.
they
listen.
did.
I just
Tyrone,
wanna. I could answer because
Tyrone.
I
I
really
have
don't
the
want to argue.
videos. Hold on,
Yeah,
Tyrone. I
I
have
know.
the videos.
Do
It's
you
not
have the
true.
first video? Do you have the
I
first video?
No, I have also been watching Tariq's.
You have to watch the first video, and the question was
No,
about.
not only this. I've watched
No, the
these
question.
videos,
But
sir.
listen,
I've
though.
watched everything. I've watched his
You just
other.
say you still watching it.
Well,
All right. Alfredamus, man. Let me ask him a question, man.
Go for it.
When they start talking about flee from your country, what exactly does that mean? Flee.
I think
And that's the only thing that
I can
Tariq said.
answer that
Oh, you
question.
flee from your country. A lot
I
of
can
people
answer.
came here. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. You have people like Nandi Azikwe, Kwame Nkrumah, right? They came here. A lot of people come over here based upon scholarship that the American government give. I'm not sure if you know that. A lot of people in Africa and the Caribbean, they have this visa lottery program. A lot of people go through schools and get university scholarships. Okay, everybody. I was in England. You have Americans over in England. They're in
Can I say
Germany.
something? I don't want to talk about semantics
Yo.
because it really doesn't matter.
No, it's not semantics. You're not being truthful. You
No,
are
I
hiding
haven't
under
even
the
said
seat.
anything. I haven't even said anything.
Hey, yo, my
for you
man.
to-
My man.
You keep
I want you to
talking.
understand it.
Y'all
No,
keep
but I gotta
talking.
talk. Y'all been talking for a long time. Okay, y'all been talking for a long time. Let me say something. Don't tell nobody they're fleeing from their country because you don't really know. It's just this whole thing where they want to say like it's some kind of derogatory thing that they think they can say, and knowing that it don't even make sense. Right?
Can you stop talking over us? You can't be trying to talk and explain ourselves. You keep
Y'all let
talking
me
over
up.
us.
Can I talk? Can
All
I say
right, so
something
let me
quick?
tell you.
Hold
Do
on,
not tell nobody
guys.
flee.
Allow
Nobody flee.
Tyrone. Hold on, Tyrone.
So I want to
Allow
say
Tyrone
it's
to
like
say something.
when they say flee, they really like gaslighting you because I think that it's like the disrespect of Black Americans have been going on. You might disagree,
Dude, ain't
but
nobody
we talk to each
disrespecting
other.
Oh
Black
my
Americans.
But
God.
when you
I've
say
never seen black
disrespect, wait,
nobody
Tyrone.
disrespecting Black Americans. What are
You
you
guys like
talking
saying
about?
Like when you
disrespect.
come into like earlier, a guest said that y'all come into the culture, in which I don't think we have a problem with y'all because we see y'all as us. And
I
so
don't.
when y'all separate yourself by saying I'm not black, like some of the Somalians say, why do you put blackness on us? But we see you as black, and that's why we like it's
But the
like.
white man gave you the name black. There's a reason.
But that's semantics, though. But we see you as one of us.
No. What I'm saying,
You get what I'm saying, though? Do you understand
in
what I'm saying?
America, I get it, but you cannot hold people
But
that
that's
have
I
their
think
own.
that's the discussion right now.
Yeah,
The discussion is because it's not just
wait.
about black people. It's
But
about
Tyrone,
Latinos too, because they're
Tyrone,
juxtaposed against us, right? Let me
Tyrone,
just finish.
Tyrone, you guys have no smoke for Latinos. Latinos
Yes,
have,
we
have
Do you
do.
know the
look,
game wars
look,
that's going on
look,
right now
hold on, let me finish. This is
between
even,
black people
hold
and
on,
Latinos? Do you know the
dude.
gang wars that's
I
going on
know,
right
dude,
now?
this has been going on, not today. I'm talking
Yeah,
about,
so how we're saying is no smoke when they fighting right
nah,
now.
but you got kicked out of neighborhoods in
I
California.
never been kicked out of the
Not
neighborhood.
you. I said black people they've lost
Black people
neighborhoods.
right now are migrating from California because the
Thank you.
prices are overpriced and they're
Dude,
moving to
dude,
Texas. We've
dude,
always
hold on,
migrated. We
hold on.
migrated to New York.
Tyrone, how old are you?
I'm 30.
I'm okay. Tyrone, it will be safe to say I know more than you do because I'm older
No,
than
that's
30.
not.
No,
Not when
I
it
know.
comes to our culture, you
No,
don't, because you've been
Tyrone,
saying a lot of false stuff
Tyrone,
today.
Thank you.
Tyrone. There's no way you know America more than I do.
Yes, I do.
There
When
is
it
no
comes
way.
to, I'm not
Hold on,
saying America as a
hold on.
whole, but I
No,
know
no,
when
no.
it comes to,
Wait,
I know about
Tyrone,
us. I
Tyrone.
know
I'm
about us. You
talking.
cannot tell me
No,
about what's coming in
even
my blood.
hold
I
on,
wouldn't
hold
go
on.
to Africa and
Look,
assume that I know about Africa than the African.
if you
Thank you.
go to Africa, if you go to an African country and you live there and understand the culture, the people
No,
that
but
you
you
are.
don't
Hold on,
understand the culture the way I
really,
do.
dude, you are
That's
30
why I'm
years.
trying to
Hold
explain
on,
the difference.
you're just 30 years old. You don't even have life experience
How do you
about
know that?
you because you're young. You don't even know what you're
How do you
talking
know
about.
that? You don't know what type of upbringing I've been under.
Oh, geez. Okay. All right.
But
Well,
I just want to explain to
These are
you
these
because
are
I,
these
I
are
don't think
Tariq
the back
Nasheed
and
student,
forth.
man. These are Tariq
I'm
Nasheed student.
listen. I
It's
want to,
like
because I'm not saying that the back and forth. I don't even think that a lot of people agree with Tariq tactics like you think. What I'm saying is FBA and ADOS is not exactly the same like you're saying. There's a difference.
when did you look? ADOS was
I've been
around.
watching this for over
Tariq,
5 years.
Tariq came up with FBA.
Yes. And why did he do
So
that?
what are you talking about?
Yeah, why did he come up with FBA? You don't know
You tell,
why.
you know
That's
what?
how I
You
could
tell
tell you
us.
don't
Okay,
know the difference.
You know what? This is funny. You know what?
It is a difference. Yeah,
First of all, it's hard
it's a
to
difference. I'm telling you.
it's hard to talk
Delineate.
about it's hard to talk about this when in fact you don't know Tariq. None of us know Tariq, but we watch Tariq talk about what he means by these things. You are watching Tariq just like we're watching him, and you're telling us we are not hearing these things. Come on,
No.
man.
What I'm saying is,
Come on, man.
what
Come
I just
on.
said, well, I'm
Don't
not
do
saying
that.
I agree with everything.
You're making
I'm not
yourself look
saying I
bad.
agree with what
brother
he's saying.
from Texas. The lady just said, right, when she was talking about Somali, she said it took them 3 years before they start responding. So Africans, like she said, we ain't
No.
even like that. We ain't even like that. We
This is
just
an
sit and watch
ongoing feud that's been
because that
going on
doesn't have
before the
anything.
age of
That
the
doesn't.
internet.
It
This
doesn't
not
take
new.
anything. Like
Tyrone, let him talk. Let him
Let
talk.
me finish. It doesn't take anything from Africans, right? Because for us, we feel like this is entertaining. You know what I'm saying? So you can
Right.
say everything that you want. You can create names for Africans. We good.
Mhm.
It's not a problem. But I'm just telling you, when we start responding, it creates a situation. So that's that situation that where you guys jump in and you try to explain things to us like we do you think we should understand you? We should not.
I think,
And call
honestly,
Homeland
think that
Security.
you can have,
We should not
think that one
understand you
person
because you don't come from a
represents
place of
40 million people.
understanding. The lady told you 3
So how
years.
would you
3 years
take his
Somalian have
words
been
as
changing it.
representation of a
So you
whole
said you
people?
listen to Tariq, right? You listen to Tariq, so you should know the rhetoric. We're
No,
not
I say,
supposed to tell
yeah,
you.
I know the rhetoric, and I'm
Okay,
telling
He has
then.
a
you,
huge
there's
follower too. He's a leader of a
Africans,
group, isn't it?
do you
He's
no,
a
see
leader,
African
he's
and
the
he has
leader
a
of
huge
talking about
following.
FBA.
Tariq?
You don't understand the
Exactly.
difference, right?
The difference is
Exactly.
like you don't understand anything. You come here,
Because you
trying
don't
to
understand what
defend
I'm saying. It's like y'all
He
trying
somebody
not
understand.
that
to
we don't even
understand.
He
care about.
understand what you're saying. They pretending
We
like
don't
they
care
don't
about no
understand what you're
Tariq.
saying.
Africans don't care about no Tariq. You guys are we're saying that we're trying to help you guys.
Yeah.
We're
I
trying
mean,
to
you
Yeah,
help
if
don't
you're
have to.
trying to help, can I explain?
because you guys have
Because I don't have a
guy, man.
problem with nothing.
It's
You
like
know, for me, the back and forth is nothing.
that is not
Because
a back and
people,
forth.
if
You
you say
created the
something to
back
me,
and
I'm going to
forth.
say something back to you. So to me,
You
it's
guys are
it doesn't
creating
get
the back
anywhere.
and forth. Africans don't.
But
We
this
don't
is what
have
I
a
want to
Tariq
say
Nasheed in
though.
the
I'm
African
gonna tell you
community.
where
We
it
don't
comes
have one
from.
like
It
that.
comes from a long-standing feud that y'all
Every
know.
African
Words
community
been
doesn't have a
said. You've
Tariq
been doing
Nasheed. You
things
guys
in
do.
America.
You guys do. You guys have a leader who's called Tariq Nasheed, who took $2
He's
million
not the
and
leader
is still producing nothing.
of
So you
only
guys deal with
FBA.
that.
He's the leader of FBA. That's why when you
Okay,
listen
then
to
go
the
deal
chat,
with
he
your
keeps
leaders.
saying FBA.
Go
So
deal
he's
with
your
your
leader.
leaders.
He's
He's the
not a
leader of
leader. He's not a
FBA,
He's not
leader.
leading
of
nobody.
that movement. Would you say George Soros is our leader because he lead Black Lives Matter? No, you wouldn't.
Okay, they were representing black people here, so they're your leaders.
No, that's not how that works.
Okay, so you see that he's 30 years old, Alfredama, so he still doesn't understand.
No,
He
you're not
doesn't know.
understanding.
He
I
doesn't
just
know.
say something very
You
clear.
know,
How y'all that old and y'all
Saint
don't
James,
understand what I'm
Saint
saying?
James, Saint James, Saint James. This is coming from a place, just like he's repeating what other people heard.
Well,
I
ask
noticed.
me a good question
Hold
and
on,
I'll answer it.
Tyrone. Wait,
Ask me a
Tyrone.
good question.
Tyrone, like many others have done. The Somalis, you can tell they did their homework. They listen. See, before you respond to somebody, you have to go and watch their material.
They
You
I
got
can
listened to
tell.
you
embarrassed.
for 4
Hold
I
on,
see you
hours
muting
hold
my
on,
and
mic.
y'all
hold
been
on,
lying.
hold on. They went and
You
watched.
muted my mic.
They know his content, so they came and
'Cause I know
responded.
it's
That's
weird,
why
man.
it was more potent, because they've been watching it. People watch videos when they are out. We watch these things and we see it.
Yeah, I
So
agree with
you're
that. I
so
agree.
you're
I
so
do agree. That's
so
what
you
I'm
are
telling you. I
wait,
agree.
you're defending the indefensible. You
I'm not
cannot.
defending him. I'm defending us.
But
You're grouping us in with
are
him.
you part of him? No, 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 no.
No, he's not part of him. He
Are
said
you
we're
part
not
of
all the
him?
same. Of course, we're
No,
not
I'm
all
not
the
part
same.
of him. What
They're
are
Then
you
I'm
talking
not
different.
about?
talking about you. Then this is
Then
not
we
No,
about
are
you.
but
all, yeah.
y'all making generalizations. That's what y'all
The
been
thing
doing
is,
for
No,
so
no,
long.
nobody's
they're not making that
generalizing
position.
Yes, y'all
anything.
have
Yes,
They're
been.
you
not
Y'all been
making
have.
trying
about
to say
them.
what the
They're
movement is
gonna make it
about.
about
It's
them.
not
That's what
even
is
about
confusing.
him.
So it's not about you, but you're gonna make it about you tonight. So
Y'all
that's what
making
you're
it
looking
about
for.
y'all, and didn't say Africans. He said
Yes,
Thank
he did.
immigrants.
you.
Oh
Okay,
my
Yes,
you
he
God, he
did.
did.
was talking about how Africans eat
Hyena,
cheetahs and
And I
hyena
didn't
lions and
agree
barbecue.
with
peanuts.
that. I
Because
just
it
Ah,
was
said
a
I
come
didn't agree
on.
with
response.
that.
You
It was a
kidding me?
response.
Fun. You think that's fun?
It was a
Am I
response
laughing?
for
Have
you
Aren't
you heard me
guys.
we?
laugh
Wait,
yet?
wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait,
think
Aren't
wait,
it's a
we
joke.
having
wait.
You
fun?
say it's fun?
Aren't we
She
I
said
having
don't
it
think
fun?
was
it's joke.
fun.
You think it's a
Can
joke. That's
I
what the
talk,
problem is.
please?
Hold on, hold on. Did you say you think it was all fun?
No, no. The topic was about how does immigrants benefit the community. It was about
Ma'am,
all immigrants, right? But let me
ma'am,
finish. Let me
ma'am,
finish.
there were many topics. We've already gone
Can I
past that.
finish? Can I finish, please? It was about all immigrants. Africans called up when it didn't have nothing. We was talking about all immigrants. They put themselves in the topic. We didn't
Ma'am,
ask them to call
ma'am,
up. They the
ma'am,
ones. They the
ma'am,
ones started it.
ma'am,
We
when
didn't
did you
start
start?
talking about them.
Ma'am,
Nope, nope.
ma'am, when did you start listening to Tariq Nasheed?
I
Like
watch all the
5,
No,
videos.
6 years
Tyrone, not
ago.
you. Tyrone, not you. Ma'am,
5
how
or
long?
6. I think 6 years ago. 5, 6 years ago.
So within these 5, 6 years ago, even just in December towards the end,
Can
you
I?
you have not heard Tariq.
You insulting people?
Tariq may insult Africans in general. Nigerians been
He
specified by name. Somalis been specified by name. You
he
did not
talks
see
about
this.
everyone. He talks about white
Oh my
So
God.
supremacy.
So
so
that's
He
so
talks
so
that's
about the
okay
black
then. It's
community. He
okay.
talks
so
about
what?
everything.
So you shouldn't be talked about then.
He
Listen,
talks about everything.
if they address him and they say Black Americans, he's going to
Thank
say
you.
Somalians.
Ma'am,
There
there's
is
If
nothing,
you get on the
Ethiopian
call
ma'am,
there.
and
let's
you
be
say Black,
honest. Hey,
Afridamos,
I am
Afridamos.
yeah,
being
I'm
honest.
being
You
Afrodama,
guys
honest,
let,
not
but
let
being
me ask
y'all
him a
honest.
not
Can I
question.
listening.
talk,
That's the
please?
Let me
There's
problem.
a
ask
You
him a
Yeah,
don't
y'all
video.
not
question.
listen.
listening.
Can
Do
I
You
you
talk?
guys is
think
not
There
do
is,
you
listening.
think
Y'all just
yeah,
Tariq
making up
okay.
Nasheed
stuff.
cannot be
There is
touched?
Afridamos.
what one
there's
at a
a
time.
video.
Okay, one at
Can
a
I
time.
talk? There's
Okay,
a
let me ask them
video.
a question. Do you think
Let
Tariq
me
Nasheed
just.
cannot be touched?
Can I talk, please? There is
Do
a
you think he can be
video
touched?
where there is. Listen, there's a video where a Ethiopian woman calls him, and he always hangs up on her. He closes her, he meets her, and he insults her so bad about her country, about her culture. This guy is disgusting. And to say that he does it to everybody, so that makes it okay. No, it is not okay. And he gets slapped back, and now they're crying to call their Homeland Security.
That's
I
what I'm
don't
talking about.
understand.
Generalizations. When you just said
Yeah,
he
He's talking
clap
about
back at
Tariq,
him,
my friend.
he
huh?
generalized
He's
all
talking
Somalis.
about
When he
Tariq.
talks about
How is
Somalis,
she
he talks about
generalizing?
all
She's talking
He
about
Somalis.
said
Tariq.
when he
Listen,
clapped
when he
back, he's
talks
talking
about
about all
Somalis,
the
he
Somalians are talking about Black Americans as a
exactly, and he
whole.
talks about all
All
Somalis. He
Somalis.
generalized
He
He
talked.
Somalis.
did.
He talks about
Tariq
all
did.
Africans.
Yeah,
Dude,
address him.
exactly. No, we're not gonna address him. We're
He
gonna address
addressed
him
an
and his
entire
no
continent.
him
Do you
and his
understand this?
followers. We're gonna address him and his followers. That's what we're addressing. And if you're not one of them, then you have nothing to do with that.
No,
But the
but
thing is,
y'all speaking on Black
when
American
he
issues,
generalized
and
all
I'm trying to
Somalis,
explain. There's a clear delineation between ADOS and FBA.
Okay, obviously you don't know the
okay, well,
difference because
Yeah, I
Tariq.
do. How you gonna
Wait,
tell me as
wait.
a person who's ADOS?
No,
How you
you are
gonna
not
tell me?
ADOS. You are not ADOS. It's a made-up thing by Tariq. It's not real.
No, he
It's
didn't
not
even make
real.
ADOS.
It
He
is
didn't make
not
ADOS. He
real.
made
It's made
FBA.
up. It is these two things. These
That's
are
not the same.
dude. These are gay organizations. I don't know if you know this. You guys are being played. This is gay organization.
No, it's not.
I
So
hate to reveal it to you. How can somebody constantly, every few years, change their identity? That's identity crisis. That's not real.
Can I
That
say
doesn't
something,
make
sir?
sense.
Can I say
This
something?
is not real. Tariq Nasheed just pulled this out of the hat. He
Can I say?
saw he saw what's his name? Um Yvette and Tone. You know Yvette, she's a lesbian, right?
Okay,
what does
yeah.
it have to
Hold
do
on.
anything? I
Because
got
I'm
friends
not
like
going to
this.
follow an organization formed by a lesbian. That means it's lesbian focused. Do you see
But she
how?
don't focus on gay people. She
Okay,
actually spoke
okay.
against gay
Did you
Can I
see
rights.
say
what?
My
something?
God, you are going left field now, Afro
Did
Devil.
you
Can I
see?
say
All
something?
the devil is your daddy.
She spoke. If you watch her videos, you would know that she disagree with the LGBT um
Do you not see what
co-opting
they?
black
Did you see how they
history.
took your
Interrupt me.
spot?
bro,
Did you see how
bro.
they
Are
took
you
your
ever?
spot?
I'll be
That's what
honest,
she talks against. That's
my
how I
bro,
know you
my
don't
No,
brother.
listen
I'm
to
it's
most
her.
very
dude,
impressed,
it's
bro.
all fake. I'm
No,
telling
I'm
it's
you.
most
not
very
fake.
impressed.
Okay, okay.
My bro is
You see,
most
You
very
you
you
see.
impressed.
tell me
Okay,
one day.
can I say
So
Bro,
I
something
want to
quickly? Can I
see.
say something
And y'all
quickly?
making us.
See,
I
can I
mean,
say something quickly? See, you see the distraction now that has been happening. George Floyd died a couple of years ago. There was a lot of movement, a lot of noise to make changes. There is a law that is supposed to be passed in the House of Congress. Till today, they haven't gotten it, and it's probably dead in the water. The Voting Rights Act dead in the water.
Dude, no.
Anything with our community dead in the water. While the Asians got what they wanted, but our people are still here rambling on all this heat that they have for Africans. If they had dedicated it
Lord
to
have mercy.
making the
Tunaja,
government accountable to
Tunaja, they're
them,
not
maybe
worried
they will get what
about
they want.
any
You
law.
want me to answer your question?
All the laws in America are going to be for the
You know
Caucasian
why? Because they
lesbians. These people
identify
don't
as
understand.
white.
With the people like
They're
this, the people like
identifying
this,
with
See,
white
some of these
people.
people
Do
on this
you
channel,
identify with white people?
no
see,
policy is
and
going to
then
get
you
passed,
mean
man.
when
Only
they
thing is
kill
going to get
your
passed
own
is
kind on
only
the
for the gays
streets,
and lesbians.
and you can't even pass a law to help
This what
stop
Oh,
I
you
mean
that?
don't
about
want to talk
That's
about.
generalization.
You
crazy.
don't
Why
want to
are
talk
you talking
about
about us?
killing your own
If I
kind.
start
All
talking
that
about
stuff
your
goes on in
country,
Africa.
that
You don't
doesn't
want to
have
talk about
anything to
that.
do with it.
And you know what? You know what?
Address him.
Okay, guys, we've been here quite a long time, but now let's give our last statements and we'll close out. But Tunaja, you've already given your last statement. I'll kick you out. You've
Seriously,
already
this is a different topic.
no. You've already given it. I'm kicking you out. I'll leave this other
Very
people
well,
here.
very well.
Thank you, Tunaja. Okay, Tyrone, you go first.
No,
Tyrone,
I
can you
just
hear me?
want to say, like, if y'all gonna have a conversation and then talk about the general population of African Americans and say certain stuff, it's the same thing as him saying stuff about you, you know. So my thing is, even if disregard the groups, you know, if y'all believe that Black Americans deserve reparations, like y'all say y'all do, then you wouldn't have a problem with anything that's going on because it's a political movement against just for reparations. That's all it's for. And reparations is not just about money, like y'all keep saying. It's about policies. Just like when you talk about the Jays and how you cannot talk about them, it's certain stuff to redress anything that affects Black Americans. I don't have a problem with y'all. I don't, I only know a few Africans, but we do talk amongst each other, and the ones that I've met, even though it's anecdotal, they align with white people, and that's where this sentiment is coming from.
You know what, Tyrone? If you, Tyrone, trust me, when reparations, you missed it, but we all talked about we support reparation. If you find any video of African going against reparation, send it to me. I will do the show here for real. I will do the show. You would hear what I will have to say about
No,
this.
what I'm saying is I understand y'all are for it, but I'm saying if you are for it, like you say you are, then don't come on here and just feed into the bullshit, because most of that is BS. You doing
What
the
do you
same
mean?
thing.
What do you
The
mean?
calling names and stuff.
Who
I
call,
said
who call, wait, name one name calling that you've heard here today.
I'm not just saying name calling specifically. I'm saying name calling. I'm saying all of that is BS on both sides.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right, Tyrone. You're right about that. But hey, Tariq, he should know better. But thank you, Tyrone. Okay. Now we have we have Nana Kofi. Nana Kofi, go for it. Nana Kofi, are you there? Okay, we'll have unique ADOS.
I just want to say that ADOS and FBA is not a hate group nor a fake group. We all about reparations, getting policies passed, particularly for Black Americans. We don't think about Africans. We just all for us and the beneficial of the Black community. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
coming. Thank you. All right, we have St. James.
All right, my brother. Thank you for having me tonight, man. I just jumped in because I was just trying to talk to this guy from New York, man. And I respected everything that he said about Black immigrants. If we're on code and there is something that you like, Alpha ask them to ask us directly so we can help out. If they say we're on code and they're trying to be on code just like us, maybe we should help them. Maybe this is where the frustration is coming from. And to my sister,
Right.
who was calling from Virginia or maybe Texas, and she said FBA and ADOS are trying to get reparations and nothing but just reparations. Africans already told them that we're for reparation for African American. We've been on record for years saying that. So I don't know where the Black immigrants hate is coming from, but I found it funny because for certain people that live on the East Coast, they're no Africans. They know what we do here. So when someone like Tariq Nasheed come here and all of them act like we brand new.
Man, these people are just fronting. This is the same people talking all this mess, and they show up when it's time to eat jollof rice. I see it all the time. So
it's kind of front, and the front is getting so ridiculous. I'm like, yo, from back in the day, man, in the neighborhood, we used to kick it. Today it's like, yo, you guys over here, we over there. Like, come on, bro. Just for what? For money that's not even on the table.
That's not even on the table. That's right.
Seriously? And you see movement being made on the African continent. I'm sitting there, I'm looking at it like, yo, what the heck is this? It's like on the one side, these people don't even watch real news, right? They just jump on Tariq Nasheed or whoever was talking smack on Africans, right? So they can feel better and come on YouTube and return the like, yo, Somali, they're over there in Minnesota and everything. You've seen yourself what they have done for George Floyd, right?
I have seen it.
I was even like, all this Somalian outside for George Floyd? I mean, why do they still get smoked for somebody who haven't even done anything for George Floyd? I'm not sure, but I haven't seen. But for all this Somalian to come outside, I mean, you should put respect on their name, bro. For when they're gonna get some respect? When?
That's right.
So you want us to come outside. We outside. Same disrespect. We inside. Like we don't want to come outside because there's no unity. The unity is
Look,
kind of fake, bro. It's kind of fake.
People saw it. It's like Somalis came out just like it was the fall of Mogadishu all over again, taking that Black Hawk down. That's what they did.
Absolutely, for days.
For days. So
And this guy was talking about, when Amadou Diallo in New York got popped, we got outside. You got outside and did what? You got outside and did what?
He couldn't answer.
Did the police officer, did they go to jail? No. They got a settlement. Diallo family got a settlement. We got African being popped here in Colorado. Come outside.
That's right.
They're taking one incident for 20 years and they run with it. It's like, come on, bro. This is 2022, my brothers and sisters. Can we get together and stop the bickering? You know, they're talking about Black immigrant. I'm in Colorado over here, man. Nobody talk about Black over here in Colorado. All Latinos. They don't took everything. Even the city that was run by Blacks, man, they took Afro-Dams, they took everything.
Yeah, even in my area, you know, like the white people, the place that used to be the Black neighborhood where even drive-bys happen, when I started seeing white women jogging with their dogs, I said, it's over. Starbucks came, gentrification is in. Within 2 years now, I don't see Black people anymore. And that used to be Black neighborhood.
Absolutely. The only place that I love to visit when I visit New York is Harlem. I ain't trying to go to Harlem. I don't even want to see that. Even Brooklyn. I don't want to see that. But you're talking about, oh man, we Black immigrant. You don't think I like everything that's Black or whatever? If that's nice for me?
Yeah, this is...
You don't even have the number to front. In order to front, you have to have the number. You have to be on code. You have to have the money. You have to have the machines. You have nothing. You just talk on YouTube. And that's embarrassing. These people, little Jose over here, making money. I see little Latino pushing nice cars, living in nice houses. I know these people they just got here 5 years ago.
See, people, listen to St. James, what he's saying. He's telling you the situation in America on the ground.
On the ground.
This is, yeah, on the ground.
Pictures, you want videos, I show it to you. Latino in Colorado. Listen, I don't even want, I took some time off to be on YouTube, man. It's real.
Thanks for coming back, my brother, to give this real, knowledge, because this is what is needed here. So that people know Tariq Nasheed is just trolling. He's on this BS. And somebody got to talk sense before this gets out of hand. Thank you very much, my brother. All right, we have only me. Go for it. Is only me there?
Yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, this was a long live tonight.
I know. Well, I'll probably have to chop this up into two.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, my last words is this, Afridamos. Who is the winner here? To be honest, we are making fool of ourselves. People of other races are hearing us and they think these people are nuts, right? This is disgusting what we are doing here. Every single day that you insult other people, because when you look at outside, people see the same people and they're like, what are they doing? As I said before, I think this guy Tariq is really maybe ancient, somebody that's working for, divide and conquer kind of thing, right? He's trying to divide and conquer the African and between African and African Americans. I don't live in America, but I don't think the Africans in America or any Black people in America, even the Haitian or whatever, I don't think they're any threat to the African community financially. I don't think they're a threat to any, because they are minority in the minority group, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I think this is a divide and conquer, and maybe this guy got money and he sees dirt. A couple of years ago, he was running around to Haiti and making money out of Haiti. Yeah,
in Zimbabwe.
In Zimbabwe, he took money from that and being like Afrocentric, And now this, I don't trust this guy, to be honest. And the
Yeah,
way he
he made
speaks,
some documentaries,
yeah, he
and
made money out of that.
people
Of
supported it.
course,
Yeah,
of
so
course. The Pan-Africanists did support back in the days, and now he's making this. I don't and really do not trust this guy, right? And I don't believe every African American even agrees with this guy. This guy
no,
is
no,
sick.
no. It's
He's
just
sick. Yeah,
yeah.
it's few. Many, I mean, 45 million of African American are not on internet. They're doing their life and they're working their life. I mean, doing good, whatever they do. But what we need to do is here. It's not about the voting. It's not about politicians. It's not about that. You need to build wealth. That's what African American need to do, and all Black people need to build wealth. When you have wealth, you can run these politicians. You understand? That's
That's
how
what
you run world. You need
that's what's
wealth.
happening here in
Do
America. You
not
gotta buy
do
your way through.
exactly. Do not let this Asian come and sell you products that you use. Buy it yourself and sell to your own people. Like, do that. You have to make wealth, and I don't want nothing from like, I don't think any Somali or any Gambian and African wants reparation. We support. Do it. Go get it. We are cheering for you to do that, right? But
Look,
this
only me.
hate, huh?
Even if they printing checks for reparation, they
Yeah.
accidentally send it to me saying, you know, accidentally reparation, here's your
Yeah,
check.
that's why he said we
I
have
will
to tell.
even declare and
Yeah,
return the check. I will not
exactly.
even take it. Who knows?
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
maybe I'll,
Yeah.
I'll mail the check back to the government and go on a vacation right after that. That's
And
all.
I think they have right to have their own identification to avoid this kind of mistakes, right, happening. I'm full with that. Have your own identification. Get your own rights, whatever you get from the. But that's not here nor there right now. Right now, people are watching these things and they think, what is going on with these people? It's
Yeah.
disgusting. He comes for Africans, calling them primitive, eating animals, and this and that. Somalis coming for them, or you've been slave, and this and that. And this is ridiculous, right? We have to stop that. This guy, you guys have to see through this guy, and you guys, and I'm talking to the African American decent people who do not agree with him. Really talk to this guy and have to stop to this nonsense. That's what I think.
Good luck to him. Only me. Thank you. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Good
You too.
night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all heard it, man. It's been almost 5 hours, quite a while. But the show needed conversation. Just like in Tariq's chat, it went for 6 hours. But if you're new here, please make sure you like and subscribe to this channel, because you guys know we handle all different kinds of topics. Some comfortable, some not so comfortable. But at the end of the day, you learn something from it. So please cheer up. Don't go there getting upset thinking some Black immigrant is your problem. No, nobody's your problem. The problem is from within. Once you figure that problem out, you come up with a plan and lay it out, like-minded people are going to join you. That's how the world works. It's not magic. Until next time, enjoy your Sunday. See you again.
Entre más lejos, más feliz. Era un veneno y lo bebí. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Siempre se la peli esa actriz, pero ya vamos llegando al fin. Yeah, yeah. Somos felices a distancia. Ya no aguanto tu fragancia. Tú no haré consentir.